And we are live. So let's see if anyone wants to
Yay.
join us. Um, yeah, so I haven't really prepared anything to talk about, so I guess we can just start out with some stuff. I mean, a lot of stuff happened in the last few days, I guess. Um,
Yeah, we had I think we're up seven or more uh cops there, and so there's been 3 days actually, because the after the five cops died, then there was another two cops that got shot, and a second shooting the next day, and then the next day after that, so on the third day, a bunch of riots erupted. I know there's some in New York, and I think in Nashville, and I think another riot erupted in Baltimore or something.
Fucking idiots.
I haven't actually heard those other, I haven't seen headlines about the other police killings. I've seen riots, but
I knew this
I
would
actually
happen.
haven't seen.
The media started trying to beat people into a frenzy over this. It's only a matter of time.
Nice anti-fascist clothing there.
Riots, riots are fucking dope. Riots are dope, dude. You go out there with a lead pipe, you start bashing heads.
Yeah.
Don't you ever compare me to that scum. I am not part of those degenerate leftist cucks.
All right. I'm just saying, I've been to the Battle of Sacramento, and
Oh,
people were
dude, I wish
wrecked.
I wish I was there, man. That was
Uh,
gonna be great.
that would have been the funnest event I'd ever been to if you could just plan that shit out.
Here's the
Yeah.
thing. There's this video of one of the traddy guys, right? He had this big 2x4 fuck off stick. He was just bashing people in the fucking skull.
It was pretty fucking crazy. I wasn't there for the actual violence. Um,
I live close to there. I should have been there. I didn't know anything was going down, frankly.
I didn't know either. Like I was coming back. I was coming back from San Diego, and I just got off at the Capitol, and I saw like a bunch of protesters, and I'm like, oh, what's going on?
It's
We're all,
weird.
uh,
Oh no, please continue.
yeah, I didn't see that much. I was I saw all those protesters. I saw they were Antifa. I saw that they were, wearing all black and things like that.
Antifa?
And
Anti-fascist. But
yeah,
these are not the anti-fascists of old who fought valiantly against actual oppression, like say in Spain against King Franco. No, 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 no. These are unemployed people who live with their parents and think they're doing something by going to a rally of people peacefully protesting, may I remind you, exercising their rights, and then trying to beat the hell out of them because they don't share that opinion. That is
it
what
was
the Antifa did.
it was pretty clear to me that they were preparing. They were violent from the start. Like when
Yeah, they went
I
there
was
to, they
passing
went there
by,
to fight.
I was watching them, and they had a police shield, and they were like practicing to hit someone behind the police
And they
shield.
still got, they still
Yeah,
got
Um,
destroyed.
they came with shields and like bats and spears and
yeah,
stuff.
And they still lost.
they were
That's the
already
best part.
practicing.
The best part is that it's like 500 of them versus
30.
30. Yeah.
And they still lost. 26 out of the 30 really wounded people were Antifa. How does that happen? How do you
Well,
outnumber someone
I
6 to
mean,
1 and still
Leftists
lose?
are physically inferior.
I
That's the
don't
thing.
think that's what happened though. I think it was just a small violent minority that actually went
Oh, it
attacking
was
them,
all of them. From
physically
what I
attacking them.
saw, it was.
Yeah,
You know that scene in
it was
300 when
smattering.
all the Persians are charging? It's kind of like that, except without a lot of shirtless oiled men, unfortunately.
Like protest on protest or something that went on? Because I didn't heard of that.
Here's the thing, every time I brought up the whole issue, like, well, you guys are kind of violating, these guys have free speech to be here. Every Antifa person is like, oh, free speech. Like, that is the worst argument for an Antifa person. These people who are against fascism and oppression of opinion somehow find it okay to oppress others' opinions and deprive them of their freedom of speech as guaranteed to them by the laws of this country just because they don't share that opinion. That's a fascist thing to do. Like, in order to fight fascism, they became fucking fascists.
Oh,
You know
I
that.
have a story about this
Was
where I went on I recently joined Bernie Sanders' dank meme stash.
Didn't
Yeah,
the
I'm in there
admin get
too.
arrested?
Huh?
Isn't the admin under investigation for fraud?
Yeah.
I
But
saw that on memes.
so
Anyway,
I went on there and immediately like cuz I'm not like virtue posting this one guy starts commenting on literally everything I have, and
oh yeah,
he goes, I know your type. You're one of those right wing Trump
those right-wing
supporting
Mexican killers.
fascist Trump supporting neo-Nazi traditionalist.
Oh my god.
Was
The
just
best
throwing right at you.
the best part is that none of my posts had even like a tiny, because I was pretending to be like hardcore socialist and shit, and I don't know how this guy got all of that.
Well, here's the thing. Anything right of their opinion, it doesn't even matter if you're a libertarian. Anything right of complete leftism is fascist in their opinion. If they
And
actually
that's a
lived
real
in a
problem.
fascist country,
People don't realize is fascism is on both sides these days. You have
yeah,
the
fascism isn't just a rightist concept.
both
It's
fascists.
yeah. Like I don't want fascism, but I want someone who's gonna make a bigger government. Vote for Bernie Sanders. It's fucking crazy. Here's the thing. I have been called a neo-Nazi multiple times, and the only thing that's funny about that is that I'm a Jew. I'm ethnically Jewish, right? Like, I
Oh,
lost
is this
people in the
Goy?
Holocaust, and I will Hitler
Nazi.
post out of memeing, but I swear to God, everyone who calls me a Nazi and a fascist, it's like, guys, you can't just do that. Like, and as
Is
soon as I
that why
bring
you're
up that I'm a
covering up your
Jew, they're like, oh,
nose?
well, you hate yourself. I hate myself for other reasons. I don't hate myself because I'm a Jew. I hate myself for other reasons.
To be fair, I wouldn't say a Jew, whether religious or ethnic, could not be a Nazi. It's just really odd. It's like
That's
when
the
you
thing.
see black people in the KKK, they exist.
Yeah,
There were
did you see
tons
that
of
Dave
Jews
Chappelle sketch?
in the SS. I'm pretty sure, wasn't there?
I'm not sure. I'm not a World War II historian. I just know
I
that the
don't
Nazi
think it was
outfits were snappy
actually
and the
in
tunes
the
were
SS.
jamming.
If they were, it was definitely an exception. Like the SS
Yeah.
was supposed to be the purest
The
Aryan breed.
purest air, yeah, the
Um,
SS were nasty fuckers.
they were certainly Jews in the German army, but
I
no,
think it was if
yeah.
you were if you were less than, if you were half Jewish or less, they made an exception.
Yeah.
If you
Oh,
were
Yeah,
very
this is a really
conservative.
good right-wing, or at least not cucked Google chat we've got going. I like this. Where's all the
yeah.
people
We'll
here
see
to
if
start shrieking leftist slogans about how Black Lives Matter?
Yeah, Fabio,
Keep your
I wouldn't
secret, then
mind.
don't!
I
Fabio,
wouldn't
shouldn't you
mind.
be trying to take my taxes?
Yeah, Fabio.
What? I should do what?
You
Why do
fucking
you sound...
left
Don't sound Mexican, you sound something.
I'm not freaking Mexican.
homosexual.
What are you, Fabian? What the hell
Dude,
are you?
I'm German.
I
But I'm
mean,
ethnic.
honestly, the way things are going today, it wouldn't shock me.
Well, I'm
If
what?
anything, that makes more sense.
I'm German. But I'm ethnically Italian.
That's still
And
not the answer I was looking for. Anywho,
Oh,
what were you looking
you're
for?
a brown Italian. Maybe that's just your
What?
he's
filter.
a pasta nigger.
Brown.
Damn straight. Oh, hey, careful now. We're being recorded. They got our badge numbers. They got our badge numbers.
Your voice is just like so shalom right now. I love it.
Like Boston or
Yeah.
something,
Well,
Philadelphia.
I'm from the East Coast originally. Well, maybe I'm not. I'm a vocal chameleon. Who knows what I actually sound like?
Oh,
Man, I'm straight from the
Yeah,
bayou.
accent.
Man, I'm just a
You
Creole.
all
Niggas gumbo in the swamp and raving me a city boy. Uh-huh.
No,
You got a
don't,
real pretty mouth, Fabian.
don't
Uh-huh.
even. No, I'm from the South, and that has got to be the worst Southern accent I've ever heard.
I mean, I'm not from the South, so that works out pretty good. You're from the South and you're not black? I can't believe that. Everyone in the South is black, regardless of the skin color.
I think that's Florida.
Well, Florida is the garbage can of the United States. I hate Florida.
Because like with the way gravity works, there's more mass at the equator, so it takes all of like the fat, really stupid people and just sort of drags them down, and they all fall into Florida.
There is no redeeming quality about Florida. exception to the fact that we could use it to easily invade Cuba again.
Or Disneyland.
Well, no, Disney,
And the
Disney World,
Pennsylvania.
dude. Disney World is all Mexicans these days. It's all Mexicans taking their family there. And I have to wait 20 minutes just to get a damn churro.
Well, isn't
And I'm like, I
Florida,
swear to God, I'm gonna start asking for green cards if this line doesn't stop moving.
isn't Florida predominantly Hispanic anyway?
Call
I mean,
immigration services if you want to get into Disneyland without any
I'm just
lines.
gonna flash an INS badge at the ticket holder, and she's gonna be like, "Oh yeah, sorry, go on ahead." And I'm like, "Yeah, thank you, Mamacita." But she's like, "I was born in Orlando." I'm like, "Sure you were." That's not what just. And then I'm just gonna hold up one of those paint swatches. That's not what this color tells me. You're not white. Get out of my country. No, but I have to say, I like the group. There's a lot of cucks though. We gotta fix that, Fabian. You gotta fix that.
No, everyone's allowed to be anything they want in this group.
No,
speak, man.
Fabio, no.
We
Let's
speak.
first off get rid of Cassie. Get rid of it.
Diversity is strength. Haven't you heard, Goy?
Diversity is strength.
Diversity. Can we get rid of Cassie Dia at least? Just her. Just
Let's
her.
not get rid of
Who's
her.
that?
Oh, she's some dumb broad. She's
Oh
You know-
no, that's
you
the
know-
the girl who was sending me PowerPoints from her gender studies class.
Oh my God, gender studies. Does she like working at Starbucks?
She might be
Yeah.
watching, actually. Just saying.
Did you know that? Did you know that women are raped? And I'm like, yeah. I said supersize it. Did you know that 1 in 3 women are raped on college campuses? First off, that's
It's
not true.
1 in
Every
1.
feminist
It's actually
watching
1
this
in
garbage and
1
get
in
dirty
1.
liars.
Actually,
Dirty.
everyone knows it's 2 in 1 women.
It's 2 in 1. Yeah, especially when I get there. Am I right? Yeah, I get those numbers going. Yeah, no, those studies, like 1 in 4 women is raped on a college campus, absolute horse shit. Because first off, 2 studies from 2 universities. That's it. 2 colleges.
Yeah.
They-
And
The definition
the
for
question.
sexual assault was
They
so
define
broad.
rape as
Yeah.
the most. They use the broadest possible
Yeah,
definition.
rape is basically
so
feeling
broad.
uncomfortable if someone made a sexual remark. That was the defined
No,
sexual
no.
assault.
It's
I've
someone
actually
looking
read
in
the
your
study.
direction.
I've actually read the study. The way they defined rape
You don't
is
know how to read.
literally they
From the
defined
South,
it
you're
as things like if you've ever had sex while you had alcohol within like 4 hours beforehand or
Yeah.
something, that's a like a class A rape right there.
Well,
And-
that's so dumb. The whole thing, like, oh, if you're drunk, you can't be held responsible. First off, you should know how much liquor you can handle before you drink. I've been to a lot of college. I'm in college currently. I go to a big dick university. I'm the valedictorian. I have a PhD in getting tail.
Show
But
off.
hey, solid 3 inches. Anyway, here's the thing.
These goyim these days.
I banged the goyim. They know.
Fucking
My grandmother uses the word goyim unironically. Anyway, that's beyond the point. Like, I hate it that you can be held responsible for doing anything else while drinking except having sex.
Yeah.
Like, hey, did you crash your car when you were drinking? That's too bad. That's jail. Oh, did you as a woman have sex while drunk and now you regret it? Well, call rape and that'll be okay.
The worst part about it, like I can see that to a point, but the thing is, it's a dual standard. If they held it the same for both men and women, I'd be like, okay, because if both are seen as the one that made the mistake, then it's a victimless crime.
Yeah,
But
but
when
you can't
have it
just say that if both
only
are drunk, it's
female.
automatically the man.
Yeah, only the female can
Yeah.
ever get raped when they're drunk. What if the female is sober and the male is drunk?
Yeah, that's happened.
Well,
But every time you
I've
bring that, it's like, well,
heard-
since he ejaculated and was erect, he must have enjoyed it. But that's a natural body response. Mentally, you can be saying no.
Yeah, people who aren't males don't realize sometimes that happens when you really don't want it to happen.
Dude, I get a boner just sitting in the car driving. Nothing even. I'm listening to the radio, and nothing even sexy is going on. I'm waiting for
Highways
traffic.
Sexually
Hashtag
attractive.
no problems.
Your car file. That's
mean,
the
look.
reason why.
Do I have a special relationship with the exhaust port? Yes. But that's my own business. Hey, it's 2016. It's the current year. Right. I'm
So
Justin
much
Trudeau.
degeneracy.
Degeneracy. Yeah.
Can't-
You know
can't
the
say
thing
shit
is,
like that.
leftists can't really fight. I discovered after the Sacramento incident without being insecure.
Your mic is fucking up.
Yeah.
What I said was,
And you can't say shit that funny while I'm in the middle of taking a bite of my iced lemonade, make me choke to death.
that's not haram. or halal, or whatever.
Try-
Whatever the hell.
Holy, I cannot understand you anymore. Try disconnecting it and then reconnecting it or
I
something.
think it's because of the scarf, honestly.
He doesn't want to reveal his nose.
Yeah.
Okay, how about now?
That's right.
Camera's off. There we go.
All right. No, it's actually
If
it's a
if
connection.
if I took off my scarf, my hook nose would pierce my computer screen.
Yeah, the connection is kind of shady.
Yeah, shady. Here's the thing. You know, I discovered, like, every time I say, well, why do you always assume the man is the abuser or something? Let's say, well, that's because statistically that's what we come to expect. Imagine if you use that in a crime scenario. Imagine that a person comes in and they say, "Excuse me, officer, I've been robbed and assaulted." And here are the two suspects. You got a white guy, you got a black guy, and they immediately arrest the black guy because statistically, it's most likely, because based on FBI crime statistics, 50% of violent crime in America is committed by blacks, who are 15% of the population. So statistically, he's more likely to be it. Now, of course, that's racist and it's profiling, and you will never do that. But that just highlights the insanity and the complete stupidity of the left's logic in this thing.
Well, you still need the actual evidence. If like you can't just say, "Oh,
Evidence is a
50%
social
let's say-
construct, Graham.
Melanin is evidence is all I need.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
honestly not against profiling, but and I'm going to say this: it depends on the situation. Like,
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're in Compton and you got, like, the black guy wearing Crip colors, or the white guy who just got stopped because he was driving through, who do you think is probably the guy who did it?
yeah,
Like, it's situational. You shouldn't just overarchingly say, well, if he's black, I'm automatically
But
going to
this
assume
happens anyway. Like this will happen anyway. Like this, you can never stop someone from being like, "Oh, this person wears a fucking Crip or blood insignia." Obviously, you're gonna go after this person, right? I mean, it's not
who's
profiling
Blake?
him for the race, right?
Blake, who's that cuck?
Who's that cuck?
Who's that cuck? Come on, Blake, with your world picture that was drawn by an autistic 7-year-old.
Blake, can you talk? Your mic on?
Shut your tongue.
Let's get some lefties in here.
Yeah, there's too many writers here.
Yeah, we're having too much fun.
Fabio and Blake are dirty lefties.
Fabio is actually intelligent, so I'm not about to accuse him of being a leftist.
Technically, I'm actually a leftist. It's just I'm on a different part of the left than the regressive left.
You're like right under Stalin or something.
I've been bamboozled. I've been hornswoggled.
I like to call myself now a classic liberal.
Oh, okay, so you're libertarian. Just say that.
Well, I used to call myself a libertarian, but then
They're libertarians who don't think that the state kicking in your door and taking your money is wrong.
I mean, so you're not a libertarian.
yeah, so I couldn't be a
You're
libertarian
like
anymore. I agreed with taxes, so I couldn't call myself a libertarian.
Gary, we just talked about Gary Johnson and how retarded he is as a person.
Gary borders are literally worse than the Holocaust Johnson.
Yes, yeah, Gary, as a libertarian, I will force you to bake a cake for a gay wedding. Johnson.
Yeah.
It's
Or
like, you
Gary,
can't-
Gary, the age of consent is a statist. Statist.
Exactly. Yeah, I think Gary just wants to make anime real and fuck his lowly waifus. Frankly,
So no one
Gary just wants to date little girls, as do we all. I mean, who doesn't?
So
I got another one.
Feeling Johnson.
Gary, I'm okay with socialism. Johnson.
Gary, tariffs are literally worse than Hitler because it prevents slaves from destroying our economy overseas.
Gary Johnson is the worst libertarian I've ever seen.
Literally, everyone in the libertarian groups want him to kill himself.
Okay, Jim Webb. Ooh, hey, we got a lady in here.
We got Trisha.
Hello.
Women out in politics. Women, get out of my politics. Thoughts alert.
Trisha, what is your preferred method for Gary Johnson committing suicide?
Yeah.
She's a pure libertarian, so she can answer this.
Oh, do you? Let me ask you a question. Do you
think
like
I'd be
pudgy
happy.
nerds who whine about Lord of the Rings? Then I might be able to date you.
I think I'd be happy if he just left the Libertarian Party because I really feel that he sold out all of his principles.
Yeah,
Just
Carrie,
to
I'm okay with
nominate.
forcing you to do things as the government, Johnson.
I mean, didn't Gary Johnson sell out on TPP?
He absolutely. First off, no one takes libertarians seriously anymore after the last convention where that nude guy got up.
Oh fuck! That's the best.
That was the best. First off, that's the best libertarian convention they've had in years, frankly.
Oh yeah, the only thing he succeeded in doing is getting viewership, but he did make massive memes for all the fascists.
Oh snap, Trisha McGrath, I like your posts. You make
Oh,
good
thank you.
posts.
And
You
who's
make good,
this?
you make good non-cucked posts.
And who's all here? Just so I know, like.
You've got the sexiest man alive.
Okay.
Jason
Right
Williams.
here. And then you've got Yusef, who is on break from sodomizing the goat. Much love, Yusef.
Yes.
You've got
The Pope?
Fabio, who's taking a break from hitting on women at the club and telling them about his new shiny sports car. Jason, who is just a white person, and then Blake, who has a picture drawn by a 7-year-old with autism. That's who's
Oh,
here.
fuck yourself.
Wow. That was
Yeah.
a great description of everybody.
Thank
here.
you. I was an English major at Big Dick University.
Yes.
I also majored in getting tailed.
What's getting tailed as a
Tailed.
non-American
Do
enterprise?
you guys not have that expression in Germany? It's like, do you guys have ass chasing? Is
Yeah.
that?
No, getting tailed in America is when you're a black man and you drive through a white neighborhood and suddenly, the cops are after you. Sir, we've got paint swatches and you don't have correct element levels to be in this neighborhood. No, that's what I do. I don't want them in my all-white community.
I see.
I like my all-white upper middle-class community. It's nice. I'm away from Oakland. No blacks for like 90 miles. It's great.
No, didn't do's.
No dindus, yeah. No dindu nothings.
Oh, we were having this discussion on the alt-right ultra stream of the new politically correct RPG of the future. They're gonna have all the races and sub-races of humanity, and one of them, it has to be didn't do nothing.
Well, no, the new politically RPG will have no violence and no barter system. It will be no, because that's a capitalist concept, Goyim. It's suppression. Basically,
I'm okay with that game if the representative that didn't do nothing is T-Rex Hassan.
I mean,
+5 to drive-bys.
yeah. If you play as a Dindu, you have +5 to drive-by, +5 to athletics, -8 to intelligence. I'm sorry, I've been playing a lot of D&D.
I can see.
I'm all about that character building. I like Dungeons and Dragons. It's nice. Unfortunately, I have to go to Berkeley to play it, and I saw 9 refugee welcome signs in like a 2-block radius, and I was coming this close to tearing them down and putting up some alt-right memeing propaganda. I was just gonna put up some Pepes.
So, has anybody heard an update as far as what's going on in Dallas?
Oh yeah, I
more
was.
cops passed
I
away, or-
updated.
Bomb robot. How dope is that?
Sorry?
They blew up the sniper with a bomb robot. Like that's Wall-E.
Yeah, I heard that, and the
There's
last
so
time
many
I-
memes of that. It's the X5 is a live guy.
Oh, yeah,
and
I'm
he's just
sorry.
like,
Did I ruin your Black Panther party?
Yeah, and he's like shooting blacks and killing them.
Well, he got a thing of dynamite in his hand and make
Yeah.
America great again.
Yeah.
Well, I heard that ever since Dallas, it's expired tons of... Because, if there's anything that should encourage you to protest against the police, it is the murder of 5 officers. Like, I swear to God, I live in California, which is the most cucked state on earth. Right? Well, maybe next to New York. Basically,
California's
like,
worst.
first off, not only is the Bay Bridge shut down because a bunch of moron BLM Antifa idiots decide that, hey, we're going to block the bridge because, hey, it's not like people have to go anywhere. It's not like we're blocking the only route into San Francisco, at least to the hospitals or anything. Oh, hey, we're going to block the route to Oakland. Which, frankly, Oakland can die. Oakland is worthless. There's nothing in Oakland except for a sports stadium.
They just better be glad they've never
raising
brought to
awareness, guys.
I need to go because I would drive through them. I wouldn't give a
That's
shit.
the thing.
There
I
is a
would
way
drive through them while
to
blasting
them.
German marching
Drive
songs.
through them.
Oh, from a legal
Look at
standpoint,
interstate and block my day. I will go through you if you don't get out of the way.
from a
And-
legal
right.
standpoint, this is what you actually are supposed to do. From a legal standpoint, if people block your path on the road, you're supposed to open up your window, put your head out the window, and say, "Please move." If they don't move, you are supposed to go through them at your top speed.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah.
That's actually what you're supposed to
I wouldn't
do.
even ask them to move. They see me coming. I drive a big car.
I will see them fly.
Yeah. First off, I'm gonna blast some music. I'm gonna drive through while screaming Trump 2016. That's what I'm gonna do. And then when they inevitably stop me, I will get out and start swinging with the pipe wrench I keep under my seat while screaming, "Come on, cucks! Make
No,
my
yeah.
day!"
Take a gun and shoot it in the air while you're driving through them.
I can't carry. It's California.
This would be too much America for me. That doesn't.
No, honestly, it'd be something out of a John Woo movie. Like you drive through a car, suddenly you get out, and you have two guns. You're just shooting them in a circle, clearing a path, all while a choir of angels sings behind you. Doves explode out of the back of your car. Police salute you as you go by, clearing the streets.
I think there's something wrong with your mic.
Yeah, your mic is really.
My
can't
mic
hear
is
you.
fine. You're just not hearing me right.
There's some bad connection going on.
There's a lot of bubbling, and it goes up and down.
Yeah, now you left.
Oh.
But yeah, let's talk about the issue you had, Trisha, about libertarians talking about it was a revenge kill to blow up the shooter in Dallas, because I felt like that's an interesting discussion.
Yeah, well, I'm on a lot of libertarian groups, so I've noticed
Right.
that
Okay.
since this all went down, there's been a lot more sympathy, it seems like, coming out of the libertarian page for the guy who, in their mind, didn't get his trial.
I saw that.
didn't
I
get
saw that.
justice, and
Oh yeah, their problem is the trial.
Yeah, it's like, hey, this guy who murdered 5 people and was going to murder more and barricaded himself should have gotten a trial.
Through anyone who
Yeah.
defends him.
I
Well,
swear
and
to
it-
I swear.
and not just that he didn't get a trial, but the fact that they actually used a drone or a bot to go in and kill him. But my point is, they tried to negotiate with this guy for several hours before they actually decided to take any action against him that was lethal, and he was clearly an ongoing threat, which is why they couldn't approach him, which is why they used the bot. So I'm not understanding where the disconnect is in their mind about, it wasn't safe to approach him. He was an ongoing threat, not just to police officers, but he actually injured 2 civilians as well. And here people are going on about, my NAP and my rights or whatever, but, NAP doesn't apply to people who have already broken that principle, who have already aggressed, in my opinion. So...
That's why I stopped identifying as libertarians much, because I found that a lot of them, like, I agree with the core principles of libertarianism, but too many libertarians tend to go too far into anarchy, too far into, like, not just being against federal oversight, federal getting too powerful, but actually going in the, like, too far in the opposite direction, where it's like a lot of them almost want anarchy, and anarchy doesn't work.
Oh no, dude, anarchy totally works. Just free yourself from the shackles of the state. Just free yourself from the shackles of the state. Let's all smoke weed and everything's gonna be fine.
See, my problem with this whole thing about the libertarians making us think about this is, look, it's been said. It took hours to negotiate with this guy. He clearly didn't want to come out alive. So what else are the cops supposed to do? There's really
You're
nothing
supposed
else
to
they
surrender, Goyim. The cops are fascists.
Carpet bomb the entire city block.
Honestly, carpet bombing Detroit
Nothing
and
of
Dallas
value
might not have been
would
a
be
bad idea.
lost.
I even heard people suggesting that, they should have just waited him out, waited for him to starve to death or something to this effect. And I'm thinking,
That's
yeah, I mean, what a great use of public tax dollars, just, camp out for days and let
How
him...
much more humane is that if you let this
No.
guy
Yeah, let him starve to death.
Send in food, but have it like laced with like the highest quality laxatives you got or something.
I thought you were
Just,
gonna
like,
say laced with poison. I'm like, my God.
No,
this
no.
guy's cool.
No. He can't shoot back if he's like drowning in his own shit.
Well, no. See, actually, he can. In combat, that's what's known as shit shooting, and actually, it becomes more deadly accurate.
Oh, it's the Viet Cong.
Yeah, actually, in Viet Cong, yeah, the Viet Cong use this tactic. Yeah. Well, no, here's the thing. I like how libertarians are sticking to their gut. Well, pardon the pun, sticking to their guns here and staying by their uh, ideas of, yeah, everyone should get a fair trial, the government is oppressive. But, and you, forgive me for saying this, but sometimes libertarians can be fucking retarded. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, oh, this guy should have gotten a trial. The police are fascists. We don't need police. And here's the thing. If you have a gun or multiple firearms and you know how to use it and can defend yourself, generally you don't need the cops for everyday things. However, most anti-fascists don't own firearms. They're like, yeah, I could protect myself if a robber broke in. Well, no, they really couldn't. You can't have an unarmed society and a society with no police. You can have either or you can have like an armed society with police. That's what you need, in my opinion. In my humble opinion.
You can't exactly have a society where you have people with guns and then you have nobody trained in actual tactics to deal with a situation like this. It just doesn't happen that way. It didn't. There was like, I think I read there were like at least 20 or so people with open carry permits that were there, and they couldn't do anything because they're not trained for that type of shit.
Yeah. I saw that article as well, but I don't know how much truth there is to it. But in any case, I don't think that this whole problem would have started in the first place if it wasn't for state violence. So I think it's important to keep in mind whether you agree or disagree with what happened to the two black men. This is this is really about police power, and that's who they're targeting. So I don't think this would be a problem in a freer society where police didn't have the same authority that they do now.
Oh,
I disagree with that premise.
Trisha, you won my heart and simultaneously broke it in one Google Hangout.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why I disagree with that. So here's the problem: whether the police have more or less power is, whenever a gun is involved and when you have a person showing up on a scene, they have around, especially if it's a very violent situation, 5 to 10 seconds to make a snap decision and determine, do I need to bring my gun out or do I need to keep it in its holster and try and resolve this with more peaceful means? Humans essentially are smart apes. Apes are not exactly when
some of them aren't smart.
But apes, generally speaking, are not the most unviolent creatures when pushed into a corner. Incredibly violent creatures. You see them peaceful all the time. Try to put one in a corner, make you feel threatened, and you'll see how unpeaceful they can be. They will smash you to a pulp.
I agree. It's not the police's fault. I mean, they're just trying to make the best decision they can with the knowledge that they have about the situation. But if you have a monopoly on force or whatever, of course there's going to be some abuses, and those are going to be broadcasted all over the TV and make it seem like everybody's doing this or whatever.
That's
I just think
make the police open and have everyone be in the police. Therefore, no one can abuse their power.
Everyone abuses their power.
You don't want to make me a cop. I swear to God, I will just run around capping people.
The bigger problem
use
is
your brain cap, bam!
Doing the whole non-compliance thing where, if it's one thing if you just go limp, whatever, that's a legitimate way to be non-compliant where you're not giving off an aggressive air. But you have people that are being aggressively non-compliant, and all you're doing is raising the tension of the situation. That's what happens here is they become aggressively non-compliant. They're not following, Gandhi's principles or MLK's principles of non-violent civil disobedience. They're actively, aggressively doing civil disobedience, and that's only going to create a situation of violence.
Gandhi hated black people.
Especially verbally. Like I see all these videos, and it's like cop tasered unarmed man, and I'm listening to what the guy is saying, and the cop is like, "Oh, can I see your license?" And the guy's like, "Do you have a warrant for my license?" And he rolls up the window. It's like, what the fuck? You're gonna get tased now. You deserve it for being so stupid.
If I may go off on a small tirade, I absolutely know what you're talking about. The whole, I don't need to give you my license if you stop me without a warrant. Like,
I have seen like hundreds of people just getting tased in the face because they're like refuse to give their license after like 20 minutes.
It's so easy. Just give them your license, your registration, and they send you on your way. If you were speeding, guess what? You shouldn't have been speeding. If you weren't wearing your seatbelt, just give them it, take the ticket, and bite the bullet. If you're at a DUI checkpoint, give them your damn license. It's so easy to comply. And I've seen so many people try to get into debates with cops. Like, you're being recorded. Do you know this violates this? Do you know that violates that? You're not there to have a debate. This is not high school. This
An
is not
armchair
Facebook.
constitutional lawyer.
Yeah, exactly.
every
Everyone
time.
is a
That's
constitutional
exactly
lawyer
it.
after watching one YouTube video about how your rights. Yeah, you don't have to do anything, says this guy who is obviously a real lawyer.
And most of these policemen, it's not like they're given this extensive,
No, they're just like, sir, can I please have your driver's license and registration, please? You
They're
seem
just
to have
doing
broken the speed limit.
they're just doing whatever their boss or being in compliance with whatever laws they know, and that's all they can do. They can only do with the knowledge that they have, and people are expecting them to be like these advanced 15, 20-year constitutional lawyers that know every nook and cranny of the law.
And the average person was, oh, well, the law doesn't apply to me. I'm a free citizen. Shut the hell up. You can't enjoy the benefit of a nation and not abide by its laws. Like, excuse me, I'm a free citizen. Oh, excuse me, I have to go to the welfare office because I don't work. Because I live in my parents' basement and complain about police brutality. That's what I do.
Well,
your mic went like full R2D2.
It went full retard.
You know what? I think it is. I think it's feedback.
Oh, it could be.
That's because I think when you're like speaking a little bit louder, it tends to mess up.
Right, well then I'll try to maintain a reasonable volume.
Well, that didn't help.
Yeah.
And I also think that's not to say that, you know, there aren't unjust laws. Like, and I do think that in a lot of cases the state does kind of act over, you know, there fucking drug laws, unjust. They don't fucking need to be in place. If people want to do drugs, it's their fucking business. It's none of my goddamn business. If they want to fucking smoke a fucking joint or do heroin, I don't give a shit. It's not my problem.
Hearing this discussion. Oh yeah.
Oh, do Trisha's method and just make drugs completely unregulated, and so all the stupid people will get like lead poisoning and die off in a day. That's Trisha's method.
I would love to do that.
I don't know if that was my wording, but okay.
Lace all the joint rat poisoning, I'm pretty sure she said. Right after giving a Fourth Reich speech about how it's going to last 1,000 years.
I'm drawing a blank here, but okay.
Rat poison is a cheap and economically friendly way to spend your Saturday night.
Yeah. Really? I mean, no, this isn't the government's place. Why is the government trying to regulate what people can consume and not consume and whatever? And, you know, I don't agree with people doing drugs or whatever, but if they want to, that's totally their business, and just keep the taxpayer out of it, let them fail on their own. And, you know, it shouldn't be propped up by other people, you know. It's just a ridiculous argument, you know. They want their cake and they want to eat it too. You want to be able to do whatever the fuck you want, fine. But you don't have the right to bring down your society with you or whatever and make everybody pay for your mistakes. And
that's what people use to argue for. Like, I actually got into a big debate with a person I work with who he was taking...
You actually talk to people?
Yes, I actually talk to people.
You don't live in your mom's basement, play 5 hours of RuneScape a day, and fucking lose it. I don't even leave the house. I have a catheter and I shit in the bucket, and my mom's giving me Cheetos for butt for dinner.
Holy shit, this mic. It's fucking kill yourself.
Like, it's awful.
It's the internet.
This is painful.
Eat a fucking bomb robot like the Dallas guy.
The argument he was using was that the reason why the laws are justified is because of the cost to society, which, while I see where he's coming from, I think that in most cases it's still not justified because the cost to enforce it ends up being more expensive than the cost to pick up the mess afterwards. But you can have other laws to cover people who are stupid with it, like, I don't know. This is
why we need to get rid of, if we get rid of all welfare, okay, and all benefits, to the point where it's completely permissible for someone to basically starve to death because they're being a moron, then that will cure everything, because you won't have these druggies at like soup kitchens anymore. They'll be in gutters.
Social Darwinism.
Well,
Did nothing wrong.
I love you, Charles Darwin.
It's actually I don't think that that's a terrible solution, and I know that that sounds, a lot of people want to pull your heartstrings and say that's the wrong thing to do, and we need to give people second chances and so on. But if we remove any kind of accountability in our society, then we're just going to watch everybody be brought down to the lowest common denominator. And that's the truth of it. If you look at something like single motherhood and so on, ever since the state started trying to tackle, dealing with what was at the time a very small problem with single motherhood, they've actually increased it exponentially over the decades. They've increased the number of people in poverty and increased the number of people in prisons by attempting to deal with it. The state doesn't have the capacity to deal with it, and certainly not just by giving handouts. You're only going to encourage the behavior.
Ain't that wacky?
People forget just how much of animalistic people can be, especially when it comes to violence, food, and sex. So
I love all those things.
That's kind of the problem with society, I guess. It makes us forget that at the heart of it, we are animals.
Yeah, and you have to make the laws to counter in the fact that you're dealing with a animal that happens to also be very intelligent. So you should base your laws on that instead of basing your laws off an ideology. So, like for example, with the police shooting thing, when you're in a situation, there's actually a route which information travels through your brain, and the thing is that in your frontal cortex, where your logic and decision making is, that's literally the last stop it makes in terms of where your reaction goes. So you have probably already shot the person before you actually thought about, should I shoot this person or not. That's how fast.
Think about it.
That's actually how fast it is. So. I think Karen was it Karen Strong? I believe the Girl Writes What did a video on this of explaining why people. It was explaining why people who say one thing and do the other, because you can logically say something like, "Oh, spiders are the best insect for environment because they get rid of mosquitoes, they get rid of parasites. Humans should live among spiders massively. It would only improve our lives." But then when you see a spider, you'll immediately squat it because your reaction is faster than your decision making.
I've heard that argument used for refugees.
For how does that help refugees?
What?
Well, it's like, we should live along. We should bring in more refugees because they're good for the environment. But without thinking, you'll just kill one when he's walking down the street when you see one. Maybe that's just when I'm walking down the street, I see a refugee. Oh, God damn!
I think you bring up some good points, Yusef, and I think that that comes from.
Good points.
It's better to shoot first and ask questions later type thing, or react first and contemplate it later, because you want to get out of the imminent danger from a survival perspective. So it doesn't matter if you made a mistake afterwards as far as your survival is concerned, because it's like, well, there was a threat and I eliminated it as far as.
Yeah, it's even a point where there's like different sections of the brain that make the decisions in order. So you will actually, in a lot of cases, in a situation, you will actually physically react before you're aware you're even in the situation, like, to start with. They had, who was it? It was one of some, it was that guy who tried to run for mayor. He was like a Black Lives Matter guy.
Oh, yeah, that was fun.
The police offered to give him like a course on like a training course, and he actually took them up on it, which was really surprising. And he failed it.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, he failed it because he got shot in the course as like the simulation, and then he also shot the other guy coming towards him. So it just proved to him that if he couldn't do it, if he couldn't make these accurate decisions knowing ahead of time, how can a policeman make these accurate decisions without knowing what the situation he's walking into is.
They can't police a fascist. Get rid of them.
I almost think courses like that should, like, I don't want to say all the way because I'm more for freedom than for forcing people to do stuff.
Mandatory military service of 1 year, everyone.
No, please no.
No.
Please no. Do not ever do that. That is the worst idea
South Korea.
on the face of this planet.
Yeah, well, South Korea ain't the U.S. Fuck them.
In Israel, to have
Damn fucking StarCraft players.
The last thing we need is to have a bunch of people in the military who don't want to be here and want to get out.
That's the first thing we need. We need hatred for the job.
There's a reason the fucking army got rid of the draft and went with a professional army.
Well, we still kind of have the draft. It's
But
not.
they're never going to activate it. It's not going to happen.
America still has a draft, doesn't
Well,
it?
sort of. You have to sign up to be
Legally.
conscripted when you vote. Like, when you turn 18, you have to sign up for something. And
Oh
say,
yeah,
well,
you trade your vote. You trade the ability to vote in for signing up for the draft if you're male. I remember that.
well, actually, now it's chicks, too. Chicks got to do it.
Oh yeah. Oh, now they have to do it. Shit, gender equality. I didn't
Gender
vote.
equality. I'm going to go around punching women, gender equality.
And they also make it.
Frankly, I would do that before the ruling.
And if you want to sign up for like federal grants and shit for school, you gotta fucking do that bullshit. And if you don't do it, they'll deny you it. It's bullshit.
It's pretty great because it gives me an excuse to shoot Arabs. Instead of just, doing it on my free time.
Hey, an MRA just apparently threatened to shut down the group. That's funny.
Oh, okay, I'm gonna check it
Are
out.
we not like men's rights enough? Have we?
Does he seriously think we're a feminist group?
The MRA has become...
Is it like Sandman or something? He's talking about how women are using men for their resources and stuff.
Yeah,
Fucking Sandman.
I don't see it in the group.
the MRAs have become as bad as the feminists now. And I saw it happening back when it was first starting to pick up. It's like, don't go down that route. You're going to have the exact same thing, but you're going to be on the opposite side. You're going to be a bunch of idiots who are saying a bunch of taglines that mean nothing, and then you're going to be blaming all women for the actions of a few women. And what happens?
I don't see that post. Where am I supposed
Oh,
to?
the MRAs are like.
in the YouTube chat.
Oh, the YouTube chat. Oh, I forgot we were live streaming this.
Yeah,
oh
we're
God.
live streaming this.
Oh no, I've
fuck
been saying
yourself.
opinions.
I fucking do my channel and criticize feminism, you cuck.
Oh God,
Fuck
I'm gonna
you.
be found online. They're gonna dox me.
Fuck
Anonymous.
Anonymous.
Anonymous. I like to
Wait
think
a
that
weekend.
Anonymous kind of is pretending they're important.
They ever since Changeology, they in like 2007, they literally have done nothing except pretend to do things.
They always declare war on ISIS, and they declared war on Trump. Didn't
It's
you see
weird.
how it worked?
Yeah, Trump and ISIS are pretty much like the same thing. They both want to make Syria great again, just through like different means.
Yeah, how about attack the fucking American
Somewhat
government?
different.
You know what's
Hillary
weird?
Clinton.
I will say that the dumbest thing that Anonymous ever did was say we're declaring war on ISIS. And it's like, guys, they live in caves. You can't hack AK-47s. Like, you can't shut down their
They don't
thing.
really live in caves. I mean,
Actually,
they live
well,
in freaking cities.
They use social media a lot, so
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Something like
ISIS is actually like massively educated. Like they're the most educated terrorist group on the world. They have
They're
like all
the
like
most educated.
they have like all PhDs and like computer science master's degrees and stuff like that. They're all like
Engineers and doctors and everything else, you know. ISIS is
it's all like
force
the
to be
rich
reckoned with.
kids. Because you know when white rich kids go to college and they get a degree in like Marxism, they go outside and they join.
Sociology.
Gender studies.
They start up like a local. They call up Soros. He gives them some money, and they start up a local Antifa group, and they start like beating up working class people. But when Arab rich kids do the same thing, they instead of starting up their local Antifa, instead of calling Soros, they call the Muslim Brotherhood. And
Hey, everyone in the YouTube chat, I'm sorry real quick. Who here knows John Hillstrom?
He's some guy from the group, isn't he?
Yeah.
The
I
cat boy.
He's Catboy. He's somewhat of a SJW basically.
I hate John Hillstrom.
He was complaining, calling Nigel Farage a cuck for going against the bankers. That was his like literal post. It was
That's,
is
you want to
the
know the extent of every one of John's arguments? LMAO no. That's all he ever posts. He quotes you and then he says LMAO no. That's it.
no. Then he posts those like clip art cat Facebook
He always
things.
posts the fucking cats. Yeah. I'm really like, I would like for those people to engage more in discussions, but I haven't had a single substantive discussions with someone who supports this kind of social justice warrior crap shit. Like they're not capable of holding a conversation about their main topic.
Because everyone knows
Human
you're obviously racist. You're obviously racist, so shut up.
I mean,
I'm racist for different reasons.
Everything is sexist, everything is racist, everything is homophobic, and you have to point it all out. Donations, please!
I mean, it's so bad that fucking some of those pieces of shit assholes on Twitter, like Steve Shives, fucker has people automatically blocked if you follow certain people. It's like, how sheltered are you?
I cannot stand Steve Shives.
But he's losing out. Like he has like views, like 3,000 views on each of his videos. Like no one even fucking watches him anymore. Yeah.
Yeah, because he fucking cucked for social justice. That's
that's like Jeb Bush. That's like Jeb Bush.
Blogger, and he started defending Christianity and Islam.
What's it called? What's the video?
Oh, Steve! Oh, fuck! Okay, I actually know about why he's such a... His wife is, like, a really hardcore abuser.
Oh, yeah!
Okay, I remember this guy. His wife, like, is so abusive to him, and he's so, like, chained to his wife.
He accepts it.
Yeah,
That's pathetic.
He's so pathetic. It's really actually upsetting watching, because I've seen the... Like, I think it was, like, some live stream he did, and she came on.
He was sitting with his wife?
Yeah, and she literally just demeans him and abuses him in public and stuff. It's fucked up.
I believe
he takes it all.
Yeah, the video that I saw, like, she was calling his music collection sexist and saying, "Oh, you're sexist for liking this movie."
Before he listens to a song, he has to go and check it out with her, and she has to listen to it and approve it or not. It's fucked up.
But guys,
that's not true.
It's about
That's not true.
No, he really is, like, he's the most I honestly think someone needs to call someone about his wife and get her, because he is so abused, and it's sad because he'll defend people who like, hey Steve, are you okay? Like, where'd you get those bruises from? And he's like, no, I didn't get them. Go away. I fell down the stairs.
Of a person who has been cut.
Yeah.
Who's that, Steve Shives? Is that who we're talking about, or?
No,
yeah.
John Hillstrom.
Okay, I hate that guy. Oh my god.
John Hillstrom.
He was.
Are we not talking about John Hillstrom?
Yeah, I mean we're talking about cucks, I guess. So.
I mean, who's Steve Shives? I don't know who that is.
It's the he's an atheist guy who was super popular, and then his wife turned out to be like a hardcore intersectional feminist and abused him into submission, and now he's like literally her slave, and it's really fucked up.
And he's one of the characters
his videos seem okay. Oh no, they're not. I'm sorry, I just scrolled.
Like the video,
like even for an SJW, she's an idiot. Like some of the stuff she says, it's like, did you think about that? Like even for an SJW, you're an idiot, and that's saying something.
She's not even attractive.
She's not.
Like, okay, I'm not an Adonis, I'm not attractive, I'm a chubby son of a bitch, but she is ugly.
Well,
I think it appeals really because they see it as, because, evolutionary speaking, there's always been a sort of barking order as far as looks go. Obviously today it doesn't matter as much, but back in the day it used to have a real purpose. That's how you knew who was healthier or not. Today it's mostly just leftovers of that. But
no, it's still important. I mean, it's not.
Yeah, like
nothing matters.
Yeah, most of the things that have to do with looks have to actually do with things like your immune system. Actually, is a really big factor in how you look. If you have a good immune system, like guys who are suffering from some kind of immune deficiency will actually get higher voices.
Yeah, and low testosterone.
Yeah, so it's directly you when you are having a fucked up immune system, your testosterone goes down, and your voice actually goes really high up, and that's why the inverse of that is a really high testosterone guy who has a deep voice, which is why having a deep voice is attractive, because it means you don't get sick all the time. So it means you have a really strong immunity to all the diseases.
And then they see this SJW thing as a way to kind of like shame people for basically doing what they want. It's like if you like someone who's attractive, as long as you're not going around, being like a complete dick to people, who gives a fuck? If you like this person, that person, that's your business.
Oh shit! Have you heard of anti-rape? Like,
yes.
No. The crime of it's basically.
Not sleeping with someone.
Yeah. It's not sleeping with someone because they don't meet some kind of preference of yours. Like
that's entitlement on a whole new level.
Yeah,
like since you don't sleep with me, you're automatically a rapist. Like that's so entitled.
Yeah, they think it should be a just as bad as rape if you don't sleep with like fat women when they ask.
Fat people. Okay, first off, fat people are not universally attractive, and I say that as a fat person. I'm a fat guy, and I don't expect women to love me if I don't match their physical specifications. That's okay. It's okay to not like fat people. We just start pushing that.
Apparently,
I don't know. Sorry, go ahead.
Apparently,
we gotta push that it's okay not to like fat people. It's okay. As a fat person, let me tell the world, it's okay to not like us.
But actually, as a male fat person, you're more likely, to impress a woman through other means than as a fat female person.
Oh, you probably play video games or something, and video games are literally rape.
I play a lot of video games.
I don't think that fat people are necessarily barred from, the dating. Like, okay, yeah, they're somewhat disadvantaged, but I mean, all of that can be changed. It's not like, you're stuck in your situation. Feminism tells these people, oh, it's okay to be, 300 pounds or whatever. You don't have to change. And those people just stay miserable. I mean, why would you want that? Why wouldn't you want that person to be happy and change their lives?
Yeah, it's literally the Black Lives Matter for women. It tells them that instead of trying, you should just sit down and punish others for
or just everyone else before you change.
I mean, here's the thing. Like this movement is being pushed that it's okay to be fat and you don't need to change it. But
not okay to be fat. It's unhealthy for you.
Yeah, it's horrible being fat. I would not wish this on my worst enemy. It's horrible.
Like, no, you don't understand. Health is actually a I'll quote this. Healthism is a conspiracy made by Big Pharma to push their diets on women with a Y all across the world, especially in America. We are being oppressed by this corporate dictatorship, and that's why I'm voting Bernie Sanders.
Yeah, I hate the whole, I don't like big government power. Let me vote for Bernie Sanders.
I mean,
health is a conspiracy. Health is a conspiracy made to push the corporate dictatorship. That's my favorite one.
It's just.
Are you reading from Trigglypuff's page or what?
I think if I was like,
it's some Tumblr post.
You spend a lot of time there, don't you, Yusuf?
Fabio, stop arguing with the people in the chat.
All like the BDSM blogs. That's what it is.
I have to keep the people entertained.
It's just as bad when people tell you, "Oh, you're racist because you don't find certain people from different racial groups."
I'm racist for other reasons.
I get tired of that.
They fucking tell that bullshit.
There's this interesting, interesting controversy with porn. Many porn stars say they won't have sex with black men. And I've seen like feminists like, oh, all these porn stars are so fucking racist.
Oh, Mia Khalifa.
Mia Khalifa is a goddamn angel.
She said, I think she said in some interview that she doesn't want to take a condom off if she finds out the the male talent is black, and everyone like exploded all over it.
Dude, I love Mia Khalifa is such an angel. She's my princess. I love her so much. Not as much as I enjoy other things.
What is your accent, Nick? It's are you from like New York or
Yeah,
Anchor.
I'm from Brooklyn originally.
Brooklyn? Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah,
Yes,
everyone in the chat who's from Brooklyn, give me a oh shit, what up? Put that in the
You
chat.
sound like John Dillinger or something.
Thank you. I've usually been called John Dillinger, that or
Hmm. Or some kind of bootlegger. You probably are a bootlegger.
What the?
oh my god, I'm just listening to my mic right now on the live stream. It's so bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
We've
Not-
been
not
telling
like
you
on
this.
Skype.
You've been torturing us with that.
I'm sorry. Maybe it's because we're streaming it.
It was fine at the very beginning of the stream. I think what's happening is it's probably just feedback. So if you have like a microphone,
Yeah, try
Or, like,
unplugging your
headphones.
mic and then put it back.
I mean, it's a head. Let me try muting it.
if you have headphones, at least the sound won't,
I mean, I'm using a headset.
Oh, well, that's weird then. I don't know.
No, well, he's probably shouting loud enough that the headphones are being picked up by the mic.
Oh,
Honestly.
And it's probably a cheap ass headset.
It's a Logitech.
Oh, well, there's your problem.
Hold on. Mic. Let me
So since we were talking about feminism, I could tell the story of meeting Shan Booty and all these other.
Oh yeah, go through all of the personalities that you've met, and then like who were all of the people that you managed to meet at VidCon.
I've met Veritasium, all the Vsauces. I met Lacey Green.
Oh God.
Ugh.
Matt Pat, Milo Stewart, the Mr. All cis people are transphobic, all straight people are homophobic.
It's Mrs.
Oh,
Don't
yeah.
listen to that fucking little. She's some fucking high school girl who's cut her hair and is like, guys, I'm now trans.
It's so weird.
Oh, that little, yeah, I know who you're talking
Yeah.
about. Milo or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I've seen. Oh my god.
This
That
is why you beat your kids.
That idiot lives in my fucking city. I don't know where, but I know he fucking lives here.
Go on a hunt.
People like that piss off trans people too. Like I actually have. I don't know if I'd call him necessarily a friend. He's not really in the same age bracket as me or anything. An acquaintance who is trans, and he's or I guess she. I don't know. Is very right leaning and gets pissed off at people like that.
Oh yeah, there because the thing is with the trannies, you have like 2% of them that actually like it works out for them. In the 98%, they either kill themselves, become really fucking weird, something happens, or they get really fucked up surgery or something. But there's like 2% of them that actually benefit from it, and they actually look like a girl or a guy, and they actually hate everyone else with a passion because it makes them look bad, and they absolutely detest everyone else. There's a couple YouTubers. I think one of them is actually in our group. One of the YouTubers. It's some guy to girl trans person. But Fabio, I think you have her on your friends list.
A trans person?
Yeah, it's a girl with black hair person who has a YouTube channel.
Not that I know of. No.
They were posting about. They made a post about how much they wanted to like beat some other tranny up because they make everyone look bad or something. It was really funny.
I think a large cause of it too is because of the whole sex change operation. Because the hormone part's, relatively speaking, easy. We understand it. It usually goes off without too much of a hitch. But then people get the downstairs changed, and we can't do that yet. It's basically, I'm not going to say cheap, it's very expensive imitation that does nothing that the real thing does, and it basically destroys what is down there. And so they get the change, but the change doesn't actually give them the feeling of being female. It's like you have a flesh pocket underneath you now.
And then they just expect you to just treat them like they were born a man or a woman. It's just like, no, you weren't. It's
Oh,
not the same
most
thing.
kill themselves after the surgery because this is what you don't just have 5 senses, you have like 20 or something. But one of the senses is the sense of where your body parts are located, so you could still know that your hands are in front of you even if you close your eyes. But the
Yeah.
thing is, there's a couple of mental syndromes where that sense becomes really fucked up. So there have been cases where people like cut off their hands because they become convinced that their hand isn't actually theirs anymore, or they like I identify as a one-handed person. Or there was a case where a woman poured bleach in her eyes because she didn't think like her eyes were hers or something like stuff like that. But the thing is, immediately after you do it, your brain fixes the problem.
Yeah.
So then they realize, oh shit, that was mine, and they usually kill themselves.
See, what we need to do, like what they need to do is wait for the technology to catch up. Wait until we can actually grow, like organically print these parts, because then they'll be the real deal. They won't be a expensive imitation that does
Yeah,
nothing.
if you could like 3D print a giant dick, that would just end society right there, because that would... No one. It would be like the Idiocracy, where they literally stopped. They stopped producing any science, and all they did was focus on hair loss, like creams, and like Viagra that makes you fuck for like days without dying.
Well, luckily, you don't have to worry about that because, contrary to popular opinion, the size of your dick is actually not really controlled by the dick itself. In fact, the bigger the flaccid, that's going to sound gross, the bigger the flaccid dick you have, the harder it is, because the more blood it takes to pump into there. And so, ironically,
Have like a tank on your back, just full of blood, just a big barrel on your back.
yeah, and it can get like to ridiculous. Like the guy who had the longest dick in the world is like this tiny pencil dick that can't even get hard.
All right.
So he's a woman.
Has reached a good quality of discussion.
Oh no, we interrupted Fabio with penises. Fabio,
I was telling you the story of VidCon, and you talk about plastic dicks.
Yeah. What is?
No, I'm just joking. It's okay. No, it's fine. I mean, I don't.
Let's go. Yeah, Fabio's into that, guys.
Yeah, I like plastic.
I've seen it with my own eyes.
So you met Lacey Green.
So okay, wait. Let's go through. What was your experience with Lacey Green? What did she say? What happened with that? What was she doing?
Lacey Green was on the big stage. So unfortunately, like she had a 1-hour talk, and she basically she started out with trigger warning, of course.
Oh God.
What I also like noticed from the beginning was a lot of people had like signs, like little stickers on their T-shirts and stuff, saying, "Please use my pronouns" or something, right? And people saying "sir," "sir," and "sar" and whatever, all that shit. And I've heard about that people like want those pronouns to be used on the internet or something. I haven't actually like met people that are like that. But the crowd was full of those people. And yeah, Lacey Green was, she talked about her YouTube channel. She talked a lot about how she started out, and at some point she mentioned that she gets attacked a lot on the internet. I was like, oh, okay.
Okay, wait. I have 2 questions to that. Yeah. Where did she say she started out, and who did she say she gets attacked by?
So she, how exactly did she phrase it?
Because I've actually like, I know her from when she was like really young, and just starting her original YouTube things on different channels.
She really didn't tell the story in detail. Like she only like talked about how she kept trying and she had multiple projects and like I didn't listen too carefully, honest to that. She just had a lot of stuff going on and all the stuff she stopped doing and she had different channels as well. So I don't know. You probably even know more than me about that
Hear
than I
me?
do.
I can explain it if you can hear me.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. What she does, she takes things out. She takes. There's a difference between a threat and a threatoid,
Fuck,
right?
it's tea
So
time.
Right, for example, if we tell someone that I hope you get run over by a bus, that is not a threat. So someone will say to her, "You're an ugly cunt. No one wants to rape you, you ugly cunt." She'll go, "Oh no, I've just been threatened with rape." So she's a lying cunt. Right?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
telling someone that you don't want to rape them is actually worse than telling them. I've heard this by an actual like woman before, that if you tell a woman you don't want to rape her, that's actually worse than telling her you do want to rape her, because
Makes no fucking sense.
But see,
you're degrading her by saying her body's not even worth rape.
That's the
Well,
problem.
that's like saying rape is a good thing, or like.
Wait, what is not?
And they don't. Rape isn't fucking sexual. It's about control.
No,
What?
rape is sexual. That's a feminist. That's feminist bullshit again. Most rape victims are the most attractive, most fertile women. Sorry, you're more likely to be raped if you're more attractive. So the whole feminist concept, rape is not about sex. It's fucking nonsense. Rape is sex acquired via violence, often by either psychopaths or very disparate, deranged men.
Yeah, if you're gonna be raped, it's like within, I think, like 3 years of your life, during when you have like your peak fertility rate, your rating it suddenly spikes. So, other than those times in your life, you have like zero chance of ever getting raped, even if you hang around rapists.
but aren't there really young women that are raped as well? Like, I mean, at least that's what I just hear, right? Like a lot of like 14-year-olds at that time, that women get raped.
Yeah, it's when your fertility first like has this massive spike is when the people who would actually rape suddenly get it. It's like pedophiles with their age thing.
Yeah, and to basically sum it up, if you look like Scarlett Johansson, people are going to want to rape you. If you look like Angela Merkel, no one wants to fucking rape you at all.
You're gonna get killed if you look like Merkel.
There's a very obvious way to, and I didn't see this from like feminists. This is something that like I've always known, that's always been in the medical community and whatnot. Is that if that was true, you would never, or extraordinarily rarely, less so than it is now, see people who are outside of those zones getting raped. But the fact is that you do have people outside of that peak fertility that get raped, and plus you have obviously male on male and whatnot, when neither one of them is homosexual.
Oh, but that's bullshit. That's bullshit. If your penis gets hard and you fuck someone up the arse, you're sexually attracted to them. You've got homosexual tendencies.
You realize that it's not just sexual attraction that makes the male penis hard, though, right?
There's weird ways in which you can explain away, because in the army and in jail you have people who are 100% heterosexual molesting other heterosexuals.
They're not heterosexual then.
No, they are, because it's about control. It's not about.
No. They get off. No, they get some sort of sexual enjoyment from it. I'm sorry, they've got some homosexual traits in them. That's nonsense. That whole concept.
They'll get sexual enjoyment. They get power enjoyment. They get a power.
I can tell you. Some of the biggest fags out there. Some of the biggest fags out there are masculine men.
When you're able to rape someone, that's like the ultimate expression of power, aside from killing them. The only way you can get more power over someone is by killing them, and that is
they still get sexual enjoyment out of it.
But how about it both?
Well, you might get stimulation out of it, but that doesn't mean that it's okay. And I mean, this happens with women too. Women get raped and they still orgasm.
Let me explain something to you. Let me explain something to you. All the gay for pay men are bottoms. right? They take it up the arse. But it's easier to take it up the arse passively than it is to chump up with someone when you're straight and stick it up their arsehole, right? So these guys who are in prison who are raping other men with their penis, to me, they're definite homosexuals or bisexuals. I'm sorry.
See, I would say that the medical evidence, and this predates any modern feminist movement, the medical evidence shows that there is little to no actual sexual component to it. It's all about, because whenever something like that occurs, you place a hold on that person's mind, depending on their susceptibility to it, that no other action that you can ever do places over their mind. It's like whenever you have someone that just mercilessly cuts someone up but doesn't kill them and then keeps haunting them afterwards. It's that control over a person's mind they're trying to get. In prison, you have a collection, not always but often, of the worst psychopaths possible, the worst sociopaths, the worst of this and that, and they want to establish their control and their dominance over others, and they do this by establishing a hold over your mind. And for a straight male to
And
get
your asshole.
terrifying, like it's bad enough for females, but I think really with male on male, because of our mindset, like and this is more or less a construct, our whole male, what's the word I want? Fuck, I can't think of the word, but like
Patriarchy?
our need to be in
Patriarchy.
control, essentially, it's violating that need to be in control. And the more alpha male-ish that person is, the more control that rapist is basically harvesting from them.
As convoluted to me. Sorry, I'm sorry. If your dick gets hard and you stick it up a man's arse and you enjoy fucking them, right? There's an aspect of that person who's gay.
But what if you don't enjoy that it's the male
Are you sexually
asshole,
attracted
but
to your
you enjoy the
hand?
control that you're having over this person?
They should get some enjoyment from it. They must do. I'm sorry.
Are you sexually attracted to your hand?
I don't.
My palm is pretty curvy.
What it boils down to is this: you're in prison. There ain't no bitches around.
Yeah.
You're gonna fuck a guy. That's the only
you're not.
option you have.
No, you're not. Not
Yeah,
unless
yes,
you've
you
got
will.
homosexual
Yes, you
traits
fucking
already.
will. When you
That's an
are in
excuse.
prison,
Situational homosexuality is an
Are you
excuse.
sexually attracted to your hand?
Yeah, but that's different. That's not
How
the
is
same.
it different? You're sticking your dick in your hand and you're rubbing it off. Are you sexually attracted to your hand?
No, but it's different.
Yes or no?
I love this conversation is going.
Are you sexually attracted to your hand?
Sir,
Not do
sir,
anything.
are you sexually attracted to your hand?
Oh my god.
did you have sexual relations with that hand?
If you are not sexually attracted to your hand, then my logic stands.
No, it doesn't.
Something else is providing the stimulation.
Your hand.
in this case.
Your hand.
No,
Is
come
your
on,
hand is
mate. Come on, mate. That's far-reaching right there. Come on.
Anyway, why don't we talk a little bit more about the shootings or whatever. So
Oh wait, no, we were gonna. That's next. We're gonna.
Yeah.
I was gonna explain Lacey's history, and then
Yeah,
Fabio was.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fabio was gonna talk about the next person after I'm done explaining Lacey's history. So Lacey comes from like one of those backwater, really like closed off towns, and the entire town is like super Mormon-y, like one of those hardcore Mormon towns. And Lacey was a hardcore Mormon. Like she wanted to become one of the high-ranking members of the church, but when she tried to, that particular Mormon church didn't allow women into the church, and she felt super betrayed by her like religion for not allowing her into the church, and she basically became like the most angsty rebel teen that you could possibly become.
She was a cam whore for a time.
Yeah. I remember her back when she was young.
She was looking back then.
She would just have like the joint and be like, "Fuck my dad! I fucking hate those guys. They won't let me join the church and things." So then she got involved in the atheist community, and then she went off to college. But the thing is, though, she was when someone is hardcore religious in that sort of way, and there are a lot of atheists in the atheist community who are like this, and this is a big problem. This is actually a massive problem in the atheist community, is that people who are like religious fanatics that then leave that religion, they are still fanatics. They have just switched gods, and that's the problem. When like Matt Dillahunty, if anyone remembers, he was a fanatic preacher or priest or something before he left. Now he is a fanatic for Atheism Plus, and if anyone doesn't know, that's the Atheism Plus radical SJW stuff. Yeah.
I still like Matt Dillahunty. I just don't think that he's accurate on social issues. So I can appreciate his dialogue on
him. I've had a talk with him, and he's blocked me because I suggested that he's been indoctrinated to a cult, and he went on a fucking rage, and he blocked everyone.
I do feel like as someone who was very religious, and also as someone who, I was very religious in the past too, I do feel like that
you have a tendency to fall into that old thinking pattern.
Yeah. Because what makes you religious, or what makes you feel more, how's the word called, perceptible to being religious, is being part of something, of a bigger team, fighting for the good side, fighting for the righteous side, and things like that. So it's easy to switch those things, like, from religion to the good cause of social justice warriorism, So I do feel like that's an accurate thing to say, yeah.
There's a lot of, I like to see, a study done on atheists, because I know that it's very heavily weighted towards liberalism and, particularly, left-wing authoritarianism in atheism.
Oh, that's where people bitch about the alt-right, is the Christians bitch about the alt-right, is because the alt-right is, mostly secular, and there's a surprising number of gays in the alt-right, even though the alt-right hates the gays, but there's a large majority of the gays who also hate the gays in the alt-right.
So hate gay culture, right? Who hate
they want no gay marriage. They want to basically go back in the closet because they thought it was more fun there. But yeah, the secular atheists seem to fall into the alt-right, and all of the other atheists seem to go Atheism Plus route.
No, I disagree with that though. Honestly, I think personally a lot. So when this whole Atheist Plus thing happened,
or the classical liberalism, I missed that.
Yeah.
There's three groups. You fall into one of three groups.
The whole split of the regressive left and classical liberalism happened sort of because of social justice warrior were pushing into atheism, right? So
yeah, they banned Richard Dawkins from every convention, and he's like, "Fuck you guys, I'll start up my own place."
And this is how I basically became aware of this the authoritarianism of social justice warriors. I was following Richard Dawkins, I was following Sam Harris, and I don't agree with them on all things, but just the way they were treated, just for having different opinions, they kind of made me wake up to this, kind of what the fuck is wrong with you guys, So I think, and the whole term regressive left, it comes from Majid Nawaz, who had a discussion with Sam Harris. So this whole anti-regressive left movement within the left is born out of the Atheism Plus.
I don't trust him.
Who didn't you trust?
The Majid guy, because I don't trust anyone who was a religious fanatic of any type. I don't trust neo-Nazis. I don't trust anyone to just give that up, because what happened with Lacey, the next part of Lacey's story, is that she went to college and she joined a hardcore feminist cult, which was literally they were more extreme than the Mormons, and
so she became an unmarriageable harridan.
Yeah, but it was they actually, this is where the death threats she's talking about came from, because it's not guys sending her death threats. These were actually girls coming outside her house they were like driving out for like days just to find her house and fuck with her and do stuff, because what they found out is that they found her old channel in when she was a young girl, complaining about how the church doesn't let her smoke weed and she can't become a pastor and stuff like that. When she was a young girl, and they found her channel, they found out, they went through every single video of hers, and that's a fuck ton of videos. She was blogging like every day. Turns out they found a video where she says, I think she calls someone a tranny, and she thought that was the correct word because that's what her parents and everyone in her community calls them. She didn't know that transgender was she thought tranny was the technical term. So she was using this the whole time, and she's talking about we need tranny rights and we need that. So they actually came by her house and tried to fucking kill her because of a video she made when she was like 15, saying the word tranny over and over again, talking about how we need it was fucked up. She had to go into hiding, and she returned, I think, like a year later and joined another feminist group, but this one wasn't. This was like the Lacey Doe kind of feminist. I think, Fabio, do you know who that person is? Yeah, this was like the Lacey Doe sort of like polyamory and orgies and sex toys and weed feminist camp, where true women's liberation lies in having consensual.
Being a whore.
Yeah, lies in orgies every day.
But going back on the religious thing, I think it also depends on like how they ended up being a religious fanatic. Because some people, the reason why I say this is because when I was younger, I actually used to be a fundamentalist Christian. Probably one of the most fundamentalist sects you can find among
Which one?
Independent Fundamental Baptist.
Okay.
Oh,
Fabio was like a hardcore like
Jehovah's Witness.
Oh yeah, Jehovah's Witness don't have anything on Baptists, not Independent Baptists.
Well, Jehovah's Witness hate everyone, so.
And for me though, I was just indoctrinated into it. It's all I knew, because a lot of people like me. Now, first of all, I want to say I do actually like homeschooling as a concept, but in my case, it was used as a way to keep me from being, in their words, polluted by the public school system.
Gotta keep that tinfoil on.
And when you're raised in a system like that, you don't realize that there's alternate viewpoints. I did not realize, to me, evolution was this ridiculous pseudoscience that had no proof for it. The Grand Canyon was obviously proof of a flood. All that kind of stuff straight down the line, that you associate with like Ken Ham or Kent Hovind or any of those. And unless you have like basically a moment where you stop and think, luckily for me, I'm a naturally against the tide kind of person. I don't give a fuck what people think about me, and it's my natural personality, which means that I'm more likely to abandon. It has its bad sides too, but the good side is that I'm more likely to abandon a viewpoint that I hold very closely, because.
And to tie in what you're saying with that to social justice, I think that's what separates you and pretty much everyone here. I think we don't give a fuck, is that we don't care what other people think, and that's why we're not affected by the rhetoric of social justice. It doesn't affect us. We don't care if people call us transphobes or whatever, all that bullshit. We don't care.
Yeah.
Damn anti-Semitics.
But that was an interesting thing you mentioned, because I could relate to that too. So I was raised Catholic actually, and how young people, they rebel against their parents, and what I did, like some people become atheists to rebel against their religious parents, and I met some Jehovah's Witnesses who I kind of like,
Yeah, that's the new edge.
That's
the new edge. It's like
you got more religious to rebel. That's funny.
Yeah.
Mom is a egalitarian atheist, so I'm gonna join ISIS and blow up gays.
Well, what mattered to me, I think, was that I felt like Christians were hypocrites because, like, you know, like there's none of that. Like, there's no Pope in the Bible. There's no like all these institutions and shit, right? And then the Jehovah's Witnesses came up and be like, hey, look, we're actually doing what the fucking Bible teaches. You know, we're actually like, if someone offers us blood, you know, if someone offers us blood, even if we're gonna die for our belief. You know, and at that point it was really appealing to me because they were going through with it. You know, if I thought, you know, if there is a God, and the Bible is true, then I'll better fucking do what's in there. You know, I can just pretend.
Yeah,
and cherry pick
Jehovah's
what's in
Witnesses
there.
are total fucking edgelords. I have
Yeah.
a lot of them in my town. They come by my house like all the time, and they try to perform an exorcism. They thought I was like the evil.
Well, you are evil, so that would make sense, wouldn't it?
So yeah, I can definitely relate to that, and but I never always was 100% in there. Like I realized that I always had one leg out of this whole ideology thing because I did do it to be edgy and counter mainstream. You know, like, oh,
And
I'm
that
gonna
was
show my parents by being so fucking religious that it's gonna come out of their head. You know?
Yeah,
and that
being
was,
progressive
that was you really
hipster.
lucky then, because
So wait, are you guys Christians or are you guys atheists?
I don't think
I'm an
anyone is really.
I'm an
affected
atheist,
You're an atheist?
Atheist.
definitely.
I'm an atheist crusader. I support support the Crusades, and we should have a state religion, but no one should take it seriously.
so like Anglicanism.
That might work.
How about you, Dave Schaefer? Are you Christian or atheist or
I'm a heathen.
a heathen? Okay. Well, everybody's a heathen.
Are you one of those like black metal pagan bands?
No,
That
I
kind of
was
heathen?
I was in a black metal band and I am a pagan, but I am not one of them black metal pagan bands. Funny guy.
It's
So what
always
kind of
black
thing
metal.
are you? Like, is it like a specific ancient religion or?
Yeah, well, under the umbrella of heathenism, you have several different paths. You have, you know, your Germanic mainland heathenism. You have your Scandinavian heathenism, which is called Asatru. Here in Pennsylvania, where I live, we have a Pennsylvania Dutch version of heathenism called Erglave. There's hundreds of different paths that you can do.
That's interesting. So, do you actually like believe in that supernatural stuff, or is it more like the philosophy that attracts you to it?
It's half and half for me. It's like I call myself a pseudo-theist because to be honest, I don't even know. Like I've had certain kind of spiritual feelings that I can't, you know, just say that I didn't have because I am somewhat of a skeptic still. However, I do believe very strongly in my faith, and I believe in the philosophies of. Mainly, I started out doing it as a cultural thing because first I was, you know, my mom's a Roman Catholic, and then I became a fucking LaVey Satanist, edgelord, douchebag, and then which was pretty much just being just an excuse for me to, like, you know, rip people off on 20 bags of coke and fucking break into cars and shit. But then I became a fucking, you know, like a Richard Dawkins douchebag jerk off fucking buzz phrase atheist.
Have you even read The God Delusion, you twats?
Oh my god. Yeah, we got all these hordes of atheists now, and they're just I have friends that are,
t-shirts.
yeah, I have friends that are agnostic or atheists or whatever, and they're critical thinking, intelligent, you know, insightful people. But the overwhelming majority of people that call themselves atheists are just as dogmatic and obnoxious as any jerk-off Christian. It's ridiculous.
Agree.
This is why I
confused.
think we actually need a state religion. This is because this is what I was saying. I made a post about this, that human beings are not naturally critical thinkers. We don't have the main portion of our thinking is very unrational, so only a few percentage of people are genuine rational people. Like you have Richard Dawkins, Sam Harris. There I can't remember the.
I actually think Richard Dawkins is a tool.
He's
Richard-
just an asshole.
Kind of a douchebag.
He's a big pussy. I feel like I could just take his lunch money.
He's a loud he's a British asshole.
He's not loud. That's the thing. He's like snarky and fucking timid. It's just, I don't punch him in his face.
If he was American, he wouldn't be able to pull it off. It's because he has a British accent, so he can sound snarky and get away with it. Because British accent.
He's just legitimately mean though. Sometimes, like I've watched him, say to people that they're just delusional or crazy or whatever, and
that's why all the people who imitate him are fucking insane. Because he's rude, but he actually is like a smart person, but then everyone who's not smart and imitates him is like those fucking fedora where they have like fedoras, they have Sonic Go t-shirts.
They're
faggots. Like I remember watching that thing of it was in the news. Somebody robbed a church, and the only thing that they got like to identify him was a fedora, a trench coat, and a Sonic Go t-shirt.
Don't hate on trench coat.
Some Mountain Dew and some Hot Pockets.
What a faggot.
But isn't the stereotype of wearing a fedora like it's literally a stereotype on each side?
No, it's real. It's real. I've seen thousands of people wear like.
But I've heard feminists. I heard feminists saying that anti-feminists wear fedoras. I heard anti-feminists say that male feminists wear fedoras. It's a stereotype, and the libertarians wear fedoras too, right? Everyone wears a fucking fedora.
Libertarians.
Awesome.
Oh my god.
No, but the fedora thing is actually is a legit stereotype. Because it's true. I don't know about the libertarians being wearing fedoras. Oh no, wait. I've heard that. I've heard that. This is libertarians are furries who love to wear fedoras because there is a couple furries in the furry community who are very vocal libertarians and who literally put like references to like, hey, taxation is theft in like their weird furry porn art.
That's amazing, actually.
It's fucking hilarious.
Is furry a thing or is it a joke?
No, it's a thing. There's thousands of people who go to conventions in furry suits and stuff. They got gassed, actually. It was really funny. With the chlorine leak. Someone leaked chlorine into a furry convention to try and kill them. That happened. They never caught him too. So the furry killer is still out there.
I'm surprised.
Hopefully next time he'll succeed.
No, I want it to be some like exterminator that just went crazy. I really want it to be that.
All these fucking people in fox suits, he just got triggered, and he just started.
What do they do? Is it just like a fucking goofy thing that they do, like the
No, they're really fucked up. Is
it like a sexual thing?
It's both.
Yeah,
it's really fucked up. There's like there's a lot of them who are like into weird shit as well. Like for some reason, with going along with being a furry, seems to have a high correlation with a few other weird fetishes, which may actually be related. There should be some research into this, but no one has ever researched into.
I'm pretty sure some people researched it. Furry studies 101.
For some reason, the people who wear diapers and the water sports people who piss on each other and I think the bondage people, all of those groups, you'll literally see like there'll be stands at like furry conventions or something. Who's this Jew?
Gross.
No, I think some of that might be because they're all generally rejected by society, so I think they tend to gather together.
All the social media. Yeah, that actually has a point. They're all really fucking weird people.
I mean, if you're gonna gas somebody, fucking gas Anita Sarkeesian.
No, because then you'll elevate her to messiah status, and
martyr.
She's literally gonna be water.
No, but then I don't have to see her
and we'll never hear the end of it.
She's already like, there are people who literally have said Anita Sarkeesian is like my prophet, unironically. So
Lisa Sarkeesian He doesn't believe what she's peddling, right?
Oh, the British is back.
Oh.
It's so hard to understand.
I understand him.
Well, I mean,
I understand him.
everyone knows that Jonathan
Yeah, I understand.
McIntosh writes her fucking
I'm not
script.
posh. I'm just my accent is not posh by British standards.
Michael Miassan, what?
It's posh by our standards.
It's
Yeah.
no,
American-
it's posh by
right.
British standards. Don't fucking lie. I know a ton of Brits. None of them are
depends
that
what part-
hard.
No, it depends what part of It depends what part, really. In London,
Bristol.
not really.
You sound like an aristocrat.
Can you say Harry Potter for me?
Harry Potter.
Harry Potter.
You are sitting in a mansion right now with a castle to your right, and you have a manservant holding your laptop in front of you, while a maid is, I don't know,
Like dusting your teacups.
yeah, dusting your teacups.
And if I was that posh, I'd be getting laid right now. So. I'm getting
How's that
high-cost
posing
prostitutes.
that 3% tax on the Americans going?
That's the fucking French. They should have butted out. So. You got I tell you what, I love it when Americans take the piss out of the French, because Americans owe the French a debt. So.
Yeah, but then we bailed their asses out in World War II. So
And Vietnam? What do we owe the French? Fuck the French.
Yeah, we have repaid the
Vietnam.
French.
They are a bunch of fags.
But the freedom, the Statue
Yeah,
of Liberty.
shut up. We liberated Paris.
Yeah.
So what, Dave? What do you think about Brexit then, though? Did you vote in favor?
I didn't vote at all because I felt like I wasn't informed enough to vote on the subjects. But I think it's a bad idea actually, because I looked into it after we exited, and we're not going to gain anything out of it. What's going to happen? To trade with Europe, we're going to be forced to sign trade treaties, right? We're going to have to allow European citizens to settle, because Norway has to they're not part of the EU, but they still have to let European citizens settle. They have to sign these trade agreements. So basically, we're going to gain nothing out of it, except we're going to lose all the benefits. The Brexit was pointless.
I'm not British.
I'm saying all the trade treaties we're going to have to sign.
The thing about the trade agreements they're going to get fucked by the EU is going to impose super harsh trade agreements in revenge for trying to get away from their Jewing.
They're not going to be able to.
It's not even that. Even if we get good trade agreements, it's not going to change things. Leaving the EU is pointless, and we're going to lose our privileges.
Well, Mr. Britt, have you seen the I'm going to call you Mr. Britt until I figure out what your name is. Have you seen the YouTube channel? Oh fuck, what's his name? He's another British guy.
Sargon?
Yeah,
Sargon
Sargon. Sargon of Akkad's videos.
Jugon of Akkad of Israel.
He's a cunt. He's a cunt. He's basically, I don't agree with you, therefore you're an ideologue. That's his all.
My problem with Sargon is that he's turned individualism into a religion.
Yeah, well, it's an ideology, basically.
Yeah,
all that aside, what do you think of his Brexit arguments, though? Like, as another Brit,
I didn't bother watching him.
I'm an outsider in this.
Arguments on Brexit, because he's an idiot. I've stopped watching him. He's a moron.
I haven't seen his videos lately. I'm really backlogged with his stuff.
Well, you should.
The thing is, I tell you what happened with him. Let me explain, because I know this for a fact. He used to hang around MGTOW channels, posting supportive comments, and he was really small. Okay, this is really compelling, right? He used to go to all the highbrow channels with all the good content. Then when he married a single mother, he suddenly changed his tune, and he was anti-MGTOW, and he was like, "Oh, you're just ideologues. You're just extremists. You're just as bad as the feminists." He changed his tune because he married a single mother. So
yeah, that was so funny when I saw the YouTube comments actually when he married the single mother. Everyone was like, "Ha, you're getting cucked," and he didn't understand.
Yes.
Before I started following them.
You want to fuck a single mother, okay? If you want to have a relationship with one, that's one thing. But marrying one, right? And I find it incestuous, right? When you get involved with a single mother, you're butting in the relationship between the kids and the father. That's just wrong to me. That's just wrong. So.
Unless the father's like completely estranged, because that sometimes happens.
Yeah, but it's usually the mother estranging them. So you're
You
endorsing that.
gotta go through Trisha's method and let them die in the gutter.
Yes.
So
Gone and done.
with Brexit, how are you enjoying the fall of the pound? How's that going?
Didn't it go back up?
No, it's crashing. The fucking pound is just dropping.
What?
Well,
I thought it went back up.
Yeah,
It's
it
gonna
went
go
up to
back up. Right now is a really good time to buy pounds. So if you're trying to make some quick money, go buy some pounds. It's gonna go back up.
I bought like I'm a total I imitate the Jews as much as possible in order to gain power over them. I bought a shit ton of fucking pounds right when Brexit happened at like super cheap.
Well, the thing is, I'm unemployed. I'm looking for work, and this Brexit is just gonna make things harder for me. I was planning on getting jobs.
No, just deport all the Muslims and then take their jobs.
Yeah, that's nothing to do with the EU, isn't it?
How high is your guys' corporate tax rate?
Hmm?
How high is your corporate tax rate in Britain?
No idea. It's pretty low though. So.
Well, then industry should be pouring in.
But they're fleeing the country.
That's right-wing. That's right-wing American economics, which is bullshit. You've been.
Get the fuck out of here. We have the highest corporate tax rate in the world. That's why all our shit goes pouring out. And that's why everybody jerks off about porn.
Get out of my chat,
Get the fuck out of here, you British.
American. Okay.
You know what just happened? You know what happened 300 years ago, a couple weeks ago? We kicked your ass because you guys are a bunch of faggots. British cuck telling me it's bullshit, right? You guys are cucking yourselves into fucking non-existence, letting all these fucking Muslims pour in, just splicing yourselves. A bunch of fucking
I'm an outsider, but I think Brexit will be good long term for England because y'all won't be oppressed.
No. I'll tell you what. It could be in theory. The problem is the EU is used as a scapegoat for all the bad policies that the British introduced themselves. All the immigration coming from these Bangladeshi countries for years and decades is not the EU. It's the British government doing it to itself. The EU is a fucking scapegoat.
No, I agree with that. Yeah.
They're being accepted by Germany, and when they're accepted by Germany, they gain access to the rest of the EU, which until
no, that's not accurate. England is not in the Schengen agreement, so they can't just go to England. The only way they could go there would be if they get German citizenship, and
that's what I mean.
The way it works is that the way the exploit works is that people were getting a full citizenship in like a really easy to get citizenship country, and then they were. This is the argument that people were making, that people were spending like 2 years in some country where they could get citizenship really, really easy in, and then they were moving to Britain because.
I don't think that actually happened.
Over the long term, most Muslim immigration has been allowed by the British government outside of the EU. So this is just scapegoating. We've had loads of Muslim immigrants. We've got much more Muslim immigrants.
Well, it's both. You guys should kick out your fucking government and should also kick the EU. Your government is also garbage.
Well, the EU is not a democratic institution. Whenever the rules that they make. Y'all are not the United States. Y'all have not established states as being your European states as being under this government. Y'all still have your sovereign powers. So this EU is making these laws that your local governments are not capable of returning once they're made, and the people that they're made by are not necessarily representing the interests of the EU nations.
Well, here's the problem that I see with the argument about immigration. What the fuck's going on with Calais? I mean, Calais right there is a prime example of how the British don't get hardly any of the fucking dregs of, Europe coming into their fucking country. They're all in at the port of Calais, and they can't go anywhere. They've been there for fucking 20 years.
Well,
which part of it is Calais in?
It's northern France. It's like right on the channel. It's the shortest link.
Okay.
It's the
shortest jungle to England. They call it the jungle because all the refugees are camping outside, and it's pretty fucked up.
I think.
The refugees are like burning France to the ground. It's really funny.
And the fucking French won't get a damn backbone and kick them the fuck out.
I love Switzerland. Switzerland is awesome.
Okay, do you know what? Americans seem to watch videos from the nut job Black Pigeon Speaks. He's got very alarmist videos about immigration, and they seem to take that as gospel and the truth for some weird reason. And Americans for some reason are fucking fixated on Muslims. Right? You got less than 1% of your population is Muslim.
Because Muslims are the greatest danger to the
Yo,
Western.
Mr. British, do you need somebody to come over and fuck your wife for you? Because I'll do that.
Need we remind?
Fucking cuck. Jesus Christ.
I mean, for fuck's sake.
What is gospel truth? What the fuck are you on about?
Well, women do not want you anymore. Women do not want you anymore. Women do not want babies. Women do not want their men anymore. And Americans have to go cut because they're projecting. And they're upset they've been rejected by the women, right?
Maybe over there, maybe you have it over here.
Let's go back to
Steve,
it's the single greatest
Schaefer.
Who are the killers of Charlie Hebdo?
What happened?
Who killed the people at Charlie Hebdo? Who killed them?
It was some guy. It was Al Qaeda in Arab Peninsula.
And
Average Arab.
And what are they? Muslim fucking terrorists.
Average Arab behavior.
Yeah, Islam, moderate Islam, is the greatest
Doesn't
thing
exist.
because that's how they sneak in their ideology and then they start getting radicalized.
This is how Islam works. You have different groups. You have true moderates, okay, which are basically the same thing as Christians who only are Christians because they celebrate Christmas.
Yeah.
They don't actually buy into the God. They don't actually celebrate it. They drink all the time. They have sex all the time. I know a lot of these people. They literally are Muslim because they celebrate the holidays and nothing else. Then you have...
So they're basically secular, right?
Yeah,
like, even though
they are.
religious,
They're Muslims who are secular. So then the next group who is... so this is like in terms of like how bad they are. So at the bottom of the bad scale, you have the secular Muslims. The next group up is the...
I'm sick of Americans acting like Arabs and Muslims are just this evil that's come from nowhere. Every time...
No,
Muslim
they didn't
countries
come
have
from
tried to-
nowhere. They came from the desert. We've known this for like 6,000
No. America has a history of backing radical Muslim terrorist groups.
No, that's America's fault, and America should fucking stop that. That pisses me off.
I've got the perfect
But
answer.
saying that the Muslims aren't at fault because America gives them...
Have you heard of the Barbary Corsair Wars?
No.
That's 18th century, if I remember correctly.
That doesn't matter. The Barbary Corsair Wars were an example of where radical Islam attacked us first. We didn't even have a presence in the world outside of the colonies, and they started attacking us.
The Moorish invasions.
Sorry. Before the Crusades?
Wait. Can I finish my explanation of the circles of of the badness? So
let's hear the explanation because I think actually that's pretty accurate. So let's hear that.
The next group up is the reformers. Okay, so these are people who follow Islam, but they think everyone in Islam is like really evil, and they want to reform it because it's being used by authoritarian jihadists.
But why would you reform it if it doesn't reform?
Because these are the people who are raised in like Britain, and they go to like British universities and stuff like that, and then they move to their home country, and they're like, why the fuck are you people blowing each other up? Why aren't you guys having debates like we had in my hometown in Bristol? Why are you guys cutting off each other's heads? This doesn't make any sense. So like you'll find that all of the reformers are people who went to like usually British universities. That's almost the entire group right there.
So why are all these terrorist attacks happening from second, third generation Muslims? Like those guys.
Because this is the next group because they aren't this is the next group. The third generation sort of they're the equivalent of basically the college kids who are from like wealthy families who go and take like bullshit courses, and instead of becoming SJWs, they become jihadists. Now, so the next group up, in terms of how bad they are, is the average Muslim, and these are people who support basically everything in the Quran, but they don't think they should force other people to do it. But
they're enforcing them on their own people, basically.
But no, this is the but. They will vote for someone who openly says they will enforce it.
They're Islamists.
Yeah, no. The Islam is the next part,
Yeah.
because the Islamists are the next one up after the average Muslim is Islamists. These are people who openly practice something called civilization jihad, where they infiltrate institutions and try and get them to change the laws inside that institution to favor Muslims over other people. And they infiltrate these institutions mainly through the voting support of the average Muslims. Now, the next group up here is the sort of the rebel fighter person who they're not like insane, but they're very violent and they want to spread Islam through the sword. Now, and so that doesn't really need an explanation. The next group up after that is the crazy jihadists, and they're the people who was it Al Qaeda that they went to Afghanistan, they banned women from education and stuff like that.
No, that was the Taliban.
Yeah.
Taliban, that's it. So that's those guys. So they want to put all women in completely segregated everything. They want like beheadings for disagreeing with them.
Wear the niqab and shit.
Yeah, they want to basically rape, kill, and murder the entire planet, and they openly want to kill off the entire planet except them. So that's
all of this, yeah.
So that's the sort of like ranking upwards of how bad they get. About 85% of the Muslim community is somewhere in the bad zone. The actual moderate and reformist Muslims make up something like only like 14% of the total Muslim population.
So
Don't kick them all out.
So, Mr.
About
Britt,
200 million. 200 million are in that sphere of secular, liberal Muslims.
Yeah,
Out of
and
1.6 billion.
yeah.
Mr. Britt.
I'd go even further and say that the moderate Muslims should be included in the bad sphere because their influence is not positive.
Yeah, they are in the bad. I include them in the bad sphere because the thing is, the Islamists are things like the Muslim Brotherhood. They are people who are very educated, very rich. But the thing is, they wouldn't be able to get elected if they didn't go to like the town square and say, "Hey, who wants who here likes this book?" And everyone's like, "Oh, I like that book." They say, "Oh, well, you like this book too? Well, you should vote for me because all of the other people who are running for mayor are white people, and they don't like this book. They don't follow Islam, but I do, and all of the normal Muslims vote for that person in." And then, cause when you look at that mayor of London, you had insane voter turnouts from one group, all of the normal Muslim community. If they weren't there, he wouldn't have got in.
I can't believe they elected a Muslim mayor.
This is Stefan Montague explained this, that the problem with white people is that they have convinced themselves that other people are like them. White people act as very egalitarian, and they don't act with in-group preference. Everyone else on the planet has an insane amount of in-group preference. If you go to like Saudi Arabia on a fucking visa and your visa expires, they will be at your house the minute it expires to the letter and grab you and throw you out.
But this has nothing. Wait. Yeah, it's because of tribalism. It's not because they're white people. It's because white people are are just simply more educated, have a higher socioeconomic sense.
No. The Japanese are like this. It's just white people.
No,
Japan
I actually disagree with both
has
of you.
the highest
The Jews are like
standard.
that?
The Jews are like this. The Japanese are like this. The Chinese are like this. The Mandarins are like this. The Arabs are like this. The Persians are like this. The Africans are like this. Everyone but white people are like this.
No, I disagree
You
with
go,
you.
you go to Japan,
This is why.
everyone will call you slurs as you walk down the street because you're
But then
not
it's because of
Japanese.
culture, though. It's because of a different culture. It's not a biological trait.
Yeah, it's not because of that.
I'm
This
not-
is why.
It doesn't
I
have
want
to be
to,
biological.
No, it's not a
doesn't have to
biological
be-
It's called
trait.
Western
It doesn't have to be
civilization.
biological. It's just. I'm saying it's just white people who do this.
Yeah, but no,
No
it's
one
not
else
white
on the
people,
planet
people
does
who
this.
adopt
He's
Western
observing a trend,
civilization.
is what he's doing. He's not saying it's an inherent genetic
I'm not
trait. He's
saying
he's
it's
observing a
biological
trend.
or not.
I
I'm saying
can-
that only white people do this,
Okay.
and no one else on the planet does this, and that's
I
why
just wanted
white people
to
are getting.
interrupt the discussion for a second. I was wondering, what is everybody's thoughts about how Donald Trump wants to deal with this situation, with radical Islam? Pretty sure I know where Dave Schaefer stands, but just
Trump Lord, baby.
Is awesome.
So from Trump's stand, I believe his method is join forces with Assad and Russia, and also make a Muslim ban. Is that does he have anything else?
Well, what you said he wants to. The thing is, he's the only candidate that. This is the main reason I started getting on the Trump train and following Lord Emperor Trump. He is the only candidate that said he would not arm the Ukrainians. He would stay completely out of the Ukrainian revolution. Another thing is what you said about what was the other one? What's the other point you said?
I said he's the only person who wants to join forces with Russia, and he also wants to have a Muslim ban.
Exactly. Well,
Both points I completely
first of all, we
agree
don't
with.
know. We don't know exactly what his plan is. He just kind of says stuff.
It's just bacon at the border, and if you don't eat it, you get kicked out. That would fucking work too.
I don't know. Nobody knows the actual nuts and bolts of Donald Trump's plans, and I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I know. I don't even know if he knows. But if you want to know what.
I think Donald Trump is pretty clear about what he wants to do, and his opponents try and characterize him as if he doesn't know what's going on or whatever. But
No. It's not that he doesn't. Here's the thing: Donald Trump, a lot of times he evolves throughout. Like he'll make a statement and then it'll evolve, and he fleshes it out as he goes along because he's sort of learning the process. But here's the thing:
agree.
a lot of people are like, "Oh, Donald Trump, he's going to get in there. He's going to surround himself with." Advisors and whatnot, and then he's going to make an educated decision about what's going on. But what he's saying essentially right now is he wants to put a travel ban on all Muslims immigrating to the United States. That's all he has said.
He did specify, though, in a recent speech that some Muslims are going to be allowed in under some law or under
Yeah,
some.
you can let like Majid in, but you can't let Muhammad in.
Well, it was mostly for nations that we know are heavy in radical Islam activity, like
all of them.
yeah.
No, I think there's some.
Any nation with like
for
more
example,
than 12% Muslim population is basically that.
I would disagree. I think there's some countries where terrorists come from the most, and you can actually measure them.
One.
Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
Saudi Arabia, Pakistan,
Turkey.
I fucking hate how we're allied with them.
Turkey, they're not many.
Paris.
The thing
Paris
with-
is big.
Israel or
jihadi
The thing with Turkey is they're very nationalistic, and their nationalism so far has overwritten the Islamism, but Erdogan is actually empowering
I
Islam.
do not trust Turkey at all.
Turkey's kind of like the most terrorist at the moment. I mean, the
I can't wait till Putin just glasses them. It'll be so funny.
Well,
Like, it'll be comical.
The last thing I heard
Radicalizing.
about Turkey was that basically they were holding Europe ransom, and they were holding millions of refugees back and threatening to let them go if they don't get what they want.
I love
So-
how that's
It's
like a
really
thing.
fucked up.
I fucking love that. That they're like, we know what these people will do as soon as they get into your countries. So this is actually a weapon that we're going to use.
They
We're just
really
gonna-
weaponize the refugees. It's really fucked up.
That's hilarious.
I think one of the countries, that I don't necessarily, I wouldn't say I trust, but I'm more inclined to have a relationship with that country, Iran. I'm more inclined to I'm not saying they're fucking great. I think their government is awful. But I think that they are far, far better, more
It's
of
the
a partner.
most progressive country in the Middle East, which
They're
is
also
Yeah,
Persians.
I mean, have you guys witnessed
Have
the Green
Iran
Revolution?
Iranian
Did you see what
terrorist
happened there?
bombers.
Sorry, Fabio?
Did you witness the Green Revolution in 2009 when?
no. What happened?
Well, there was an election, right? They have elections there. It's not a complete autocracy, even though the mullahs have the last say there. But in 2009 they had an election, and they expect that the people thought it was fraud, and so they took to the streets, and millions of people protested everywhere in Iran, and eventually they got shut down, but those protesters, they demanded for, they wanted to abolish the theocracy, they wanted to have some sort of liberal democracy, and so a lot of people in Iran are actually fed up with the theocratic government.
Well, the thing is, Iran didn't even install a theocracy in the first place. It's important to remember that the actual, it goes way back to World War I. Iran was the sole supplier of oil for the entire First World War. And BP or whatever had set up all the infrastructure within the country, and Iran attempted to nationalize their oil after the war. So what happened is the United States and the British went in and said, we're not going to have any of that.
Yeah,
They killed
yeah.
the leader at the time, and they installed the Shah, and
Yeah.
it's something like the 50s. And the Shah lasted for 30-some years until they actually threw him out themselves.
Yeah.
So it's not like they never wanted, to progress. We've kind of participated in helping stop them from.
Yeah,
You know
oh
what
yeah,
I'm trying to say,
absolutely.
like-
Like,
Yeah,
Bad
Putting-
shit done during the Cold War.
putting the Pahlavi family into power was a huge mistake. It was bound to blow up in our faces.
But I mean, in a defense though, under the Pahlavi regime, they made some real progress though. I mean, they made some real liberal reforms. Like women could wear what they wanted and things like that. Like he was kind of like trying to do what Ataturk did with Turkey. Secularize the government and become more progressive.
But they have a more nationalistic culture, though. That's the difference.
There's a couple of things actually weird with Iran. Like currently there is you don't go to the bank to get a loan, because what's weird in Iran right now is that I'm actually doing this because I've technically Iranian citizenship through my dad. You, instead of going to a bank, you basically go to like a loan group, which is people who have money who will then loan shark it out to you. And the reason is because it's actually cheaper to go to a loan shark because the interest rate on mortgages is 30%, which is you'll be in millions of dollars in debt before you manage to make your first payment on your house. So, and also they have a weird thing with gays are not good because the Quran, but the Quran doesn't mention transsexuals. So you can change your
with a
birth
state-funded
certificate.
surgery.
Yeah, you can go to the state office and have them change your certificate, and as long as you sort of have like long hair, it's fine. You can get a change on your certificate, and then you can now have marriage and stuff with other guys.
Oh, gross.
So it's the weirdest fucking place in.
It's really
they're
weird.
the- Yeah, their
I think
money
it
is really fucked up right now.
But I would trust them a fuck
I think
lot more than
Iran
the
has a lot
Saudis.
better chance of being a positive influence because, unlike the other countries, Iran's history as Persia is they've actually usually been pretty good people. I mean, Persia, yeah, they were an empire, but they're one of the first empires that actually encouraged local cultures and whatnot to thrive. They didn't go around, destroying.
You're talking about
Yeah.
Darius II and Xerxes and shit.
Yeah.
The God King. The God
the
King.
Persians
The God
haven't
King.
Yeah, that was
invented-
Darius II's whole shtick. He would go around, he would kick somebody's ass and be like, all right, you guys can keep your religion and all your laws and everything. You just got to pay me taxes or we're going to fucking
The
exterminate.
Persians haven't even invaded another country since like 1793, I think.
Yeah,
So
centuries.
yeah, centuries. So they're not a very militaristic nation. They're not. They really aren't.
They are very anti-Israel, though. I mean, they really hate Israel.
Mm-hmm.
Literally everyone but Saudi Arabia and Turkey hates Israel in the Middle East,
Fucking
though.
Turkey hates. Like, have you ever heard Erdogan talk about
Yeah.
Israel?
They hate
Like,
Israel. They just don't always say it out loud.
I know a lot of Turkish people in Germany. They hate Israel. Like,
Oh no, the people hate Israel, and they talk about hating Israel, but their policies don't really show that they hate Israel. Like the way other nations, they will actively try to campaign like trade agreements to fuck with Israel and stuff like that.
yeah, but Erdogan threatened with war one time in the Gaza.
He
War.
threatened Putin like twice a day for the past couple of years now. So I
Yeah,
don't trust.
that's not necessarily friendly though.
Turkey and Russia
He threatens
have a
war though
long-running
like every day with
friend
someone
enemy
new. So I
relationship.
don't.
Like they take turns fucking with each other.
I actually read up recently that Turkey and Israel are sparking up new trade agreements because I think they're starting to realize that it makes more sense to fucking when everyone's trading, things are a fuck of a lot better than just hating everybody.
All the Semitics are joining forces. It's bad.
So I think they're starting to realize that, you know, if you want to have shit stay together, just fucking trade.
Yeah, that's it. That's the policy that everybody should adopt. Is we should stop intervening in foreign affairs and just trade with people and mind our own business and
fuck
get rid
that.
of the
Let's
Saudi
conquer
relationship.
motherfuckers. I say we march on Canada and Mexico and most of Central America, and we just conquer them and create like an imperial empire, like ancient Rome.
Yeah, right.
USA.
I don't think so.
That would be tits.
Technically, we already have one. I mean, it's just, you know, it's de facto, but, you know.
We have what?
Well, the U.S. We have our own
Like a
fucking
ghost
empire.
empire.
But Trisha, you say
Yeah.
okay, we don't have to intervene. You know, like we just have to trade with everyone. But
Yeah.
what if you have nations that go rogue? You know, that create a lot of war, that create a lot of refugees, that fuck up other countries.
No.
Like,
Don't
it's not
take in
contained.
any of those people. Let them kill themselves off.
But if we don't do anything, they'll come back to hunt us. You know, it's not like we're just gonna kill
You
each
just
other.
box them into their own country.
The reason that they're coming over in massive numbers and so on is because we're funding them and we're enabling all this to happen. That's not going to happen when you're not supporting them and you're not paying. Like, look at what's happening in Canada. Okay, Justin Trudeau brought over like 30,000 refugees. Who paid for that? We paid for that. They didn't show up here because they had the funds and ability to move on their own. They would just stay in fucking Syria or wherever they came from in the first place.
Or some fucking
Trudeau
bumfuck Greek
No,
island.
that's a good point that we're paying for it, but the bottom people are saying like the one thing that drives me nuts. People are like, oh well, if we didn't fuck with the Muslims, they wouldn't be fucking with us. But you know that's sort of true because we did go fuck with them.
No, that's not.
But
The Muslims are at war with literally
the Islamic world
everyone.
has been raging against us for hundreds of years. The Moorish invasions, the Mongols went against the fucking Hindus. You know, I mean, the Islamic world has been trying to conquer
every
for
border.
ages.
In Africa, they're shooting up in Africa, they go into like animist groups, and they shoot up the place. In India, they go into Hindu groups and they shoot up the place. In China, they shoot up Buddhists. They shoot atheists and Christians in the Middle East. Every front that they are on, they are fighting a religious war. You box these people in and you just starve them out. That's
It's
how
a
you do
piece
it.
of shit ideology is what it
And
is.
stop
I
buying
tend
the
to
oil.
agree with Gates
And leave them poor.
in what he's saying
If
about.
we became independent from their oil, they would literally die out in a fucking year.
Yeah,
Exactly.
If the Saudis didn't have our fucking money coming to them every fucking time we need
They wouldn't be
something,
able to plate their houses in gold cars.
Exactly. They would be fucking broke.
Here's what's happening. So it's kind of like the United States is stuck in a very sadistic relationship with Saudi Arabia because of like a trade deal that they have where all oil has to be transacted in American dollars. Now this props up need for the American dollar, which is obviously necessary, and it benefits the Saudis as well. But at the same time, the United States can't oppose anything that Saudi Arabia really wants to do. And Saudi Arabia, as we know, are the chief exporters of Wahhabism, their state religion, into the entire Middle East, which is creating the really radicalized Islamists that are attacking us.
Yeah.
So we need to get rid of that relationship. The best way would be to drill and frack at home and just flood them out of the market. And we have the oil to do it. We have the resources to do it. If
I
if
can't
Canada,
wait till Germany
United
fixes
States,
their cold fusion problems or something. If they ever get to that, because I know Germany's getting to that.
Germany's
even just
going
matter
there
of,
for
like,
fusion, yeah.
That's a good point, though. We should bring back the coal too. Like we should use our own resources and just bleed them dry and starve them and let them cannibalize each other.
If you did actually do that, they would stop immediately because they cannot. It's like welfare with the gangs. If you got rid of welfare, there would be like none of the because these people would not be able to afford to be like a gang member who shoots up the place every day. They'd actually have to get a job or they'd die of starvation. These people wouldn't be able to afford to sit in the desert shooting random Buddhists who walk by. They'd have to actually not be retarded or they'd die out.
Well,
like,
I think.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just gonna say, I think another problem here is American foreign policy arming fucking rebel groups. It's never going to work. Stop arming them. Stop fucking arming Syrians. The fucking all those arms and munitions. They're not gonna go to fucking the moderate rebels. They're gonna go to fucking terrorists. Stop.
Yeah, the savages are gonna kill them and take it.
That's easy to say, but it's necessary. It's a necessary evil. Like, this is the reason they're doing this is out of necessity. It's not because they want to work with these groups or whatever. They need to maintain their monopoly on. They need to make sure that people don't sort of break away from the trend of using petrodollars. It's absolutely necessary to maintain the American economy. Until you change fundamentally that relationship, your foreign policy is always going to be like that. There's no other choice unless you want complete collapse, and that wouldn't be good for the American people either.
Bring it on.
Like, I'm not saying that that's good. I'm just saying that's the way it is. I don't think that they're doing it just to be evil bastards or whatever. I think that it really comes out of, self-sustenance.
But I mean, I think you can say
It's Clinton, so I think she's really been just being an evil bastard.
No, Clinton is literally a sociopath. The whole fucking have you not? What was it? The Libya thing was like, her emails literally says like, I will fucking destabilize Libya and then we will increase like oil trade and shit like that. It's
did you guys see that shit where NATO went and bombed the artificial river that Muammar Gaddafi was building?
Yeah.
No, that was bullshit.
That's hilarious.
Look at all the places they intervene, and look at what they all have in common is they threaten to start trading in gold. They threaten to start selling their own oil in their own currency or whatever they agreed to. Not following OPEC's orders or whatever. So, this is what it's all about.
Yeah, that river thing is not real though. You should look that up because I actually saw that too from someone who is supporting Libya or whatever. And I fact-checked it, and there's literally nothing true. No, it wasn't a conspiracy.
It's not a conspiracy. It's not to say it's just about oil is really like one-dimensional, and like I agree that that's not true. But I'm not saying that it's about oil. It's about how people purchase their oil globally, right?
Yeah.
So if you have a deal that says all oil must be transacted in American U.S. dollars, then if that starts to fall apart, what's going to happen to your economy? What's going to happen to your whatever, right?
We got to abolish the petrodollar.
I do think there's some truth to that, yeah.
Oh, and yeah, I forgot to tell you guys. Memphis in Tennessee right now is on fire because I forgot to tell you guys about 2 hours ago, Black Lives Matter protests exploded there. I forgot to tell you.
Did.
Like in riots?
I'm so sick and tired of
something like they're like blocking the bridges and stuff like that.
I'm just so tired of BLM. Those people need
pisses
to
me
be
off.
fucking stomped on and be shown what a fascist state really looks like.
If you're blocking a fucking freeway, I'm fucking hitting the gas, and you better move the fuck out of the way.
Yeah, were you here when I explained the legality of running over protesters? Because what you do is you have to stop, put your head out the window, ask them to move. If they don't comply with you, you're supposed to floor the gas and smash into them. That's the actual procedure. That's the
I like
actual
that.
procedure.
I'm just sick and tired of them blocking, infrastructure and shit. It's like, you're really being assholes.
Oh yeah, like when they ran in front of ambulances and they held hands around ambulances and stuff. That was
Yeah.
They're a bunch
Fuck
of
you.
entitled assholes.
Did anyone see the video? There was one guy that actually drove through them, and then they started crying, that it was a
I see
violation of
that.
their rights.
I laugh so hard.
Hilarious.
Well, maybe you shouldn't have been.
There's a
I
few
love
things.
those videos. I fucking love them so much. It's just
There's,
like fucking bowling pin sounds every time.
There's like 4 of those.
It's
Where
hard
they
to
do
find the video.
They just don't seem to understand that, you're making more people hate your cause than actually support
Yeah.
it.
That's not the way how you get
cannot sit
support
on a
for your
bayonet.
cause.
You cannot sit on a
Yeah.
bayonet.
No, it's
And-
true. It's true. Yeah.
And they don't understand that this is why people don't like them. This is why people criticize them, because they do stupid shit like this.
It's funny because back when they first started, I was with the first. I mean, I don't want to say I was one of the first dudes, but I was with the group that started opposing them right away. And at the time, they had done nothing wrong. And I was saying, shit like,
Tyrone and another wrong.
they're going to become this. And yet people who later on changed their minds, be like, oh no, they're not. You're just being racist, etc., etc. A year later, oh shit, exactly what they were saying was going to happen is
Dallas.
exactly what happened.
Dallas fucking Texas happened.
My main issue with Black Lives Matter is that and I said that in one comment when this one black dude in the group said, white people can join Black Lives Matter too, right? And my main issue with that is, they blame everything on this institutional racism. They blame everything outwards without any introspection whatsoever.
It's because they've been given welfare their entire lives. They don't understand that.
The Black Lives Matter is not led by those people. It's not led by.
Oh no! It's led by fucking Soros.
Yep.
It's led by.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's literally okay. So if you look into all of the problem groups in America, Soros, Black Lives Matter, Antifa,
all funded by the globalists. Check this out. Hold up. When Black Lives Matter first started going nuts.
Soros.
I'm sorry, guy. When Black Lives Matter first started going nuts, when I first saw them, I was like, this reminds me of the Bolsheviks. You know what I mean? So I started saying that. Everybody said I was fucking madman, like they always do. So one of my buddies, he's buddies with some little pussy jerk off, Antifa faggot, and he rolls with the Black Lives Matter. He sent me a picture of this box that they had going to a Trump rally, and on the box it was received from United Financial something or other. And inside the box was prefabricated, manufactured anti-Trump signs. No fascist, USA, KKK, whatever the fuck they said. I went and I Googled it. It turns out that this financial group was part of MoveOn.org, which is funded by George Soros. Antifa and fucking Black Lives Matter are both completely funded by George Soros.
Yeah, fuck hate, Antifa, and Black Lives Matter are 100% Soros shills.
And
I thought this was a conspiracy at first, but literally he's funding all of these groups. I checked it out.
He's literally if you want to talk about the Illuminati, it's literally fucking Soros. It's just him and him being a cunt.
And I'm sorry, but I'm just gonna fucking say it. Black Lives Matter, it's a fucking hate group. Just call it what it is. It's fucking hate group.
It's Soros shills every time. He triggers me so hard.
I think it
That's
goes
the only thing that fucking triggers me. I hate him so much.
Someone needs to kill him.
BLM is the black KKK.
I really do think it goes further than that. I think it breeds this ideology of just this victim class, and because they are this victim class, they can justify virtually anything that happens. Like what happened in Dallas. They can justify it.
No, I agree. That's a very a dangerous narrative, right? And Yusuf is probably going to disagree with that, but it's kind of like similar to what the Nazis did, right? Like the Nazis didn't think the Jews were this very they were a minority and things like that, right? They thought the Jews were everywhere. They were controlling everything. They're the privileged ones, and that's why it's okay to kill those people, right?
Well, that's
And
why they banned the communists, because the National Socialists, like teenagers, would flip-flop between Nat Soaks and communists because their message was literally the same thing. It's they just replace like the upper class with Jews.
yeah, the point that I was gonna make, right, is talking about like constructing this narrative of one group that is in power of everything, right? White people, for example, and saying, that every violence is justified against them because they have the power and they control everything. And that's a very dangerous and toxic narrative to tell to people. Because some people are going to take you on that narrative.
Yeah,
and
you
they're
have
gonna
to
kill
have
people.
reasons for your violence. You can't just say, like, a person as a class is, like, you can do stuff to that person. You have to have, like you can, like, Soros is justified, but like, you can't just go around beating up Jews.
So did anybody else, like, what were your thoughts on the guy that, what was it, Philando Castile? That, the black guy that died or whatever in his car. I was wondering that because you don't see at the beginning of the video, you don't actually see him say, I can conceal carry or whatever before he goes to reach for his wallet. Maybe like if he says that while he's going to reach for his wallet, it might sound like he's going to pull a gun or something, So I don't know.
I sort of think that's fake.
I don't think the video's fake. I think the video's legitimate, but it totally wipes out the beginning part of it, so it could just be like a misunderstanding, which is totally...
I was wondering that too, yeah.
That's how all those videos are. They take a small clip, and then they act like that's the entire occurrence. It's like, oh, look, I have this clip where something happened. I'm not going to give you any context. I'm not going to tell you what happened before or after, but that one clip is going to make the policeman look like an asshole, and the black dude looked like the most innocent victim on the face of planet Earth.
Yeah. This guy died. This video pulls on your heartstrings. Everybody freak out.
And then they
Did you guys
Obama shed a tear. We have to burn the Constitution.
Oh my God, he is a fucking faggot. I hate Obama. What a cuck.
And then
did you guys?
This is the most stereotypical Texan I've ever met.
I know.
Once you see those videos, and then everyone's saying, "Oh, this officer committed murder or whatever." It's like, well, no. A, we don't fucking know what happened, and B, we haven't had a trial. So shut the fuck up.
Like, it could be legitimate. I'm not saying that it's not, because I don't think we have, like, all of the information, but based on what I saw in the video, the girl says that, oh, he just said, I can conceal carry officer and reach for his wallet or whatever.
We don't
why
know.
would you say that and then immediately reach for your wallet? You would wait, right? You'd be like, officer, I am licensed to conceal carry. Can I reach for my wallet?
Why the fuck aren't these stupid people taking their wallets out ahead of time? Like, if you get pulled over, you pull your wallet out, and you pull your registration out, you hold on to them in each hand, and you put your hands on the fucking wheel. All of these videos, they have, like, their hands in their fucking pockets. I don't understand what's wrong with fucking Americans.
Yeah. But I disagree that this should justify that you get fucking shot over that.
I don't think he should be shot, but you know what? It was a split-second decision.
For being a moron.
If the cop the cop probably thought he was going to pull his gun. That's my honest opinion. And shoot. So he just decided to shoot first. And was it the right thing to do?
How many of you folks have lived in really dangerous areas?
I've lived in
my city is really dangerous, but not because of black people. It's dangerous because of all the natives we have.
The natives?
Let me tell you something. The cops that are in those areas, in those like impoverished, really awful, dangerous areas, they get killed all the time. Anytime
cop
Anytime
killings
one of these
constantly.
rat degenerate pieces of garbage could pull out a gun and shoot him in the face.
But the
It
news
could happen
never covers
anytime.
it.
Yeah,
I mean,
especially
there's
in
some
the
truth
last.
to it, yeah.
Especially in the last couple years, since I think like 2009 or something, it's just been a straight upward line of cop killings.
Yeah.
But it never gets covered.
No.
Well, no one cares if the cop dies. Cops are people. We all know this.
Cops are pigs, actually. So
They're
that's,
just robots.
Did you say cucks or pig at first?
Yeah, I've read that so much. Like I'm in some groups, other groups, like anarcho-communism and things like that. I've read that a lot. People saying, like it's totally fine killing those pigs, because they're part of a group that thinks they're better than the other. It's really fucked up. Like a lot of people.
I
are
don't
making
understand how
excuses for it.
people don't understand that cops are doing their job.
Well, I understand why
No,
they
but they
consider
go
cops an extension of the state, but at the same time, why not go after the system instead of like going out and just brutally murdering cops in the street? That's not the answer. It's just
that solves everything.
How to with your logic. Stop
Shoot a
your
couple
critical
cops.
thinking. Just act on your emotions. Duh.
It's sad. I mean, I don't agree with any of that, and I'm pretty close to, I'm an anarchist, so I don't agree with state violence and what have you, but I don't think that, going out and killing cops is okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not necessarily upset that cops were murdered. I'm upset that, innocent people who had families were murdered. People who actually have lives.
Yeah, and in the most chicken shit possible way, too, to, like, lure them there and fucking snipe them down in a crowded downtown area,
That's fucking cowardly.
Yeah, that's why
really
the people who were open carrying were fucking running, because there were literal snipers. You can't, like, shoot down a sniper like that.
And the people supporting this guy and what he did are pretty much just disgusting.
They're
like,
sociopaths.
Kill Whitey, and similar hashtags have been trending in like the fucking thousands on Twitter as soon as that happened.
Hashtag kill all
I
white
saw this
men.
one meme that's going around on Facebook where it's this guy, because apparently the main guy, the guy that got blown up, he was in the army or something before, and like, oh yeah, the guy swore to protect and defend the people of the United States, and then when he did so, they blew him up. It's like, you're a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he.
Wait, how's he an idiot? Who's an idiot?
The people who made the meme.
One of the snipers was like in the army, so they were like, he's just protecting the American people by killing these cops. We need to all kill cops.
Oh God.
Yeah, by fucking taking their life away from them. Yeah, that's fucking.
It's like people that hate vets or whatever. I've seen this trend against people who served in the military as well, where they're like, well, you are the ones enabling the foreign policy to happen, and blah blah blah. But it doesn't make sense to me. I mean, these people are not responsible, and killing them is not going to change anything. What needs to change is the foreign policy, and people need to stop trusting their politicians. But people just place faith in the state system and take it out on the the lower rung representatives of that system.
And throughout this whole election,
It's like, oh, so the enforcers are the bad guys, huh? How about you stop voting in sociopaths?
Exactly.
And the funny thing about sociopaths is black people overwhelmingly voted for Hillary Clinton, one of the biggest fucking sociopaths ever. Fucking ever. And they voted for her. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? You're complaining
Well, actually,
about all these...
I have some insight on that.
IQ.
So I know this one black dude that I work with, and he's very right-leaning and whatnot, very different from the majority of the black community. And this is what he said. This isn't what some white dude said. This is what a black guy said. He said that the problem within the black community is that they believe what they see on the news. That is one of their biggest issues, is that they see something on the news and they think that's what happened. That's how they can be whipped up into such fury over these people getting shot by cops, because apparently, from what he said, they don't apply critical thinking to the news media for some reason, especially leftist news media. You know,
Well,
they'll
it's an easy
question.
narrative, you know. It's an easy narrative. Everyone else is at fault, and not you or not your community, you know. They provide them with an easy way out.
And you know, if fucking Hillary Clinton starts fucking up shit even more for black people, you know what? You fucking voted for her. Ain't my fucking problem.
She's going to. She's a fucking elitist. All she cares about is her elitist friends.
She's
funny part
literally
is,
a fucking lizard person. You can't
How
tell me
come-
otherwise.
It's so funny how
Like all of the stereotypes of like Satanist, like lizard Illuminati people, she literally fucking does those stereotypes.
Pretty much.
But it's funny how like the black community tries to distance themselves from things that they actually fucking supported in the first place. You know, like I was talking about this the other day with the drug war, for instance. This is always painted unilaterally in the media and everything else as something that was like designed to target black communities. It's called the new Jim Crow and all this, and it's complete horseshit. I mean, the black community wanted this in the first place. They wanted to clean up the streets. The problems already existed. Did they get worse with the drug war? Absolutely. But don't sit there and pretend like this is, you know, just a conspiracy to hold you back and oppress you and all of these other things. You know,
You voted for it.
Exactly.
That's
and
really interesting because before you mentioned that, Trisha, I've never heard about this other narrative that the policies like. I've never heard that in my whole life. You know?
Literally
So-
all of the policies that fuck them over, they put in themselves.
What was that
And
one that
it's-
Clinton
it's right
signed
up
in?
the
The one about Clinton signed one, and it was like to give criminals harsher sentencing, and the black community, there's black preachers
Mandatory
coming out
minimums.
to support. Yeah, Clinton signed it in. It's been jailing motherfuckers like wildfire, and now it's like this horrible, awful system designed to oppress them.
It's
I'll
like,
tell you
did
what
you
started
not?
it.
It's like,
What?
did you not think about this beforehand? No.
Just
Well,
ship
well,
back to Africa.
The Democrats were very smart about it because what people, especially the black community, forget is the Democrats were the ones who supported things like slavery and segregation very early on. But what happened is the Democrats realized, that they saw a trend going on. They realized that if all these minorities kept growing in the U.S., eventually they would be displaced. And so what they did is they made a big change. It happened in, I want to say, the late 40s, early 50s. They changed the party platform. Instead of being one going for states' rights, which is what they used to be, ironically speaking, they became a civil rights party. What this did is automatically all the minority groups that either really, and back then there really was oppression, you used to have segregation in full force and all that, and they all immediately joined on the Democrat party boat. But all the Democrats wanted to do was get their support, and so once they had their support, they had them on lockdown. They couldn't just abandon them because the Democrats have given them everything. And the Republicans at the time, now I know there's other undercurrents, but the Republicans at the time had begun supporting segregation laws, especially in the South. And so they got so firmly rooted in the Democrat Party that then the Democrats no longer had to do their lip service. They could then do what they wanted to do. And the Democrat Party has pretty much always been a very elitist party. The Republican Party has always been the party of the people. The Democrat Party has always been the party of the elites.
Yeah, and it's funny you mentioned that, but Richard Nixon was actually very good on civil rights under the Eisenhower administration. He was actually very good on that issue.
The whole
because he wanted the black vote, and that's all on the record. And I don't care about all that. I mean, any program is good. I don't care if it's for the wrong reason.
But I think he was more honest on the issue than the fucking Democrats were, though.
Yeah, well, so the whole Republicans are racist thing stems for the fact that they hate welfare, and so Democrats say that when you get rid of welfare, you're just doing it because all black people are going to be on welfare because that's like their plan.
Which is so racist.
Yeah, so. They say I've literally heard this that from like these people their whole thing is that they want all the black people on welfare, and that the only reason you oppose welfare is because you hate black people and you don't want to take care of them.
It's an automatic voting block.
And it's the opposite. If you care about black people, you should be against welfare because it's ruined their community. ever since we started the war on poverty, things have gotten worse. Poverty was actually steadily going down until we instituted a bunch of social programs, whatever, to actually deal with the problem. Then it started skyrocketing. Well, fucking shocker there, you know.
That's because they're fucking communists. Everything, all their rhetoric, all their terminology and everything is all disguised. Everything they do is the Democratic Party has become the Communist Party. It started with what's his fucking name? Fucking Peanut. What the fuck is his name? Jimmy Carter. Started with Jimmy Carter and then Bill Clinton. If you go and you look into the Clintons, like look at Hillary. She wrote her thesis on Saul Alinsky and the rules for radicals. She's got a picture of her after she graduated. She met Saul Alinsky and her eyes are all big. It looked like a Peruvian grandmother meeting the Pope. Like it was just they're fucking commies.
Who was the rules for radicals? But wasn't it, Fabio? You probably know this. Wasn't it like explanation to like communist leaders in the community to sort of like take power or something?
It wasn't necessarily about communism. It was more about using the tricks of activism to get what you want.
Yeah,
not
using
so much communism.
Go read it. It's got communist undertones. It's a communist
it's about
book.
social justice, but
it's like the original social justice sort of book.
Yeah, but I would object to the feeling that social justice is inherently communist. It's left wing, but
Sargon was pushing. We should use the rules for radicals. It's like a standpoint to fight. So it was weird.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't necessarily categorize the Clintons as communist. I think they're fucking corporatist. Which means
I think they're fucking like Illuminati-ist. And I mean that as a legit thing. They want a shadow government. They want everything to be a corporate fraud. They want 100% power to kill whoever they want without impunity, without trial. They're Illuminati-ists. That's what they want. All of the things that they go for are sort of like evil state power. They're not even state powers. They're like evil state powers that no one should have.
No, I disagree. I don't necessarily think it's state power. I think it's corporate power that is what influences them. Because
but corporate power.
I think it's just power.
There's no
power.
It's not even corporate. They're like above corporate. They're at like.
Corporations don't have power unless the state gives them power. So, like, if you take away the state, if you take away the actual tool that they use to gain power, then they're powerless. Then they just have to compete with everybody else, and they're at the mercy of market forces.
Actually, this is
obviously the state.
What was the I remember Stephen Chowder did this, where there's no such thing as too big to fail. I believe it was the Northwest Company or something was at one point employing like 2/3 or something of North America, and they completely went under. And there should not be a thing called too big to fail, because if you fail, that's a good thing, because there has to it's in cycles. You have to have you go up, then it dies off, then everyone rises up again.
I agree, and it lets like all of these things, patents, copyrights, that just hands somebody a monopoly and means that the little guy can't compete with you.
Yeah, so like the copyright laws are purely bought by Disney. The copyright laws used to be like you have because the reason for copyright used to be that you would invent something, but you didn't. You invented it, but the thing is, you got it off of previous tech, so you can't just own it and then seclude it to yourself. But you can't let other people steal your blueprints and then start mass producing it someplace else.
Yeah.
So
and you make money off of the initial product too, so it's not like it's just nothing or whatever. But if I come along and I make your product way better than you do, and I sell it cheaper than you do, and consumers choose my product over yours, you lose whatever, you go out of business, that's fine. That's the way the market's supposed to work. So, you're not supposed to protect people.
So, with the discussion on trade, what are y'all's thoughts on TPP?
Oh, that's Illuminati shit. Get rid of that fuck. That's literally Illuminati. That's literally the Illuminati.
Who really wants the TPP? I mean, the left doesn't want it, and
No,
the
it's
fucking
literally
What is
no one
TPP?
wants it, but it's literally
Corporations.
Illuminati.
Big corporations want TPP.
TPP is this really shitty trade agreement that is going to basically fuck up American industry even more, send even more fucking jobs overseas to fucking Vietnam and all these fucking shithole countries that pay low-wage shit jobs, and it's going to make you buy brand name drugs and fuck you over so you can't buy generics. And it's just, it's fucking, it's just another corporate
have you-
dick
Have you
jamming
read
up
this?
the ass.
Have you read this section on internet providers? It's really fucking scary. The
It's
section
fucking
on
awful, man.
the section on internet providers basically says monopolies are encouraged, and then also the government, the internet provider is supposed to like spy on you and give extra information to the government, and then also they have control over your internet speeds as well. So like what China is doing right now, where I think they're slowing down people's internet speeds who
Throttling.
post stuff. Yeah, they're throttling people's internet who post things that they don't like.
So basically, the Orwellian future.
Yeah. It's literally Illuminati. That's what I said.
And no one wants it, but the elite want it.
Yeah, except the small group of people. And they've all been doing it behind closed doors.
And funny, Hillary Clinton, she went out during the whole primary season. At first she says, "Oh, I'm for it." Then she says she's not. And as soon as that bitch is in fucking office, the first fucking motherfucking bill she's gonna sign is TP motherfucking P. It's gonna happen. First fucking thing.
I'm pretty sure too. Yeah.
And
This is what the
And then with Europe, there's TPIP, which you're not gonna like, Fabio.
Yeah, no. There's been protests against that in Germany. Yeah, people don't want that. There's a huge petition actually going through the EU right now, trying to stop TTIP. That's how we call it.
Well, I
of
think
the same reasons, because of the very same reasons, and also though, because you have much less in the US, you have lesser environmental standards and things like that, and people in Europe fear that it's gonna undermine our standards. So all people are.
I love how the German argument is that German engineering is superior and we don't want any of that shit engineering.
Basically.
Well, it's true. It's kind of.
And the only person really pushing for it in German government is Angela Merkel and her fucking dog shit party.
It's true. Yeah.
Her dog shit party.
Merkel is literally another. She's the Antifa of Germany. She's another Soros shill. She's a Soros shill. She's a Soros
personification of white guilt.
She doesn't. It doesn't matter what her alignment is. If you're a Soros shill, you're literally the devil.
I can't wait until she just gets her fucking ass kicked out of government. She needs to go. Fuck her.
Election's gonna be next year.
Vote her out.
I'm not gonna fucking vote for Merkel. I mean.
Yeah, Fabio. What are the different parties in Germany right now?
So there's so in power right now are the Christian Democrats, which is Merkel's party, and the Social Democrat Party, which are the two biggest parties. They have together they have 67% or something. So they own the government basically right now.
Are they all stereotypical refugee welcomer?
No, the Christian Democrats are very, very torn because they're the conservatives, right? The Social Democrats are the more refugee welcome. They are the right of center and left of center, but they're very, very close to the center, both of them. They're kind of like the Republican and Democrats.
You know what controlled opposition is?
What do you mean?
Controlled opposition. Do you know what that is?
What do you mean by that?
It's where basically two sides are actually the same group, but they pretend to fight each other, but really they're just the same. It's probably controlled opposition. They probably know that they probably meet behind closed doors.
Yeah, they're very similar.
It's probably controlled opposition.
Yeah. And if you think things are bad in Germany, go to fucking France. Jesus Christ, that country is going to shit right now.
Oh yeah, the
Fucking-
Muslims are
Italy.
burning down the
The-
fucking.
Francois Hollande and his party are fucking hated in France right now. They are fucking getting hammered in the press.
I wanted to mention it earlier when we talked about Muslims, but I'm gonna talk about it real quick now. As you know, probably in Germany we never had a Islamic terrorist attack, right? We had several ones that were counteracted before they could have been acted out, but we never had an Islamic terrorist attack, and I think it's because we have a lot of Muslims in Germany. We have like 4 million Muslims out of 80 million. But most of them are Turks, and Turkish people are just generally more nationalistic than religious. They're more of the secular type. They don't care
They're
too
not
much about
shitting in the
religion.
streets like the fucking North Africans.
But yes, and actually, like the ones that cause the biggest problems, they're really small minority, but they're the Moroccans, Algerians, and the Arabic people that come from there.
It's what
And
happens when you mix insanity and low IQ. It just exponentially gets.
and the problem is that they're just more religious. They're just more in favor of religion rather than this nationalistic, secular, which has its own problems, by the way. But I think that's the reason why we haven't seen like this crazy Islamic or Islamist movement in Germany.
Wait.
And you had in England and France. Right?
Just wait.
Yeah. Which I just wait. Yeah. Well, we let in 1 million people now from those regions, so I think we have to look out for that. Yeah.
And the German far right is, they are an emerging thing. I know people try to write them off, but they are really starting to gain momentum, and that really is not a good thing.
It's actually not gonna happen. So in Germany, the far right has no leg to stand on. The AfD, which is the right-wing populist movement that came out of the refugee crisis, they're right-wing, but they're not far right. They're still like, if you compare them to Front National, they're not even close. People call them cuddling Nazis because they're so like they're not Nazis. They're just very right libertarian kind of people. Maybe more like UKIP in a way.
So would you say that that Marine Le Pen is more far right than them?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Marlene Le Pen is a total bae.
She's really far right. While the AfD is it's right wing populism. It's not really it's not too much further right than the conservatives, like the Christian Democrats. It's just that they focus more on the immigration issue, which the Christian Democrats haven't been doing.
Which is going to cost them.
Which is going to cost them, and has cost them already.
Like, honestly, you guys are totally fucked. There's a couple countries which are like beyond fucked, and you should just abandon. There's a couple of countries that if they don't change, like within the next 2 years, they're going to become beyond fucked. And
the problem is just the fucking white guilt that is running rampant right now. You have these countries that they spent the past 100, 200 years, and I'm not going to sugarcoat it. They spent it raping Africa. They spent it raping Asia, but they paid dearly for it. Most of these countries, in the fucking world wars, were completely. Germany was obliterated. We and Russia, between the two of us, we fucking obliterated Germany. Like we fire-burnt entire cities to the ground.
Dresden.
Fucking Dresden.
Yeah, Russia literally raped their way through East Germany, and then raped their way into.
They didn't even use guns; they just used their dicks.
And I'm telling you, fucking.
No, I agree. And then in Germany, like I hate the fact that politicians in Germany they make arguments based on like, oh, but we have to remember that the Second World War happened. So
yeah, I've watched that. I've actually watched like into those like newscasts where the fucking politicians will literally say, yes, this would actually be a great law, but you have to remember we're white and we need to be punished for it. They literally will openly say it.
It's like, I'm pretty sure Germany paid their dues. Germany has definitely paid its dues to the world.
If there's a country in the world that has talked about its history and looked through it and exterminated every little sense of Nazism, like in a most
Oh yeah,
creative way.
Germany and Sweden are the most like they're fanatically religious when it comes to how anti. I've talked to a Swede before, and I showed him the what was it? The Swedish government censors anything that's like any refugee crimes. Like you can't search up like girl gets beheaded at music festival or something. Like you can't search that up because it gets blocked. I've shown that with him. Because if you use a Swedish proxy, you'll suddenly your news feed will go dark because you won't be able to see anything anymore. They all think that they genuinely buy into it, and to a point of religious fanaticism that well, I think all the Swedish people have blocked me actually because of that. When I was posting pics of using like American versus Swedish proxy and just going through the Swedish news and from people covering the Swedish news, and like all their crime is completely gone. You cannot look up crime stats. You can't look up what's even happening in your. It's all blocked out. And when you show them this, they go completely religious fanatic on you.
And they made it illegal to actually document the race, or not the race, the ethnicity of the people committing crimes. So when it comes to rape and stuff, they're not allowed
to just say that.
And if we're gonna talk about people that have had to fucking apologize and shit, fucking just people who are descendants of Germans have to fucking apologize for the Holocaust. Like fucking my family, we came here before the fucking Holocaust, before any of that shit happened. We came from fucking Bavaria, and I fucking somehow am obligated to apologize for shit that some people in fucking Germany did that my family had nothing to do with. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, me too. I'm not even German. My family's from Switzerland.
And then, like, what is it going to take for fucking people to realize that Islamism is a problem? There have to be like a suicide bombing go off.
Oh no! They will get raped, and they will. You've not heard of the we will trade racists for racists.
No, that's actually that was Photoshop. That didn't actually happen.
No. The sign was photoshopped. The sign was photoshopped, but this was this is an actual thing. There was a protest by feminists when men started patrolling. A group of men started patrolling the subways to prevent women from being raped in, I think, Stockholm. And feminists protested this, saying that they would rather be raped than be protected by a racist.
Sons of Odin.
That's pretty fucked up.
I mean, it's gonna take a fucking suicide bombing on the floor.
No, they won't do it. It won't even be that. They will be bombed, and they will apologize for being bombed.
Honestly, but being from Germany,
not letting it get bombed easier.
Ever since Cologne,
Obama?
I mean, I haven't been in Germany.
I think not.
But
did you rape any women?
The conversation changed so much. Like, a lot of people are actually like discussing those things now. Before that, they wouldn't. The left is talking about this. The conservatives are talking about this. I showed you in the group too that they made a law now.
Yeah, Germany. I don't think as bad as they're more of like publicly flagellating themselves, but they don't actually. They're like Sweden is okay with being raped, and they encourage rape. But Germany, I don't think would actually do that. So I think Germany's less cucked than Sweden.
Yeah.
You've not seen that police report that the Swedish police did like a week ago or something, where they're like, after thorough research of the like 4,000% rape increase in like the past year, we have concluded it is 100% the fault of Swedish women.
Oh my God.
Yeah, they're completely insane.
Horrible. I got a buddy that's a Swede.
I think Sweden is worse than Germany.
See, and it's stuff like that that really exposes people who call themselves feminists. It's like, so you support, women's rights, women's equality. Why are you not speaking up about the fucking rape epidemic? Instead, you're like, oh,
It's their culture. You can't criticize them. Don't do
Yeah,
that. You're a racist.
all cultures are no, not just all cultures are equal, but you also have to look at the privilege scale.
Yeah.
So
No, it's
you
true.
have to
Yeah.
you have to go. He's a black immigrant, so that's 2 points. Who is a non-citizen? That's 3 points. And he's a non-citizen in a white country, so that means whites are automatically racist. That's 4 points. But he's a man, so that's -1 point. So he's got three oppression points. And then he rapes a woman, so we go, okay, that woman is white, so that's -1 point. But she's a woman, so that's 0 points. She's a citizen of her own country, so that's minus. So she's actually more. She has 1 privilege point, and he has 3 oppression. So therefore, the rape was not immoral. I've literally seen that. I've seen literally. They've done this math. I've seen these people do the math. It's fucking creepy.
That reminds me of a video I've
Here's another
seen.
thing, though. Here's
That reminds me of a video. Sorry.
Okay, I'll quickly do it. Here's another thing for why they do this. Okay, it's actually also a kind of tribalism because that happened in Germany, and it's also when you talked about the feminists protesting against the people that are trying to protect them. It's a form of tribalism because when such an attack happens, like in Cologne, the right wing will talk about it and they'll say stuff like, "Oh, all Muslims and this is all shit," and we have to, they hear the extreme rhetoric on that one side, and just out of pure opportunism, they take the other side. It's just because they want to, they don't want to be on the same side as the ones they disagree with.
I think if the right started supporting the rapes the way they were, they wouldn't change. I think they still wouldn't change.
Well, I mean, the problem with this whole issue is that, at this point, most of the people coming into Europe, they're not refugees. They're fucking economic migrants. Get them the fuck out of the EU. Get them out.
Actually,
and most of them aren't even Syrian.
Yeah.
The majority of people, around 60%, come from Syria, Iraq, and Afghanistan. So they are refugees.
Yeah, but not from Syria.
Yeah.
No, there are a lot of Syrians.
No, there's like 15% of them are actually from Syria.
That's inaccurate. The majority.
Jeremy, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, get out of here.
Media.
They're all black guys.
No.
How many black guys come from Syria?
No, it's easy to tell. We just have to look at the statistics. I'm not making this up. The majority come from
Germany. Yeah, you look at German statistics.
Germany is probably making up those statistics.
Dude, I'm gonna look it up now. I mean, it's not an issue.
I know we all look the same to you, but those people are not Syrian.
Okay.
I mean,
and they're not women and children either.
Yeah, I know.
Shit! Yeah, did you guys see Lauren Southern? She went with like a bunch of armed guards through migrant camps to she went to find women and children, and she went through like tons of camps, and she found like 3 women and children, and that's it. She went through multiple camps, and she found like 3.
And the local media was like filming it and staging
it. Oh
yeah. All women
and
children.
They gathered all the women and children around, and they were literally saying like, "Oh yeah, we have thousands of women here," and she's videotaping this as they're lying.
It's ridiculous. Like if you look at I have a buddy that's in Calabria, Italy, and they have a really bad refugee problem there. They take in boats of them every single day. He showed me a picture of when he went through the city. It looked like they didn't even look like Arabic people. It looked like they were all coming to try out for the New York Knicks. It was all like African. They looked like they were from Mali or one of them.
Algeria,
yeah.
Well, a lot of them are coming from that one country, the one that does all the piracy and shit.
Somalia.
Yeah, Somalia. A lot of the migrants are coming from Somalia.
There's a huge, there's like a Somalian Taliban down there that they're coming from. I forget what they're called. Some fucking Al-Kebab or something.
Al-Shabaab.
Kebab.
Close enough.
I think, isn't that
scared off Dave Brown, Mad American Network.
Remove kebab.
So, you have two choices. You can either deal with Al-Shabaab or Pan-Africanist in Black Lives Matter. Go.
I'd
Black
rather
Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter
Black Lives Matter.
because they're all
I mean,
like
they're
you
fucking crazy out, man.
yeah.
Yeah, at least Black Lives Matter isn't
They don't fuck
bombing
around.
towers and
Yeah, Black
raping
Lives Matter
people.
won't suicide bomb.
I could deal with Al-Shabaab.
Not
I got
yet.
a gun. I got a gun. I can.
Yes.
I mean, Al-Shabaab, they're like legitimate fanatics. Like, Black Lives Matter is just a bunch of hood rats. Like, they're not really what... Like, Al-Shabaab, if you strap a bomb to them, they'll come run at you and blow up. You know, you try to strap a bomb to Black Lives Matter guys, you're like, oh, hell no, baby. You got me all fucked up, my nigga. No, hell no.
So I have the statistics.
Worst shit ever.
I have the statistics
for
from
real,
the
babe.
stuff, okay? Around 360 million in 2015, that is, okay? 360 million of the refugees came from Syria, around 190 million from Afghanistan, 125 from Iraq, 70 million from Kosovo, which is, these are migrants. People from Kosovo are not fucking refugees. 60 million from Albania, 40 million from Pakistan, 30 million from Eritrea, 30 million from Nigeria, 25 million from Iran. No, not million. What I'm talking about, hundred thousands. It is millions. Hundreds of thousands.
Eritrea is in fucking Africa. That's not the Middle East.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I mean, I would not consider Eritrea Middle East. That's fucking Africa.
They're not white. You
That's
should
not-
whip
That's
yourself.
not what I was talking about. I was just saying the majority of people that are getting asylum in Europe are coming from war-torn countries.
Yeah, but
The majority of
but Afghanistan is not Syria, though.
Yeah, but it's not our fault that Somalia is war-torn. It's not our fault that most of Africa is war-torn. The only countries that we have directly...
Wait, I'm not saying that.
We shouldn't even care that that fucking if we go up and fuck up Syria, just leave and don't come back. Why are you still meddling? Stop taking people. I don't get. You guys are so fucking weird with this. Oh, we have to make amends. Just stop getting involved. Jesus
Or
Christ.
just stop being sorry. Just be like, ha, you guys lost. Now you guys have to stay
why
there in
the
your shitty country and suck.
Yeah, why the hell is this a thing now? That when you beat someone, you have to apologize for kicking their ass.
That's pussy
The
shit.
reason why I make an exception for Syria is because, unlike Afghanistan or Iraq, where we had a legitimate reason to go beat their ass, and we should have acted like what you described, Syria, we should have been allying with. Syria was one of the few forces of secularism,
Assad did nothing wrong.
relatively speaking, in the Middle East, and this is a very relative scale, obviously. You're comparing these people to like the fucking Saudi family and the Kuwaiti family and all these other horrific people, so it's very relative. But they're a force of secularism there, and when we supported their overthrow, the only people really that rose up against them, I mean, yes, there were at the beginning some real rebels.
It got co-opted. That's the problem. It got co-opted.
It got co-opted by ISIS, Al-Qaeda, all these other terrorist organizations, and we should have seen this coming because it happened in Iraq, but there's like, we don't give a fuck, they were fucked up already anyway. But Syria, we should have looked at Iraq and said, all right, we see what happened there, we don't want this to happen in Syria. On top of that, Syria is a Russian ally. Now, this isn't the Cold War. We have no reason to be backing Russia into a corner.
This is another thing that I don't understand. Why is everyone hell-bent on fucking Russia?
Because
of Ukraine.
Is that the reason that they're fucking with Russia because Russia did something bad to Ukraine?
Well, I mean,
that's the narrative in Europe. Yeah.
Well, it's because people are so.
No. I mean, why the hell is Israel and America and Saudi Arabia just waging like economic and social war?
Because
with Putin?
because the Russians challenged the powers of the West, because the West wanted a fascist government in Ukraine, which it is a fucking fascist party. It is a fucking fascist party, and that is why the Russians went into Crimea and fucking took the place over. because they're ethnically Russian and they have no ties to the government in Kiev. And they didn't like that, and they wanted Russia to get the fuck out.
That's not entirely accurate to how it went down. The reason why Russia moved into Crimea was that the party that came into government, I wouldn't call them fascists. They're not fascists. They're nationalists. They're Ukrainian nationalists, and they wanted to.
I disagree on that one.
There are actual fascists in Ukraine, but the party that is in power. I mean,
Yeah,
if you
I know a lot of
fascist at them-
Ukrainians, and they I know a lot of like Ukraine, and they all think that Russia is like trying to steal their identity or something.
Yeah, they're nationalists. I wouldn't say they're fascists because we talked about it earlier, right? People throw around the word fascist a lot. I don't think they're legitimate fascists. They're just,
Yeah, you can't
they just
compliment them like that.
Yeah, you would say it's a compliment. I'd say it's a buzzword.
Didn't
They're
they-
definitely trying to emphasize Ukrainian identity. Okay, and so what they talked about in the days after the revolution to make only Ukrainian the language of the national language, right, and abolish Russian, which Russian didn't like, right? And obviously, the Ukrainian revolution was very pro-EU, and it was also supported by the EU. And that's basically the reason that Russia went in and counteracted this influence of the EU. So it's not as easy to say, oh, they are fascists, and that's why, and Russia is the big white knight that the people there. It's more complicated.
There's a little bit more to it than even that, because the Ukraine was getting all of its gas from Russia for, decades before that, and they didn't pay any of their bills. They owed millions of dollars, and this is, around the time that all of this became due. That's when Russia started to invade. So it's not just,
No, that's also confident.
suddenly becoming EU loving and whatever else. Maybe they just don't want to pay their bills, so they're trying to hide in with the EU.
And also, Ukraine is a very tactical position. It's literally called like the border for a reason.
Yeah.
Another thing too is Russia actually this entire time has had a naval base on the Crimean Peninsula.
Yeah, Sebastopol.
And I can't honestly blame them for wanting to secure that base. Historically, that area has been controlled by Russia long before the USSR ever existed. They conquered that from Turkey back in the I think it was actually called the Crimean War.
Yes, it was.
Yeah,
1850s.
And they conquered it fair and square from Turkey. That was in the 1950s, like the 1850s.
No, that's what I said. 1850s.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said 19.
No.
And they conquered it fair and square from Turkey. It's Turkey hit back hard, Russia hit hard, Russia ended up winning, and they owned that territory since then for fucking 100 years.
How come everybody's outraged about the Ukraine, but nobody said shit when Georgia happened or when anybody else does this? Like, why is the Ukraine so special? Why are we supposed to care what happens?
About Georgia.
I cared about Georgia.
What happened in Georgia?
That's shocking, because your government didn't care.
Wait, explain Georgia.
So 2008, I think. So in the north of Georgia, there are two semi-independent countries, which the Russians have been flooded with Russian people, and so how exactly did it start? It was that the Georgian government wanted to take back control over their own territory. So because officially it's still their territory, but they're semi-independent, and so Georgia moved into those semi-countries, and because there's so many Russian people there, Russia said, "Oh, you're killing our citizens," and so they moved into Georgia and basically attacked Georgia in a land war, which went for like 2 weeks or something.
Attacking is a strong word. Like, I actually looked that up once, and I think there's a total loss of like 60 people. Like 60 people died in that so-called war. I think that's why no one cared, because it was so tiny.
It was really short and very directly aimed at driving out the Georgians from the South Ossetian border. So
It was with a country that no one gives a fuck about. No one gives a fuck.
Okay, if this was, is this a valid, like, what do you guys think of this thing? If you have, like, a ton of population and you encourage population growth, and then you purposely export your people into a neighboring area on your, next to your country, and then after a while you go like, oh, that place is 100% our people, we should just have this.
Well, that's what the Russians did for many years.
That's what the Mexicans are doing right now.
That's
Isn't
what
that
the
what
Germans did also. So like,
isn't that what the Israelis are doing in the West Bank?
yeah, that's like everyone does that.
Yeah, everyone
It's
has
fucked up though, right? It's fucked up.
like
It's a
every
funny
empire-
strategy.
Like
It works though.
like during the Soviet Union days, they would fucking get a whole bunch of Russians and put
Yeah.
them into Ukraine, Poland.
And in Crimea, that's how they actually Russified Crimea.
Yeah,
They deported all the Tatarian Crims there, and they planted all the Russians there. That's how they actually made it Russian.
and then even before the Soviet Union, the Russian Empire went into Ukraine with the Cossacks and fucking murdered everybody and took over the fucking territory.
How come we're never like on the winning end of any of these strategies? Like the
Well,
we can start
Come
exporting
on,
America.
America's been doing
called
good.
Manifest Destiny. We pretty much
Germany
flooded
was
the West
winning
with our
until
people.
like we decided to turn on them.
Yeah, because we were
Yeah,
fucking.
but I mean like, recently, you see all these like
Oh,
the
no, it's
the
'cause
Arabs
white
are taking
people-
over, the
White
Hispanics
people
are
have
taking
no
over.
birth rate.
Well,
White
it's
people have
because
like the
we don't want to go anywhere else. I mean, who wants to go to Mexico? No one wants to go to Mexico.
Yeah, it's that plus the like white people have the lowest birth rate. Especially Germans have the lowest birth rate on the planet.
That's
Are you
pretty
sure?
fucking.
The Japanese do.
No, Germans beat them.
Do they for real?
It might be
Japanese-
true, yeah.
The French are right behind them.
It's like the French,
You're
the
from
This guy
Germans.
hates the French.
I mean, I don't mind the French, but come on, they gotta.
You've been
fucking
talking
change
shit on the
some
French
shit.
all night, boy.
I don't mind them.
Marine Le Pen is fun.
It's like every 5 minutes. Well, how about them French? That guy's a real cunt.
They gotta fucking do something different. Things are fucking up for them.
Yeah, France has been doing the shittiest decisions for like the past 100 years. The last good decision France ever made was helping the U.S. in the Revolutionary War. Since then, they have like made this never-ending like just train wreck of bad decisions.
They're very
They
egoistic.
fought valiantly in the First World War. I mean,
Yeah, they fought valiantly for the first 5 minutes of the First World War.
Before they almost
They
got
stopped the
Paris.
Germans.
It almost got Paris fucking taken over by the Germans, and they came bitching to us. Please help us.
See?
I mean, the Americans. Wait, the Americans didn't came until 1917. Okay.
Well, the
Until
Brits.
And the
then-
reason
Brits.
why the Germans were stopped from taking over France was because of the British in France.
I mean,
the
yeah,
British
obviously they
Army
were
took
working
front.
together.
Yeah, the British Army, which has always been fucking fantastic, except for when they fought us. They had a mind fart, I guess, when they fought us. Brain
Or
fart. when
maybe
they fought
we're
us.
just better.
That too. Well,
Or
I
maybe
mean,
they,
we're
maybe
British,
they
I
just
guess.
lined up like retards and we hid in the woods and shot them from.
Wait, fought
range.
who?
Well, the
Fought
problem
who?
the problem with the Revolutionary War, the Brits, the problem with them in that war was they were in the fucking 18th century fighting an intercontinental war with fucking wooden ships and muskets. So they were not going to win that war. It just wasn't going to happen.
And also their tactics were horrible. It was also like, if you're familiar with like ancient history, like if you ever read about like when Tacticus and the Romans tried to go cross the Rhine and go into the Teutoburg forest. It's like they were all lined up in formations, and they were in a strange environment, far away from home, and there's just
Firing
like,
and volleys and shit.
and then there's fucking barbarians running down, sneak attacking them from the woods, and they just had no chance. It was like the same thing. The British came here, they're lining up with their fancy little faggy red uniforms, and we just shot them in the head from 300 yards away with our hunting rifles.
Yeah, fuck civility.
But
Fuck
you
'em.
forget when was it? 1815 when the UK burnt down Washington, right?
No, that was 18.
That doesn't count. That never happened.
It doesn't. They fucking burned it down.
I don't remember that. I never heard that.
Well,
The
wait,
War of 1812, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Nah,
yeah, but
We
the
burned the
untold
White House
story.
down?
must be some of that German history you're
Yeah, but
reading.
the untold story of that war, though, I'll bring it back to America. I'll
Oh
bring
wait,
it back to
Canada? Yeah, this is funny.
Canada burned the White House down.
Yeah, they don't teach that in American history. This
They
is
don't
actually
teach
really
that in
funny.
American history?
Yeah, they don't
Well-
teach that Canadians burned down the White House.
That's definitely that revisionist shit.
Yeah, they literally don't teach it. It's actually really
goodness.
funny.
And they also don't mention the fact that there's actually a part of the U.S. Constitution which says that Quebec can join the United States. It's written in the Constitution.
Yeah, there's a couple really funny things that you don't learn in
Really? That's
Canadian.
Here's one cool thing about the War of 1812 that you also don't really learn. Our Navy fucking kicked ass. Like the British Navy, which before then, like people like to act, the British like to act like they were never defeated until Trafalgar. We kicked their asses in 1812. Like our Navy, we built our ships out of our strong, sturdy, dark oak that we got from the fucking Carolinas, and that shit was like ironclad beasts. Like whenever we got into battles with their frigates, they'd come up, they'd have more cannons than us, but we had heavier cannons, and we'd get into this battle, ships flying back and forth. End of the battle, the British surrender. We go over there to give them some aid and shit, because British are friends, even if we're at war. And it's fucking blood-soaked, nightmarish reality. British come over to our side. There's like one guy who got nicked by a splinter. It's like, what the fuck happened? Like, your cannonballs bounced off.
Yeah, and then
Badass.
we blew away their fucking bullshit fife and drum corps.
Pussies.
And like our whole Navy doctrine was just way better because the British Navy doctrine relied on impressed gangs, and their aristocratic mentality was reflected in their ships. But again, the American individualistic mentality was reflected in our ships, where the seamen were actually treated like people.
But you gotta give them credit. They managed to fucking fight the damn Nazis for 4 years.
Yeah.
They fought pretty hard.
I mean, to give them credit, the British Empire was probably the largest empire that ever existed, next to Genghis Khan and shit.
Nah, I think even Genghis Khan wasn't as big as theirs.
Genghis Khan had the most land.
It definitely had the most land.
Genghis Khan.
The guy went from China into Siberia and shit.
British Empire.
But it didn't really last.
The British had all of Canada. Like that's like as big as all.
I mean,
empire.
Khan had the land.
Yeah, but it wasn't traversed. It was like a lot of it was just like they never even like went out there. It's just like, oh yeah, well we got that land too. Nobody goes
Khan
there.
had the land.
Probably bears
Khan
and
had the
moose and
land.
shit.
Bears.
The Brits had all the fucking money. That's what they had. They had all these fucking the spice trade from India and all that shit. They had all of it.
Yeah. Genghis Khan, he had roads throughout his whole entire empire. Like even to like the furthest, like the bowels of Siberia. He's like, oh yeah, over there we go there. We got a road that goes there.
The Pax Mongolica, as they call it.
And then
So what do you guys think of the shutdown of politics and sociology?
Yeah.
The guy Brett Sterling is a massive faggot.
Yes.
I think he should be strung up by his toenails, have a flaccid cock slapped across his face numerous times, and then he should have. I don't know. I'm running out of ideas.
Yeah. I think it was
Cover him in honey and leave him in the forest.
He's being a coon. I hope he does. Since he's so like poor and wait, isn't he being taken care of by that feminist?
Cassidia.
I don't understand. Why the fuck did she let him in?
I don't know, dude.
That's so fucking weird. He's probably like cutting himself every night because he has to listen to her presentations for her gender studies class before she gets to school.
And he has to go through a checklist.
They have to do like microaggression shit, like, oh, so Brett, these are the things that you can't say when you're next to me because they're microaggressions and they will cause microoppressions. So
now go through the checklist, you piece of shit.
She probably just pushes his face into the pillow and just like violently rubs her dry vagina on his back and he just quivers and cries.
Oh my god.
The fuck?
So like, with all these fucking rad femmes, like, do you think any of them actually have sex? I'm gonna go with no.
yeah. Oh, no. Milo Yiannopoulos looked into this. They do, and it's really weird. They're all into really fucked up.
Okay, I have actually anecdotal evidence for that.
Well, do you agree with that statement, Fabio?
Well, I only dated one feminist in my life, so I can't like.
No, but does that
there?
anecdote support what I just said?
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. All these feminists are into weird, like, punch me in the face and stuff.
I dated a black intersectional feminist when I was here, and basically every stereotype you think of it was true.
That sucks.
Like,
Did she make you dress up as a Nazi and like beat her jungle booty?
No, but she was like, she was heavily submissive, like to a point where I was like, holy shit, what the fuck's going on?
Yeah, like to a point where you're like fucking uncomfortable.
Yeah. And
I dated a few before I even knew what feminism was. I just thought like she was being a bitch. They don't like. There's the ones that I've been with. They're not even like. They're so bland. Like they just like everything's weird and uncomfortable. I think they've all been like touched or something.
Oh my god.
You know what's worse?
And here's another thing. Like I would have never thought like the way she like fetishized my skin color was the weirdest thing. Like I would have been never comfortable in saying those things.
You white German, fucking put me in that dick camp.
It was so fucking weird, dude. Like being fetishized for your skin that much. Like I mean, I guess I kind of understand now how someone would feel like to say I'm I like Asian girls or something like that. But it was so weird, like hearing that all the time.
Yeah, I hear that a lot. Yeah, the best one was when Milo Yiannopoulos actually looked into these people, because a lot of these people were like really into weird sub-communities, and their accounts are still there in those communities. So you can, if you know who to look for, you can go search them up, and Milo Yiannopoulos found a shit ton of them, and they're all into weird, really submissive, and really like the stereotypical degenerate stuff.
Degenerate. I wouldn't call it degenerate. It just seems weird that feminists who are like outwardly talk about women's empowerment in sexual matters.
They know that
just like
it's their body trying to teach them the truth.
I mean, these are the same.
Actually, there might be some truth to that. I was watching a TED Talk the other day. So we have two parts of our brain, right? And I don't know which one it was, but one part of our brain is kind of like the body, and the other part is more of a rationality or consciousness, right? So they made a test where they gave someone, like, in the left hand, they had a square or something, and how exactly was it? Like, they couldn't say what they had in their left hand, but they could point at it or something.
I know this research.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. Okay. Many people don't actually realize this, but you're a combination of your parts. You don't really exist in the way you think you do. You're a combination of the pieces that make you up. So there have been people who have had brain injuries or brain surgery that injures the corpus callosum, which is basically like a big fibrous wire, and it's the biggest thing in the brain, and it connects all the parts of the brain together.
Yeah.
If you have this thing cut or injured, it turns out that there were multiple people in your head the whole time, and that they actually make decisions independently and discuss things among themselves, and that's who you are. You are the collective decision-making of these multiple people.
Oh, I actually knew that was like that, and I have discussions with them all the time.
Man, these guys I got are fucking out of their minds. Jesus Christ.
I'm just saying that
No. In a normal situation, you would never become aware that, because when you look at yourself in the mirror, for example, you don't. The thing that recognizes your own face is one part of your brain, and it tells the other parts of your brain, I'm looking at myself. If you disconnect that part, you forget what your face looks like, but you will still recognize, that part of the brain will still recognize part of your face. So what they did was they would cover they would put like a card in between the eyes, and they would give things to the two hands. And they picked like, what's your favorite toy? What's your favorite food? What's your favorite flavor out of these? What's your favorite shape? And the two hands would disagree with each other constantly.
That's so fucking weird.
That's weird.
And as far as, feminist empowerment goes, these are the same people that literally, I'm looking at an article right now, why, it's some bullshit article from HuffPost, why women should look to Muslims, why feminists should look to Muslims for feminism.
Oh, Islam is the religion of feminism.
Yeah, so it's like, no, that's fucking retarded.
The worst part
of the brain is going off to tell them that shit.
The worst part about all this is that, there was a time when feminism was actually a good thing.
No, it wasn't.
Nah,
Yes, it
you're talking
was.
about the suffragettes. They're whores too.
No, at one time it was a good thing.
Feminism is a Jewish plot to destroy the West.
And those feminists would fucking roll over in their graves if they could see what was being done in the name of their movement today.
Well, they would be upset that the blacks were even allowed outside the cages. No, you should read the shit that they said. They were like, why the fuck are we even allowing blacks to speak in public? The original suffragettes were like, we want rights for only Jews and whites, and we want, yeah.
Well, it's okay.
Are you all right?
That's not the stuff I've read. The stuff that I've read about them, and I haven't studied it extensively. I've never had much of an interest in feminist history, but just the stuff that I've seen, on the way of looking at other stuff. 'Cause I fucking love history. Is the central the feminist movement can be divided into three major groups. The first, I'm sure y'all have heard this. The first wave feminist group was primarily just fighting for, and I'm not saying everyone was, like any group they'll have, different groups, the radicals, the moderates, etc. But the first group was mostly concerned about voting rights, property rights, and
that's where we fucked up.
and the right to
By
actually
giving women the vote.
steer kids, because back then it was actually reversed to today.
Women are psychologically different from men. They shouldn't have the fucking vote. I will argue this using facts.
I disagree with you there, because
They are terrible voters. The feminine vote is a terrible vote.
well, but see, here's the
Is that so?
No, I will argue this if I
The
can.
feminine vote is a terrible vote, is it?
Trisha, if you
All
were
right.
a man, you would be a right-wing extremist and in jail.
All right. Come on.
Okay,
the
so
patriarchy should be able to back up its claims. So.
yeah. Okay, so
the reason
women.
why-
No.
Okay,
Shut
you're allowed
the
to
fuck
vote.
up. I actually have
Fucking
the facts
Let
for
you
this.
have the floor.
Okay, women are always left wing of what the male version of what they would of their equivalent would be. This is just flat out across the board, and the reason for this is because another thing before I say, in a population of any fucking billions, you could have 99.999% of it true, and you will still have millions of exceptions. So that's also a thing. Now then, when you look at female voting, it's always shifting towards the left, and it's always they're being able to be bought very easily on certain swing issues. So for male swing voters, one of the biggest thing is it's I think 45% or 46% of them said that their biggest issue is tax rate. The same for women, though the same number of the swing voters said they will go with the person who supports abortion the same way they think abortion is.
That's only true for America, though. Just saying.
Yeah. These are American stats.
Okay.
And another thing is, if you got rid of women voting, you would have I think 3 blue states, and everything else would be Republican. Another one.
That's a whole lot of conjecture, though. I mean, like what you're saying about abortion, okay? As many women oppose abortion as are for abortion.
Yeah. I'm saying that a woman's vote is if a guy suddenly arrives into the country and he says, okay, who am I voting for? The the biggest inclination of who he's voting for is the person who supports has a tax plan that he supports. For women, that's not the same. For women, the biggest inclination of guessing who she's going to vote for is knowing what she thinks of abortion. If you know what she's going to think of abortion, you can about 50% of the time you can predict who she's going to vote for.
Yes, but my point though is that all of that is irrelevant. It's like saying because voting is a constitutional right.
No, it's not.
I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't.
It's a constitutional right for land-owning white men in good standing, according
Yeah,
to...
it was literally educated white men who owned land.
Either way,
How is
the
what you
point though
no,
is that
no,
right
how
should
is it-
not be changed based on something that is beyond a person's control. Being a female is beyond a person's control. Being a male is beyond being a person's control. Being white.
Well, we can't like just take it away now. We're just saying it sucks.
Yeah, we're fucked now. It would be better if it got taken away.
Oh, would it?
So, Joseph, your argument
a violation of one of our
women
most
shouldn't vote.
basic freedoms.
Wait, two people are talking. I can't hear both of them.
All right, go.
Fabio, what did you say? Yusuf,
Okay.
you are...
Yusuf, your argument why women shouldn't vote boils down to you don't like what women vote for. So it's kind of like the same with saying like women, like feminists, wouldn't say, oh, black or men are more likely to vote for Republicans. That's why men shouldn't vote. Like
Yes, that is a true criticism. But I would say that you have to eventually say, like, if you, for example, if you have a group of people who are not voting in, because you can say that certain things are just objectively better. Like letting tons of refugees into your country is not a good thing. It's never been a good thing for anyone.
And a good thing is to restrict certain people from voting. Is that how you solve
Actually,
this?
you know what? I agree. Actually, I don't think people should be voting at all. But if we're going to have a vote, everybody should be able to vote. If you know what I'm trying to say.
I think the best way to fix this is to make only people who own a property can vote.
I don't agree. I think maybe we should
Because
just
then
go
you'll
back
have
to
no more fucking communists.
We should go back to.
That would eliminate the entire fucking communist
Start
votes.
have a capitalist country where you have all the fucking landowners that buy up land, and before long you have ancient Rome where they turned it into an empire overnight. Yes, this has actually been tried before where only the landowners could vote. It turned out to be a terrible idea.
Rome
Rome
did
was
nothing
around for a
wrong.
long time.
Rome was pretty fucking
Rome was
sweet.
awesome.
Of a constitutional republic where people don't get to vote. Like everybody's got negative rights. Okay, I can't have a right that interferes with your right to do something. And we go back to a constitutional republic. No, you don't get to vote on the rights of other people around you. You shouldn't be able to vote on those things.
Except maybe you're allowed to vote against their interests.
Yeah, and as
You
long
shouldn't be allowed to vote for or against anybody's interest. But at least if you're going to have a vote, if you're going to say, okay, we're going to have this democracy and whatever, then really, in order to be consistent, you have to let everybody vote. Like if something's universal or it isn't. You know?
We've done
Democracy is mob rule.
Yeah, and regardless of how
Yeah,
females
exactly.
vote, that is
And it sucks.
irrelevant.
Yes.
No matter how females or males vote, it is irrelevant. What matters is the right. Do we consider it a right? Is voting a right? Yes, it is in the United States according to our Constitution. And if it's a right, then it should be equally respected to all persons. If it is not equally respected to all persons, then you enter into the slippery slope. In which case, a good example of this.
It doesn't matter if there's a bus full of children driving towards a cliff as long as there's some women in there too.
I mean, we've done Athenian democracy, and we have moved on from Athenian democracy. And I think that what we have now is far more representative of more people.
Guys, we need progress. Those
Which is why we
people who
shouldn't
building giant like stone cities and shit and all that nice art, that's regressive. You don't go back to that.
Because
what we need is to take a shit in a cup and then that's art, guys. I swear.
Well, honestly, art is whatever you want it to be.
No,
Art
it's not. Fucking that shit.
Yes, it
art
is.
is a
Art is
representation.
Art, beauty is
you can't.
eye of the beholder.
No,
Nothing
it's not. Beauty is objectively. No, beauty traits are objective traits. Go around the entire world, all men will agree on the traits that make a woman beautiful. It is also environmental.
Some will say black skin makes a woman beautiful. Some will say whatever
That
color
is in,
skin
it is
makes
either
a woman
no. That's
Some will say
purely environmental, though.
beautiful.
If
Some will
you
say
have,
blonde
yeah,
hair.
but that's still an objective thing.
But
If
hold
it's
on, hold on.
environmental, it's still objective.
Say
Hold on.
big
Let me
guys.
ask
One
this.
person at a time.
Titties.
One person at a time.
Let me ask this question. So you're saying that it is objective, correct?
Yes.
Why is it that in almost every society around the world it does exist where men like fat women?
This is
exists.
yeah.
It
This is
exists. That
no.
is something
This
that
is a
is
thing.
universal
Exception.
around the world.
No. It's not even the exception. There's a reason for this. Men who had low-calorie diets as young boys like fat girls.
What?
Oh yeah, I read that.
No.
I read that.
This is objective truth. If you have kids who had low-calorie diets as children, they will pick wives who are very hefty.
That's weird.
Yeah,
No,
they go hog
it's
hunting.
perfectly true. It's every country that guys like fat girls. The guy who likes fat girls had a low-calorie diet as a kid.
So in the past they like pick a girl.
No,
That
it's
means,
literally that. Okay, it has to do with it's all evolution. It's all evolution. You have if you are part of a family who can't really get your food, that means your family sucks at hunting or gathering. If you see a girl who, if you're really sucking at hunting, and there's a girl who's fat, what does that mean? That means her father and her brother are both good hunters and gatherers. That means they have good genetics. That means you want that genetics.
That's
literally the reason.
Back to the beauty thing.
Beauty standards are objective.
Is if you have, let's say you have, random female A. If one male finds random female A attractive and another male does not find random female A attractive, beauty is subjective.
No, it's not.
Subjective.
Okay.
Not subjective because they're both using objective standards to assess that female. So while the traits of that female might be appealing to male A because he needs that gene or whatever, or he thinks that gene will be more successful, and male B doesn't find those traits useful or whatever, it's still objective.
Yeah, it's literally that. It's your body is making a biological judgment on their genetic traits of whether that's what you find attractive or not. Like, for example, people who like blondes tend to like shorter, well, all guys like short, but they like shorter girls on even more because blonde hair is actually a trait which shows how your age, which many people don't know this, but guys who have blonde hair, their hair usually turns very dark once they've reached sort of manhood. The same thing sort of happens with it. Usually happens, not all the time, but same thing sort of happens with girls. Is that over time their hair turns into a dirty blonde and then sort of like a light brown. It's to show your youthfulness, and so a lot of almost all traits are either showing your success as a person, so whether you're skilled or not, your health, so like, or your fertility. That's all your beauty standards are just showing off those three traits.
Fair enough, but that does not translate to art, though.
No, art is art's slightly more subjective, but art is based off of what we art is based off of things like things that is more of a mental objectivity. So for you
art has no actual tangible benefit to our lives, though. It is purely
it's mentally beneficial.
Mm-hmm.
And you could also gauge the quality of art by the skill it took to do it. You know what I mean? Michelangelo and those guys, the shit that they did was tremendous and took years, and it was their craft that they perfected. Fucking Andy Warhol and the rest of these jerk-offs, they just fucking
shit in a cup. They literally shit in a cup, and then they post that as a $5 million.
They jerk off in a jar and write mayonnaise in a Sharpie, and then
I'm not saying I think that's. I don't consider that good art myself. I'm actually not a big art person, which is why I guess I'm so negative about art. I actually don't really care about art. It's like not even on my radar, but it's still a subjective thing because what matters is that it's like it goes back to the other saying. What is it? It's an awesome capitalist saying. The product is worth whatever the purchaser is willing to pay for it.
I do think art has,
The value of art is entirely in what you determine it. Well, not you specifically, but
well, no, I would say value and whether the art is good or not is different because there have been people who have literally sold blank canvases for like $6 million.
Well, yeah, but again,
it's
that
not
brings
that
up,
odd.
but it brings up the question of how do you define what is good? It's something you can't do.
This is why.
Because
No, you
from
can
person to
say that like this is you have to put your foot down because then you just have these degenerate artists shitting in cups. You have to put your foot down and say no. We want art to represent beauty, power, stability, order, chaos. We want art to represent things.
Well, it's the purchaser that does that.
No, because you had these people are. It's like a religion of snobbiness. They sit around. No, because this is a good thought experiment that people did. That they actually did it in, or not a thought experiment. They did an experiment where they would take IKEA paintings, the stock photos, and they would go to art exhibits and try to pawn the art off and they managed to get like people giving them checks for like millions of dollars. They will argue of even artists will sometimes. I've heard who was that? Oh, who was that fucking artist? He tried making a point by purposely just making disgusting-looking photos and then putting them in exhibits, and then watching the people try to justify like the things he's doing. Oh, who was that guy?
That sounds funny.
Oh, I don't remember.
But I think it's something in between of what you guys are saying. I think about art in the same way I think about a morality in a way. It's not entirely objective. It's not that you can say this art is better than the other art or something like that, or this is not art or something like that. I think that they're all equally valid as art, but you can make arguments and assessment of something that is. I'm just going to contradict myself again. I do think you can say something is more art or less art. I don't think you can say something is not art at all. Like I think it's some kind of like a bell curve. You know, you can say, oh, this kind of like fits what we would normally say is art, and then there's a complete outliers like just a fucking white blanket or something, which is still art, but it's like, okay, is this what kind of art is there? It's just shitty art, you know. You know what I mean with that?
So
art and music, you know, is sort of what separates us from chaos. You know, like going back to what Yusef was saying. You know, it's not just or whatever, and then calling that art. That's not art. I mean, objectively, art should be sort of separating, you know, beauty from the ugly, or chaos from order, and so on. You know, it's not just. I don't think they're just arbitrary. You know.
So if we're going to talk about art, where exactly do film and video games fall in this spectrum? Because I think that's something that's been missing here. Where do they fall in?
Games can be art if you want, if your purpose of making the game is to be art. But then you have those fucking really snobby SJWs who make literally they use the code from Telltale, and they literally make like walking around simulator, and it's just a what? Oh,
A lot of them use Twine.
Yeah, Twine, that's it. And then so it's literally just walking around simulator, and you just walk around and hear people talk, and that's like a storybook. So that's like the new shit game that for some reason it's like it's super popular with women. That's the new gaming demographic. Women are making up most of gamers. It's time to end the male gaming.
Yeah, because wasn't there like a game called like Sunset something? Like
yeah, no, everyone's gone to Rapture, I think.
It's like this really shitty game where basically you're a maid cleaning a fucking apartment.
Oh shit! Yes. Oh my
What?
god! Yeah, I heard about this. A bunch of
bad.
feminists made a game, and they were like, "We tried making it as fun as possible," and it's literally you with like a dustpan, and you just go around cleaning. You're like a Mexican, and you go around cleaning some rich guy's apartment.
Yeah, you're cleaning some guy's
It's
apartment
the
in some.
funniest thing ever.
in
I don't
some
know what they were thinking.
Yeah,
It's
so
Feminists
been.
are ruining games. It's like and females are a huge gaming demographic, but by and large, and I don't want to paint a generalization. There are plenty of females, play Battlefield and shit like that.
But they barely do though. The ones who do
By
the
and
main
large,
female demographic for gaming is things like Farmville, Sims,
Candy
and
Crush.
Candy Crush, and like those the storybook games. That's if you got rid of those games, the female gaming demographic wouldn't be like 80%. It would be like 4%.
Yeah, and by and large, it's not that the gaming industry has not tried to, because that would mean so much money if
They are
could literally
constantly
double
trying
the
to
market.
fucking get women to play Battlefront. Because they would. That's like 50% of the market that they would just double their profits. They're constantly trying to do that.
But,
They can't do it though, because there are different people naturally have preferences. So war and
Males are
fighting
very-
and competition are naturally male wants.
Yeah, and if a woman wants to play, by all means, feel fucking free to do it. But if you want to speak about general market trends, females just don't seem to want to. No one's forcing females not to. They just don't seem to want to.
They're too busy playing shit like Gone Home,
Oh, fucking Gone Home. That was garbage.
There's a lot of female gamers. I mean, I'm a female gamer, and I know a lot of people a lot of other girls or whatever that play games. So I think that even Gamergate is made up of a lot of girls. So it's just.
And I'm not denying that personally. I think there are a lot of female gamers.
Yeah, we're talking about just like the competition sort of war games that people say oh, there needs what was it? I think it was something like
The act like games are purposely excluding females when they're
Yeah,
not.
that's the actual problem. It's like feminists coming in and saying, "Oh, those games, they don't include women. Change those games up, instead of just create your own fucking games."
They're pissed off because the market is, the primary dominant games in the market are
That's why they're
FPS.
leftists.
It's FPS or third-person sandbox.
And
Those are the
fuck
fucking
Call of
games
Duty.
making
I'm
money.
just throwing that out there. Fuck Call of Duty. Call of Duty is shit.
I like Call of Duty.
Fuck Call of Duty.
Battlefield.
I always like
wrong
that.
with all the way?
Christian likes playing the German
hold
soldiers
on.
and shooting all the
Yeah.
non-whites.
Campers are the bane of Call of Duty. I hate campers, and that's one thing that Call of Duty has never tried to rectify. But
No, that's not why. Camping
it's
is
still not a
awesome.
bad game, though.
I played every single
All about
player
camping.
of Call of Duty.
I'm a fucking epic camper with my sniper rifle on Battlefield. The problem with Call of Duty, in my opinion, this is my opinion, is that it's aimed. I'm not saying everyone who plays it is like this, but it's aimed at the lowest common denominator. It's too simplified.
It is.
Damn fucking 12-year-olds. Everyone slept with my mother.
Which is that's right.
I don't have a problem with
Fucking
campers
there.
per se. The problem in Call of Duty with campers, though, is that there's not really a recourse to it. Some asshole sitting in one room with one entrance where he can shoot you every single time, or punched on a windowsill or something like that. There's no way to attack him. Whereas in Battlefield, at least you could blow his ass up or whatever. You could just.
Well, I mean, perhaps if I played it longer, I'd encounter that. I've never played Call of Duty long enough to actually have that issue. It's always just been going from Battlefield to Call of Duty is shitty, because Battlefield, first of all, the maps are fucking huge as fuck.
Yeah.
What do you think of the Star Wars game compared to Battlefield? Have you played it?
It's awesome. Star Wars is awesome.
It sucked.
I played only the first Battlefront. I didn't play the second one.
They rushed it. They
Oh.
really should have just waited on that one.
Well, the new Battlefront. I haven't played the other Battlefronts. Yeah, the new Battlefront was disappointing. They should have made it basically Battlefield meets Star Wars. That's what everyone wanted, and they outright refused to do it. They made it into almost a Call of Duty meets Star Wars, which is
That's
shitty.
not cool.
There's no ammunition, and they had ammunition. Anyone who's remotely familiar with Star Wars knows, yes, they had ammunition casings. Yes, all this, oh, I just have to shoot and wait for my gun to cool down. oh, I can't even go fucking prone.
You can't go fucking prone.
Yeah.
I don't even play video games anymore. I quit.
Really?
But
And then
I started
I like going outside like a normal human being.
fuck going outside. There's shit out there that likes to
Burn.
I like going outside and
There's
shooting
too
guns,
many
walking in my
minorities
garden and shit.
outside.
I live in the city, so it's impossible to do anything outside.
I mean,
Yeah.
since you like video games and you're a woman, you're not like Anita Sarkeesian where everything is sexist. I mean,
No, Trisha is the when people tend to be outliers, they're outliers in everything. So not only is she
That's a
right
nice
wing,
compliment.
yeah, not only is she right wing, she's anti-authoritarian, and she's pro video game, she's anti-feminist, anti relativist, is all the stereotypes that the crazy women are, is the anti of
antithesis.
yeah.
oh, Anita's gonna just say that internalized misogyny.
Yeah.
Has anyone ever actually said that to you? You have internalized misogyny.
Yeah, actually, quite a few people in politics and sociology. So I had a big meltdown, actually, with quite a few of the famous feminists that I'm sure you're familiar with.
I want to hear about it.
I've been blocked by all of them. So.
And Aaron Lee and Amanda Johnson and a few others. This was quite a few months ago or whatever. We had a big blowout, and it's just basically because, and I'm not against women by any means, but just because you don't follow their ideology or whatever, then you're branded as, an internalized misogynist or,
How dare you practice your individualistic choices and free thought? How dare you not follow the cultural Marxist ideology and fall in lockstep with all the other goose steppers?
But to quote Aaron Ra, if you are not a feminist, by definition, you are a sexist.
Well, then,
Fucking Ra.
he's not wrong if you actually use the dictionary definition of feminism, but I would just say to that, what's wrong with being a sexist in certain regards?
Yeah, if you use the definition of sex, let me pull it up. Sexism.
I mean, you're just acknowledging that there are differences between the genders, and that might be sexist, but is it true or is it untrue?
Yeah, there's definitely a big difference between sexist and misogynist.
There's a problem. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with being, if you're a sexist or you're a racist or any of those things, that's not actually bad in my mind, because that's just the thoughts in your head. It's when it actually materializes in the real world and you actually use that to, let's say, take away somebody's rights. That's a bad thing.
Sexism
I don't
is
care if you're a racist or a sexist.
Yeah, if someone wants to have racist thoughts or think one gender or the other is inferior to them, whatever they
Who cares?
Yeah, but yeah.
But I have the definition here. So, prejudice based on a person's sex or gender. Sexism affects men and women, but almost entirely women. It is linked to stereotypes, gender roles, and may include the belief that one gender may or may not be intrinsically superior at something than another. So, literally saying women are worse arm wrestlers than men makes you a sexist, because bicep.
Or shittier voters.
Gender is
Or
a social
shittier.
construct, guys. You don't get it.
Oh yeah, fuck. Who? I had this person say this to me. I can't remember if I said in the last one. So one time, someone has literally said to me, it was some crazy university ideologue. They said to me that the gendered bodies are a social construct, and that women are weaker because we teach girls to be more timid and stuff like that.
Well, tell them to get the strongest woman in the world to arm wrestle the strongest man in the world and see who wins.
But it's because they also were educated to be weaker. So
Yeah. Even the strongest woman will never beat the strongest man, because all women are collectively told that they're weaker, and therefore.
Take a biology course.
No. Biology is word for word. Biology is a social construct by the patriarchy. I lost my shit. I almost beat her up.
I believe the term that they should look up is sexual dimorphism, because
No,
that is
no,
what
no,
we
no,
are.
no. That's a conspiracy created by the patriarchy
Yeah.
to keep women in line. They
Wow.
literally are fucking insane. I
They-
almost beat this person.
They
I
can't
was
even acknowledge
Like,
that.
do they not recognize what the fuck evolution is and how?
No. Biology is made by racists to try and prove that black people are stupid to put them in ghettos.
How do you argue with someone like that?
You don't. You throw them out of a fucking helicopter.
Yeah, I like that.
But like, this is the thing, though. Is like
This is why euthanasia needs to be a common practice.
It's like that's like, have any of y'all
Sterilize
ever?
them.
It's like, have any of y'all ever ran into flat earthers?
No, it's
Oh,
a
yeah, I work with
conspiracy.
one.
It's a conspiracy. It's all conspiracy. Wait, what's
they'll
to
sit
fly
there.
authors?
They'll sit there and they'll be like, oh, they'll ask you how around Earth works, and then you start to explain to say, well, gravity doesn't exist, so you can't use that. It's like, this is the fucking central tenet to all of this.
And
You
the
fucking idiot.
the biggest
It doesn't work
problem
without gravity.
And the biggest problem to all of this is that these fuckers are in positions of power in academia. They are fucking teaching people this shit.
Oh yeah, there are teachers who will literally tell their students, you have to write an essay proving biology is a social construct.
It does happen, yeah. I've went to U.S. university here now, and I haven't seen it go that far, but there's
Literally
definitely-
type in biology is a social construct into Google, and there are fucking tons of people literally arguing for that biology is a social construct and doesn't exist.
Who came up with that bullshit?
I
Rebecca
took-
Watson?
An interesting thing, though, is I actually got into a debate with someone over this.
Holy
they-
fuck.
I don't think they were quite all the way yet, but they were definitely getting there. And it was actually the first time I ever argued with an SJW and actually felt like I was making progress, because basically, what was the premises again? They were arguing that, you know how in the SJW camp they have like a billion sexual orientations, like
Yeah, okay.
endless array of
Genders.
arrows and shit.
And also romantics. You have gender, which is what you identify as. You have
Sex.
sex, which is like what is like the exact percentage to the 16th decimal that your hormones are at. They have your biological sex then, which is the exact molecule by molecule configuration of your genitals.
Actually, I do think there's three parts to it, but I'll explain that. This is how I was actually arguing with him about, is he disagreed with me on this. The way I see it is you actually do have three parts to the whole sexuality and all that thing. But it's all based in science and whatnot, and it has nothing in common with the SJW camp's version of this. First off, you have your your biological gender.
Your
which
basic
is what-
bitch gender.
Yeah, your physical gender. You have your psychological gender, which is what you on your mind. Which in truly trans people, there's a disconnect between there, and they have to either correct their mind or the body. A lot easier to correct the body, so that's what they usually do.
That's the opposite of what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, but it's harder to correct the mind. But either way, that's beside the point. And then you have your sexual orientation, which is whether you like to put your dick in a hole or have a dick put in your hole.
No, you have to
Or basically, which
gay people are agents of the patriarchy, and they shouldn't be on LGBT councils.
Oh, well, I guess
Remember
that
that.
precludes me.
Wow.
Yeah, so all gay people are actually secret agents of the patriarchy, and the reason that feminism isn't winning is because we give rights to gay people.
Wow,
I agree.
That is literally an argument that I've heard.
wow,
What the fuck?
wow, that's really retarded. Yeah.
And
But when I went to the Milo talk, I actually like so many people were gay. They went there. Like it's really crazy.
Well,
Like,
yeah, I
you
mean,
wouldn't think that.
Milo's a fucking
the
gay
big area where I convinced this guy though was
Yeah.
I was arguing that as far as gender and orientation goes, there's two parts to it. Three primary causes to it. There's evolutionary causes, which is the primary mover. That's what everything eventually boils down to, is evolutionary causes. There's I forget what the second one was. And the third one was social causes. What was the third one? I think
I
the
think it
third
was
one
from psychology.
Probably
causes,
Jews.
or no, ideological causes, evolutionary causes, ideological causes, and then social causes.
Ideological?
What's an ideological cause? Like penis
Um,
is bad because the patriarchy,
No,
and then
like,
you
but
force
like
yourself to be a lesbian.
no, like how Christianity forces women to wear dresses. That would be an ideological. Well, this is for gender roles.
It sounds like
causes of
it sounds
gender
like social though to me.
Well, I see it differently from social because social is more passed on by things like tradition, things of that nature, and isn't necessarily because of an ideology. So that's why I like to keep them separately because an ideology can invade a social group, but a social group cannot really invade an ideology. So I see them flowing separately. But both of those still trace back to the evolutionary basis because pretty much all gender roles are, whether correct or not, basically an expression of an evolutionary need at one point, whether it's still relevant or not, but that's where they all started, is an evolutionary need. And
Yeah.
this guy was arguing,
all human behavior is just because the brain doesn't get rid of old behavior; it just adds new behavior on top of it. So
And
all human behavior is just remnants of old behavior expressing itself in conjunction with each other.
and that's
therefore,
where I really convinced him because he was saying that everything was just, the usual SJW line where everything is always a social construct.
I found a place called Everyday Sociology, and their front page currently is the social construct of sex. Biological. In sociology, we take for granted. No, in society, we take for granted that men and women, and that X and Y chromosomes are a thing. But we need to teach in sociology classes that gender and sex and sexuality are all social constructs, and that biology does not exist.
Does not exist?
Wow.
that's precisely the problem.
You can literally go through like hundreds of these pages. There are actual like websites about this.
Yeah, this shit right here is the
That
problem.
is crazy.
Their whole arguments stem on using the sociological definitions of words. It's like, no, you can't fucking do that. That's not.
If I just change the semetics enough, eventually I'm right.
Yeah, there's some truth to that.
Yeah, they fucking do
I'd like
that
to
all
see.
the time.
I'd like to see a male and a female go out into a uninhabited, well, not uninhabited, other animals are there, human uninhabited wilderness, both equally get food and survive.
Oh, you gotta watch Alone in the Woods. That is the biggest argument for men and women are different.
Dick Bernecki.
Alone in the Woods is like, or Alone in the Wilderness or something. It's a show where they basically drop you Naked in the Woods, I think.
Are you talking Naked and Afraid?
That's it, Naked and Afraid.
Alone in the
Naked and
Wilderness
Afraid.
is a documentary with Dick Bernecki, the carpenter from the Navy that goes and he lives in the Alaskan wilderness and he builds a house and everything.
Yeah, both of those. I'm thinking of both.
The best one though, like going on that note, there's this Dutch show that I once not saw the Dutch show, but saw in an article where it's kind of like Survivor or something. And
I know what you're talking. It's the island thing.
Yeah,
gendered islands.
And the female island was just sucky as fuck. And the male island, it's not that the males just started, establish this order and just, ordered everyone around. It's just they eventually decided, well, I don't want to sit in the sand. I guess I'll go make a chair. I don't want to eat off the ground, so I'll go make a table. I don't want to get rained on, so I'll go make a roof.
I know exactly, show you. It's the men all get together, they work together, and they build a bunch of shit, and they pimp out their island, and all the bitches just kind of sit around and complain and fight with each other.
And when I look at when feminists cite matriarchal societies, you look those up, and the societies that they cite, there are these shithole like communities in the middle of fucking nowhere where they don't have running water, and people go there to look at how poor they are.
Yeah, they're like, oh look, this is a society which is run by women only, and they have like a fatality rate of like 99% by the time you're fucking 12.
Like those folks that live in Tibet. There's like a culture that's in Tibet.
Oh yeah, I saw that one.
Yeah, the men, all they pretty much do, like there's no fathers, it's like all ran by women. All pretty much the men do is just like roll around and just bang the women and then just get drunk. And they interview the women, and they're like, oh, yeah, this is our perfect society. We've been doing this for hundreds of years and this and that. And they're like, they interview the men, and they're like, oh, yeah, this is pretty sweet.
Yeah, it's kind of weird there. Like the
And-
men live apart from the women, and they're like they can't see their children and things like that. But it seems like they're doing fine. Like it's not good.
Yeah, but
I guess.
I
They're
landed
fine.
on the moon, and they starve whenever like there's not a rain for a week.
Yeah, they're not
So-
exactly. They're not exactly.
That's like the argument right there.
they're not
That's an
inventing-
objective like measurement.
They're not inventing new shit.
I wanted to talk about gender roles real quick, because what I was thinking is, I mean, there's nothing about a female saying that females have to dress or have to wear a dress, right? I mean, there's nothing inherently female about that.
I think it has to do
It
with
is a gender role, right? No, I know. Yeah,
Actually,
like, this
no,
is-
I would say that based on religions, now I haven't studied every single religion, so I'm not going to be quite that broad. But based on religions I've seen, as well as cultures in general, the dress actually seems to be, I don't pretend to know why, but it seems to be undeniably associated
Yeah,
with the
it's
female.
it's like cross-continental and cultural that women
Yeah.
will always be covered up more than the men, and that's just a natural thing that everyone does.
It's a form of modesty.
Yeah, the women always have more modesty than the men, and that's just across the board. That's just in all people.
but it's still a gender role, right? It's not. It's something that people. It's a cultural. thing.
Well, yeah, but the dress itself is cultural, but the fact that they wear dresses isn't.
It's
Yeah,
actually
and I think-
functional. The reason women wear dresses is functional because it's.
Yeah, like
it
you
has
could
to do with
say. You
vag-
could say like a toaster. You could say a toaster is cultural, but eating grain is like needing to consume carbohydrates isn't. Like this what I'm trying to say. The dress itself is cultural, but the being covered up in the shape compared to men is not.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, so like
Probably
if
harks
if
back
we have
to
different,
when.
yeah,
Sorry.
if you have different levels of explanations, like on an evolutionary or biological base, women tend to wear clothing that is more yada yada. I don't know which hypothesis now to make up, right? Like that is more flamboyant, so
Well,
men.
I
are
got
able
one
to
for
see
you
them.
actually. I'd
Not
actually
an
say
Islamic
opposite.
society.
Not
I'd
in
say
a-
it's the opposite of that actually. What I think influenced it is back in the day when human society was a lot more wild, a lot more based on strength and whatnot. Not the good kind of strength, but just like dominating others. Having your mate appeal to other males once she's already mated with you would not be a good thing, because you would have other males who then desire your mate and might kill you over her. Because it hasn't been that way for a long time. But
It's been like that for like most of human history. Is
Most of
where almost all of human history, you had what's called the 80-20-40 problem. Is that 20% of males get 80% of the women. The next remaining 20% of men get the other 20% of women. So 20% of males get like 4 wives, 20% of males get 1 wife, and 60% of males get no wives. And that's how it was for like almost all of human evolutionary history.
yeah, and so back then, dressing up modestly would have kept your female mate from appealing as much to possibly a superior alpha male.
And on top of that, another thing that a lot of people don't know is that women have more stuff on them to show off more in different. Because women and men show off just as much, but in different ways. So women's showing off is directly tied to their cycle. So if you track a woman over 2 months, the amount of time they spend in the morning to get ready on their appearance only will be in a perfect sine wave matching their hormone cycle.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
And you can actually do this with sort of social groups that have like a lot of cleavage showing in their clothing. You can do the same thing with cleavage. Is that the amount of cleavage like per square centimeter or something also matches the perfect sine wave. It's all there's tons, mostly all of with the female beauty stuff is based off of hormones.
Unfortunately, Islamic society regressed on that one.
Well, Islamic society is taking it to the extreme, to the point of covering up their women.
Hence the regression.
Yeah, it's like because it is technically what they're doing is biological. It's still technically biological. They're just taking it to an absolute environmental extreme.
So I have a topic I figure I'd bring up because I'm going to get off soon, so I want to bring this topic up real quick. What do y'all think of... Say what? What do y'all think of transhumanism?
We should do it.
Which
now.
type? Which type?
I'm of the technological camp.
So, like,
ourselves?
Yeah, cyborgs.
Yes, cyborgs all the way.
Dude, if we could install something like Google in our minds that we could like instantly look for stuff on the internet like as we would think them, we would be fucking gods on Earth.
Yeah, we'd be gods.
Fabio,
Yeah,
have you ever heard of the movie Ghost in the Shell?
Yeah.
I have 2 of the manga to that. I haven't seen the movie yet though.
Oh yeah, watch the original movie. I've
seen it.
I don't trust Google. I think they'll put a fucking
Well, no, it's not
backdoor in.
Google, but
Google are all shills. Don't trust it.
Any fucking company.
Just
I don't
imagine
fucking
you have a search engine that is like people ask you something about history or whatever, and you'll just like imagine it's Wikipedia or something, and you just like.
Why would they even ask you? They could just do it themselves.
Yeah. It'd be.
Why even leave your apartment? Just
just like mine Google porn all day.
Why even get an
already
education?
do that. They're really bad. Like the bad side of the technological transhumanism is it could be easily taken over by really shitty people.
I like my transhumanism is the genetic transhumanism where you basically make
camp.
Huh?
I said, you're the naturalist camp.
Yeah, I want like space marines.
I do like the technological one.
So Fabio is like the fucking tech priests and space marines over here.
Which I mean, in the end, I think it'll be a combination of both because I don't think, like, as nice as it would be to go full cyborg, I don't think we'll ever be able to trust electronics quite that much. Like, there's always going to be that desire.
You have to either draw the line in the sand or you go full Ghost in the Shell. You either draw the line in the sand and you do like almost none, or you go full Ghost in the Shell.
Well, what I see happening in the future. This is like my vision of the far future. Is eventually we'd go like Tron, where we'd become like digital beings and live primarily in the digital realm and only enter into a physical form when necessary to do something in the physical. We'd like have a army of sentient robots to do all of the manual stuff for us because that part is inevitable.
That sounds like the Matrix.
That'd be shitty though, wouldn't it? Like, I mean, if we really like give up our physical existence and live in a digital world.
Well, I think giving up a physical existence is inevitable, honestly. Like
This is what happens when you let kids play on their computers for too long.
it's the ultimate I guess transcendental existence because you're
go like full genetic superiority until you get psychic powers and go into the 4th dimension.
Yeah.
just go into
fuck your supercomputer. I'm going through space time with my mind.
This whole thing.
We didn't ask Trisha because she's back now. What's your favorite type of transhumanism?
My favorite type of transhumanism? I'm not
Yeah, there's like genetics, there's like cyborgs, there's like supercomputer. Like, what is
Okay.
the what is the like evolutionary path?
I don't know. I guess genetics, maybe.
Ah,
I think it's
fuck you
I think it's
guys,
really
Damn it.
interesting.
super soldiers, everyone.
I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
Why not
didn't
Trump?
you post something the other day, Fabio, about about an artificial womb and being able to, modify certain traits or whatever that
Brave
your
New World is
offspring
not
would
an
have?
instruction manual, kids.
I think it might free up a lot of stuff that we're doing right now, like women, for example. Since they
Like,
have
why
to
even
pay-
have them?
but since women have to be pregnant for 9 months,
That's why
it apparently makes them more, like for the workforce and all these problems, right? So if you have
Finally
if you
get
have
rid
an
of the
artificial
weaker
womb,
class.
what?
Well,
What?
in the future, our genders will probably merge. Like, I think eventually
What?
having separate
What?
genders
Gross.
will become irrelevant. Like, there will be no point of having different genders.
No, it's
You know?
going the opposite way. We're having more genders, boy.
get that cultural Marxism out of here.
Yeah.
No, it's
I
not
think
gonna
it
be
raises a lot of ethical questions because women have sort of been using, because I, alone carry the burden of, having a child and so on, like actually being pregnant, I get to have all of the say and I get all of the legal rights and so on. So I really think that this artificial womb thing is really interesting and
No one's gonna put up with women anymore if that happens, though, because
That's why-
women's
Yeah.
whole ticket in life is the fact that men need women to reproduce, and the fact that women all not just don't need men, they can pick whatever the fuck they want. That's their whole ticket. Is that the womb takes 9 months plus a like 2-year feeding period of no other animal has like I think only like elephants is that bad.
Mhm.
That's the whole ticket of why men and women are so dimorphic in our species compared to other species is that because women have such a strong ticket to this, men have had to become biologically like perfect at very unique roles. Well, women went the exact opposite while not needing to do those roles anymore.
Well, that's why I think in the future that
If
they'll eventually
artificial
combine.
wombs exist, women will just stop being a thing.
Yeah, because eventually the selection
I
factors,
don't think so.
the selection factors will bring the.
It'll literally
gender
just be like
essentially this-
Roman gays. Roman
That sounds
gays.
terrible, man. No more P than V.
So I've seen MGTOWs actually being in favor of artificial wombs.
Because they have autism.
Yeah, but because of that reason, because they said, well, once we have artificial wombs, women will be obsolete.
Yeah,
Because their whole argument.
they don't want women around anymore.
Yeah, so they
I-
say we need our
It's
own
this-
sexual
Yeah,
reproduction.
it's the
rights
same
in our
thing
own
with
hands.
feminists. Feminists they want to get rid of the Y chromosome. They want to have they want to build a genetic randomizer, which basically means you randomize your own genetics and then mutate it a bit, and then that's basically like sexual selection, and then you just have a kid with yourself.
What I think we really need would be male birth control, and I'm not just talking about like condoms or a vasectomy. I mean actually like something like a male birth control pill I think would totally revolutionize and fix a lot of the problems that we have.
The problem with the male pill is that the female pill works because women's fertility turns off and on, while male fertility is literally only trying to. It only goes up. It doesn't ever go down. If
Yeah.
it goes down, you're sick. You have some kind of physical illness.
I talked to a feminist about this. Well, yeah. Finish your thought.
Yeah, so the only things that like I've seen someone tried to they were doing almost like a micro clamp, which is basically like it was like a little machine that they would like surgically attach to I think the vas deferens.
Oh yeah, I saw that. That was pretty neat.
And so like before like the 3 days before you plan to have sex, you would just like turn it on, and then you just leave it on for like 3 days,
That's weird, though.
and it would like clamp in internally.
Huh.
It is, but it kind of would protect you. But the thing is, it's too intrusive. It won't be attractive to just everyday Joes. So
Yeah, like only Charlie Sheen's gonna have it.
Only Charlie Sheen.
The other problem
Only-
too, I think, is also that with a female, you only have, unless I misunderstood something, you have like one egg to worry about. With a male, you have like fucking millions of the little shits you have to block.
Well,
And
I think it's actually like there's actually like 20 eggs, but the other ones don't actually like work proper, I think, or something like that.
No, just one egg per ovary or whatever is released once a month.
Isn't it more?
Yeah.
Isn't it like 20, but only one like activates? I think.
No. I mean, a woman is born already with her eggs inside her, like with whatever egg she's going to have for her whole lifetime. And that's something like, she has like hundreds of thousands, but only a fixed amount of those will actually be released during her lifetime. So it's basically 1 or 2 every single month get released, and if they don't get fertilized, then they're no good or whatever. So it's pretty difficult for a woman to conceive. Like, it's a lot more difficult than you might think.
But here's my question about transhumanism here. If we're going to do it, how is this going to reflect on our laws and our own ethics, as human beings? Like, how do we set that in place? Because I think that right now...
You gotta transcend everything and go full, like, what Nietzsche was talking about.
But I mean, like, as it stands right now...
It's not possible to do it in our current world. There'd be a few things required. For one thing...
No black people.
On religion would have to greatly be diminished. It could still exist, but we could not have the issue with fundamentalism we have right now.
You need humanism.
Oh no, you'd have to go. I think you'd have to go even more. You'd have to make like a state religion to like the God Emperor.
But it
for
doesn't
to even
even be a
work.
state religion.
Another thing too is we can't have nationalism. Like, I love nationalism in our current world, but in a transhumanist world, you wouldn't have multiple governments. You have to have one government, because if you have multiple governments, the transhumanist evolution essentially would continue at broken paces, and you'd have an issue with
different races.
Yeah, what happens with in like sort of transhumanist video games is the different factions tend to be people who have transhumaned like to different amounts actually.
Yeah.
So you have like the full robot people, you have like the cyborg people, you have the enhanced people, and then you have like the normal humans, and that's like the 4 sort of main factions in any transhumanist game or story.
You would run into the risk in creating like different species and different kinds of...
Oh, fucking furries would need to be exterminated before you do this. Or else they just give themselves tails and like 5 dicks.
Like,
Yeah,
if
like,
we
that's-
do
that's what
transhumanism, we have to do it all at once. That's the only way we can do it without fucking us up into perpetual warfare.
racism and racial strife is bad now. Imagine when there really is differences between us.
But there already is difference.
Legitimate differences.
But I mean, like, how do you write the laws on that? Like, how the fuck?
You
do
don't.
do
You
that?
just have pure corporate anarchy.
Because like
Pretty
that's-
much, yeah.
as it
That's
stands-
literally what every transhumanist like society sort of looks like. Is either you have like a dictatorship with basically a guy who has transcended into God. That's you have one option, or the other option is like corporate anarchy, and there's no state except basically corporations everywhere.
Yeah,
But
there's-
I'd rather have the latter.
That's
I
like
guess.
that's the two options. You either have someone who's transcended to God and he rules over you, or you have corporate anarchy.
Yeah, because to do it, you're going to have a period, which this is the only part I don't like about it, is you're going to have a small period of fascism, because you
Did
can't
nothing wrong.
you can't allow people to choose not to transcend once it's the majority. Because if anyone refuses to, one of two things are going to inevitably happen. Either you're going to have a future war between your two new species, or one of the species is just going to fucking exterminate the other. It'll be inevitable.
This is the inherent problem of why it's kind of immoral, is that you will eventually, because imagine like you could think of a tool as transhumanism. You can't just beat a rock with your hands, but with a pickaxe in your hand, you can. You can't just call someone on the other side of the planet, but with a cell phone and a satellite, you can. So eventually, you become an extension. Your mind becomes an extension, and your body becomes an extension of everything around you. Eventually, imagine if there was a law that you had to have a cell phone, and like you had to have a smartphone. Actually, what would you think of that law? Like today, if tomorrow it was enacted worldwide that you had to have a smartphone, what would you think of that?
Well, I would think that it's a ridiculous and unnecessary regulation.
That's what everyone would answer to your transhumanism. It would be the
Not
exact. It would be,
everyone, but a lot
but
of
more extreme. But it would be even more extreme.
Yeah, and it would be pretty tough at first because you're going to have, like, unless humanity makes incredible strides, if we decide to go down that route, between now and then, you're going to have a faction who resists it, and you can't have them resist it.
In every sort of transhumanist sort of story, there's literally no. I think the stories get it really accurate of like what the fuck would happen. I think people just intrinsically know what would happen.
I
Fabio?
personally think, yeah, or finish your thought.
Yeah, like in the God route that people go under, it's always that the guy who became God basically has everyone form under him as like an army. They become super beings, and they just wipe out everyone who doesn't join their ranks. And they go on a crusade. In the corporate dictatorship route, or corporate anarchy route, the corporations buy the government to the point where it's an open dictatorship, and everything collapses, and there's no countries anymore except megacorps around the world.
Well, let me quickly do that. When I said we all have to do this at once, and we do have to do this all at once, I think it's only possible when we reached, or if we reach, a point where all of humanity has a certain threshold of basically Western values. Like when they all value.
Get rid of the non-whites, Fabio 2016.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying everyone.
That's literally what you just said. He just said, "Gas the blacks." I heard it too. Did anyone else hear it?
I'm saying Western values. I'm talking about accepting those standards. And if you have that on a global level, and you have less
liberalism through the sword.
Well, I'm not opposed to humanitarian interventionism, but that's another thing, right? But if we're at some point living off standards and all these things are on a similar level as they are today in the Western world, globally, then that's the only time where you can ever enact such a thing as transhumanism. Like when we are all somewhat transcended already our basic survival problems.
I would actually disagree, and here's why. If you're going transhumanist, the whole point of being transhuman is that the issues that plague our current humanity would no longer exist. Especially for my route, his route, the naturalistic route wouldn't be so much so, but the cyborg route, issues of resources would become non-existent. You wouldn't have to worry about food to the same level. You wouldn't have to worry about water to the same level because
you could just photosynthesize shit from like cosmic waves. What are you fucking talking about? I'm genetically superior.
But it would need to be global. If you just make the Western world trends, or what, just rich people, you inherently create different races that will hate each other.
No, I'm not saying.
Well, yeah, that's why you go on a crusade, and anyone who doesn't join your ranks gets killed.
That's why
you literally have to do this. You cannot just not do it.
Yeah, you'd have to have a period of fascism because
you'd have to go on a crusade and wipe everyone out who doesn't join your ranks.
Well, I wouldn't say quite that far. I would just say you force the change upon them because once the change happens, they're going to naturally accept the change. They're not going to be able to unaccept it, because if they do, they're literally tearing out parts of their body.
I feel like that's inherently unethical in a way.
Yes, this is why transhumanism this is why ethics is really it's you lose always because there's no answer because human logic doesn't work.
Because we lose what makes us humans, because it goes beyond the realm of what is human.
Yeah, you lose. Human logic doesn't work here, so you can't argue ethics. So mass murdering billions is as ethical as anything else in this.
Yeah, we're literally abandoning our humanity for
you have to just say that
transhumanism is a good idea. Transhumanism is awesome.
Kester, which we have. Okay, there's the supercomputer.
I'm on the side of transhumanism. I think transhumanism.
Yeah, but which path? We have me and Trisha, which are saying genetic transhumanism and turn everyone into demigods. You have
me. I want that.
You have I think was it Jason saying everyone live in a supercomputer.
Not necessarily. That's just one route. It'd be essentially the technological route.
Upload everyone's brains to like basically the internet and live in like a supercomputer and turn everyone into robots.
The Matrix, basically.
Yeah, and then you have the middle route, which is turn everyone into cyborgs. Which one do you think is best?
The genetic super being one. I reckon basically we should genetically engineer people. So for a start, there's no sociopathic mass murderers, no Down syndrome people, no people born without a face or any of that weird shit. Secondly, people get old without getting arthritis. They don't get ugly, wrinkly faces as fast. Their dicks still work, all the...
But don't we lose some of our humanity if we completely abolish all these, like, being old?
No.
Right?
This is why you need a state religion.
Right,
this is why you make humanity a state religion. This is how they counter transhumanist immorality in Warhammer. They make worshipping the original humans
You're right.
a fucking state religion. Yeah. That's how they countered immorality. They make worshipping the original humans the state religion. And they violently purge immorality.
They do violently purge everyone.
It's kind of like what SJWs are doing now, like getting super fat chicks and being like, oh my god, she's so hot, and getting really cunty people and being like, oh wow, they're so ethically on top, and like,
we need to make humanity a state religion.
Like some murderer gets shot by police, and they're like, he didn't do nothing, even though
he didn't nothing wrong. He's a good boy. He was going to church and getting college.
Yeah, and like get some photo of him with that
thing. Yeah, a photo of him when he was like 12, and he's like a 30-year-old man or something. That's my favorite one.
They go into the he has a family that is sad about him dying. Well, fucking hell, you can say that about just about anyone. Like. You could probably say that about
few people whose parents are like.
I mean, that is one positive though, is just fucking completely eradicating fat chicks from the genetic code. Just get them out. Get them out.
The positive thing is eradicating the fat.
Fat isn't really caused by genetics. Like, they use that excuse all the time, and it has really nothing to do with it. I mean,
no. You'd be able to change your size at will. You're a demigod.
Yeah, get rid of that.
Although
how is a biological being going to change their size at will, apart from actually using up all the calories that they're consuming?
Yeah, right? they rapidly burn it off in the form of heat.
You'd have to get rid of fat fetishes as well. Like, I know they're not as common as the feminists want to believe, but there are dudes generally
Kester, you missed it. I explained what fat fetishism is actually it's actually biological cause. It's guys who don't get enough calories when they're a little kid become fat fetishists when they're older.
Really?
Yeah, it's a legit It's that because you were underfed as a little kid, that makes your brain think that your family is genetically weak and stupid, so you want to go for a family who eats well, so you fetishize fat girls. There's literally a biological cause for it.
See, do you think there's a biological cause for my, thing for tall chicks? Because I've always had a thing for tall chicks, but they have to be hot as well. Not just any tall bitch. Like, it has to be a hot, tall bitch.
Brienne of Tarth?
Brienne.
I hate that giant lesbian guy. She's the worst character in Game of Thrones. She's just like, and it's not because she's ugly or any of that. It's just
Don't
because
say
she
anything about the latest
she
season of
belongs
Game
in
of
fucking Lord
Thrones.
of the Rings. She's in the wrong story. She belongs in Lord of the Rings because she's like, I am good and I am on the side of justice and fuck off. This is Game of Thrones.
You wouldn't fuck Sarah.
Kill a
Jessica Parker.
child. It's like, Brienne, you're too good.
I
Kill
want
a
the trial by combat.
So Sarah Jessica Parker's out then.
Isn't she a horse?
Yeah.
Sarah
Like
Jessica
genetically a horse?
Parker. Well, she doesn't look that bad. Oh, no.
She's
No,
okay.
I spoke too
I've
soon.
I've
I
seen
wouldn't
worse,
be keen.
but
So
Yeah,
uh,
I knew you were gonna do that. I fucking knew it. It's just like you gotta look 2 pictures in, and then you realize no.
so
Yeah.
back
You
to
know who's worse, though? You know who's worse? Fatty Taco. Fuck Fatty Taco.
Why do you hate her so much? Why do you're like
yeah,
12 years
you're
old with
kind of
your,
getting a
with
bit
your hate.
SCW about it, dude.
Pardon?
You're like 12 years old about it too.
Yeah.
It's because she hates men. Anyone who hates men just needs to be shut down and have their self-esteem undermined and be abused until they either fuck off or change their shitty ways.
Honestly,
would
I
be-
do get along with her, to be honest.
That would be every third wave feminist.
I still
Yeah.
have the I sent the wait, is this the same person I sent the sound clip of you to?
What was the sound clip of me?
It was
yeah,
her.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
the one.
yeah. So, me and some other guy were in a group chat, and she got added to the group chat, and we were talking about Disney stories, and he's like, "Yeah, Mowgli is African." I was like, "Nah, nigga, that's you crazy. Mowgli is Indian. That the whole story is in India." She sends me a like minute-long sound clip of her screaming at the top of her lungs.
You should really play that right now.
With her screaming about how I can't say the N-word, and that people die every day, and that I'm causing death and shit like that. Is this legit?
They always say
Esther,
that.
What?
Was that? Am I telling the
Oh
truth
yeah,
here?
no, you're telling the truth. I heard it. It's her being like.
It's when I
Whenever a third wave feminist talks, I find it hard to hear what they're saying. All I can hear is just when I'm reading what they're saying. When I read what a third wave feminist says, it automatically, you know how you hear a voice in your head when you're reading? I automatically hear it.
Painful.
This snarky voice, like hyper masculine dude bros and patriarchy. Like,
Or when they recommend like shitty fucking feminists to read like Andrea Dworkin's. Oh God. That fucking-
Andrea Dworkin, I wish she was alive so I could kill her again.
It's just like
Same goes for Valerie Solanas, that one who tried to murder. She tried to murder a guy because he wouldn't
Andy Warhol.
publish her shit.
yeah.
Oh yeah, the Scum Manifesto. Society
Yeah.
for killing
No,
old
Yeah,
men.
like, why did no one kill her? Why did she get to die of old age? Someone should
Because
have
she's
killed
a woman.
She's a white
her.
woman.
Someone
that's why.
should have just like killed her.
But she's
Like
white.
someone
She's a
should have
white
just
woman.
been like that. And
Private
essentially she's from
legalized
America.
murder.
I
Legalized
thought you guys
murder.
had guns in America. I thought you had guns in America.
Wasn't she? Wait, wasn't she? I thought she was French or something. Was she American?
Yeah,
she was
she
American.
She was batshit insane.
Guys, you've got guns. Use them.
She sounds like an American feminist.
Unfortunately, we always end up killing the wrong people.
Honestly, like,
Yeah.
our feminists in Germany are not that batshit crazy. Like, I mean, they are, definitely. But it's
Do you guys
not,
have femin?
Yeah, but they don't really, like, they're not a thing at all. They're more like an Eastern European thing.
Femin give me shame boners. Like, a lot of those femin chicks are actually quite good looking and have, like, thin bodies, so I see, like just these boobs flying around, and I'm like, oh, that shouldn't turn me on. I shouldn't be being attracted to feminists.
I remember.
Pass on inferior genes.
But apparently there's some femen that have some brain too. At least I saw one on the Rubin report, and she was talking about a lot of good stuff. Like I was like, oh,
yeah,
that's a feminist.
Femin is there's a couple things wrong with Femin. First, there are Soros plot, so that
Okay.
right off the bat.
Juice.
No, it literally is.
No, but
You
it's
can't
okay.
deny it when it literally
can
is funded by Soros, and he openly admits.
I can see how stuff is funded by Soros, but Soros is just a rich liberal dude, and he funds liberal stuff. It's not because he's a Jew.
No, it's because he literally wants to destroy. It's not that he's a Jew that he's doing this. It's that he wants to destroy the Western world for some not. I think he hates the Nazis or something because he was alive during World War II. So
I don't.
No, it has more with George Soros. I mean, he did the same thing with the British currency. He collapsed it, and then he capitalized on.
He openly wants to destroy the West. Like he's declared a terrorist by literally every country except the ones he's already.
He's not doing it though because he just wants to end things. He's doing it because he wants to make money.
Yeah, he wants the profit and he wants the power. He doesn't just want to end Western civilization. I don't think he could, even if he wanted to, but he just wants to profit from the chaos that he's creating.
Black Lives Matter, Femin, Fuck Hate, what are the other ones? The think tanks that are all in Germany that support the refugees welcome thing, that's literally all Soros. Tons of Swedish politicians, tons of British politicians, everything he touches is just fucking cancer to the civilization.
See you, Jason.
See you.
Oh, Jason's gotta go?
Yeah. We've been on for 5 hours now.
Yeah.
Holy shit! I only just got here. I was at work.
Oh yeah, we've been talking about our ethnic cleansing plans.
Yeah.
Guys,
wants the Fourth Reich again, if I remember.
Which
yeah.
You know what I think about that whole thing? I actually think this is kind of weird, but I think have any of you read Steven Pinker before?
I did. I just finished reading The Better Angels of Our Nature.
Bro, that book is so good. Everyone should fucking read that book. It is so good.
Who is this person? Give me the plot summary of this story.
Okay, so the book is about how people think that violence is getting worse and the world is getting more violent.
Oh,
but
this guy. This guy. Okay, yeah. I remember this. I watched his TED Talks.
Yeah, and he's totally the man and shit. And basically, the more I learn about human nature, the more I find it hard to really care that much about race, because you just do learn in human nature that we've always had a instinctive mistrust of people who look different, and it's actually getting better. And the thing is, when people look at history and they're like, oh, fucking white people were evil and they murdered everyone. When you learn about it, you just learn we've all got the same instincts. The Aztecs or the Africans or the Native Americans, they would have done the same shit if they'd had our technology. And also the whole other thing, the whole white people being genetically superior thing, that doesn't make much sense to me, because first off, the Celts and the Vikings and that weren't as technologically advanced as the brown Babylonians and the sort of coppery Greeks and that. So and the North African Egyptians, who I think were kind of brown as well, or maybe sort of
the North African Egyptians are I think they're a branch of the I think are they branch of the Persians or something? No, they're maybe Semitics. They're one of those older groups.
They're partly Semitic. They are.
One thing I find weird is I find it weird how there are those black people who think that if the Egyptians were black,
we were Kangs.
Yeah, we were Kangs.
I was in a live stream where we actually went through the story. I'll explain what they actually think. So, for thousands of years, this Egyptian society entirely made of black people, and they only existed in Egypt. They had plasma weapons. They had golden fucking towers. They had internet. They think that they were a hyper advanced civilization. Okay, and then there's this guy called Jacob, which is this scientist who he had this genetic deformity which caused him to grow 2 extra brains. So he's got his brain. Let's see and then he has 2 sub brains on top of it that look like giant testicles in the pictures.
Okay.
Let me just Google image this shit.
Yeah.
Is it spelled with a J like Jakob?
I think it's with a Y.
Let me
Jakob.
Google this shit.
So
Jakob.
How does
he
this
decided
make
to
any
be.
sense though? Like,
No. Listen to the whole story. It's fucking brilliant. I want a movie out of this. Honestly,
Stargate.
I would pay money. They steal the plot of Assassin's Creed actually. So what happens next is Jakob is super genius because he has like 2 extra brains attached to his head. So he decides to basically engineer like a worker race, worker species, off of their. They base it off themselves, but they make them like stupider and weaker and like smaller and less fast and stuff. And also without their natural psychic powers. So they're literally stealing the plot from Assassin's Creed. Okay, so they have all these people who are like who are working for them and like building their cities and shit now. So they're start expanding very quickly because they have a very low population. But then something happens. I can't remember what happens. I think Jakob turns evil, and he tries to he uses like the Apple of Eden from Assassin's Creed to try and turn the whites into like an army. And they kill Jakob, and they banish the whites to the north. And then the white people meet the cave beasts known as Neanderthals, which are like giant apes with super strong arms. And they breed with the cave beasts, and they become like really buff, but they're still like white and stuff. And then they form a pact with the wolves, and they gain like werewolf magic. Okay.
What?
And wait! It gets so much better. Okay. And then so they take revenge on their former slave masters. And they breed until there are like billions of them, and they storm Egypt, and they basically like have you ever seen that clip from DayZ about all the zombies like being killed, but you can't kill them fast enough, and they're climbing over the dead bodies, and eventually the dead bodies form like a giant pile, and they get over the wall?
No, I haven't seen that.
I haven't seen that, but I can imagine it, I guess.
Yeah. So like they're shooting the zombies in this clip, and they're on like a giant like 20 meter wall or something high up, and the zombies just they're like super fast, so they keep running up to the wall and dying. So they keep forming basically like big piles of the bodies, and they eventually climb over the wall and they overwhelm them. So that's basically what happened with the whites, is that a billion whites show up on the horizon, and they look like a big white cloud, and they're all super fast and super buff from breeding with the cave beasts and using werewolf magic, and they bring wolves with them as well. So there's not just white people, but there's also like hundreds of thousands of wolves on the horizon. And the black people are like, oh no, and they start shooting them with their like plasma Gatling guns on their golden walls and shit. But the white people overwhelm them with just pure bodies, and they basically drown the other people in blood, to the point where like the Gatling gun doesn't shoot fast enough to kill how many people are attacking you. That kind of numbers. And the black people escape, and different groups of black people escape the city and go different ways because they like evacuated. So like one ship went to Asia, and that's what the Japanese are.
What?
And one ship. Yeah. The warriors, the generals and the military leaders got on one of the lifeboats of the Egyptian lifeboats, and which is a giant flying spaceship that is in the shape of a pyramid. And they go on this flying pyramid lifeboat, and they escape to Japan. Another group escapes into like the desert, and another group like escapes into what's it called? Into like Africa.
Wait, so everyone is evil and part of this zombie race? Like, no, wait, no one is except us. So is this their explanation for
Yeah,
how
so black
for how
people.
whites are uniquely evil or whatever?
Yes, yes. White people are all the other races are derivatives of the different blacks that went their own way. So like the original samurais were actually all black, and they were part of a warrior caste that used like laser swords and like lightsaber. They were Jedis. They were black Jedis with like mind powers and laser swords. And they were overwhelmed by the billions and billions of white people that stormed over the Egyptian walls. So they escaped on a giant pyramid spaceship into Japan. That's the
Damn.
Japanese.
Yes.
But
Why are they so retarded?
who
They're dumb.
Like, no,
comes up-
seriously, how can
comes
only a
up with that?
retard believe this?
And,
I thought
this
the
is
Quran was retarded. I
yeah.
thought the
This
Quran
is
was
actually
retarded.
what their explanation for of why dogs hate black people, because many people don't know this. Dogs actually have this intrinsic dislike of black people. They yes, that you can test this in a lab that dogs will not trust black people, and when they do attack black people, they attack them much more viciously.
Do you think maybe it's because wolves were in Europe and
Yes,
Asia?
that's the biological reason for it.
Did Native Americans have dogs? Did Native Americans ever manage to domesticate wolves and make dogs out of them?
I think they came
They had
over
them
with
before
dogs.
they came over.
Yeah,
like,
I think they had them before they came over.
But there are no dogs in Africa, so dogs are like, what the fuck?
Yeah, so dogs literally hate
They have
black
something
people.
like wolves in Africa. I thought they have.
They never domesticated them. Africans haven't domesticated any animals.
They have hyenas and they have
But the animals in Africa were much more vicious than they were in Europe, right? That's part of the guns, germs, and steel theory of Jared Diamond. Why?
Yeah, so
the been more successful, right?
So the biological reason for dogs hating black people is because dogs have never seen black people before in their entire evolutionary history. We was Kang's religion version of it is that humans and dogs formed like a werewolf pact, and like legit like shamanist werewolf magic and stuff.
Who comes up with crap like that?
Retard.
There are literally like hundreds of thousands of black people who legitly believe this word for word.
Man,
I'm not joking. There are legit like hundreds of thousands of people who
You know who I really fucking hate? Do you guys know that faggot Adam Saleh? Have you guys seen that faggot?
In the group?
No, he's not in the group. He's a YouTuber. That guy Amos Yee, the Singapore guy who got arrested for Iran. This Muslim faggot was like, oh, I'm gonna flag his video for hate speech, and the Muslim faggot has 1 million dumb Muslim faggot followers, and so they all swamp his channel and give it all these dislikes and shit. And so it's like, okay, Muslim faggot. Not only do you have to believe the worst, shittiest religion on the planet, when someone gets arrested for insulting your shit religion, your skin is so thin that you're going to be like, I'm going to flag it for hate speech. And I recommend you do too, my army of 1 million Muslim ants. Fucking ants.
Religion of tolerance and peace, my ass.
Yeah, religion of peace. Fucking Muhammad, piss be upon him.
What was his name, the YouTuber?
Adam Saleh. He's a pretty boy faggot. Like, I know I'm a little bit faggy and a little bit like, he's like that times. I'm pretty sure this guy, like, tweezes his eyebrows individually, and he always wears, like, a massive hat. Like,
wow.
He wears one of those massive hats. Like, honestly, someone made a piss take of him where he's, like, he's rowing across the ocean in his massive hat, and he's going to, and he does those pranks, like, oh, what would you do if someone pulled off a woman's hijab in public? What would you do if there was a crying kid on the park bench? What would you do if you found a wallet full of money? You know, like that bullshit.
Whenever he's talking about, like, Allah or whatever the fuck, like, Does he say like Allah Akbar like every fucking time? Like that's what they all fucking
He
do.
says Allah Subhanahu or something. They always say
some
Allah
bullshit.
Subhanahu or something.
They do that all the time.
He's such a pedantic guy. He was having a debate with the Singaporean guy whose video got taken down. They had a Skype debate. And he's like, it's not pronounced Allah, it's pronounced Allah. Like, oh, I'm sorry, saying Allah instead of Allah was like too much for him. He's like, you're not pronouncing it right. Respect my religion, me. He's such a faggot. And also, this guy demolished him because he said, look at this. You have this painting here. This painting, and he's pointing to the painting. He's like, someone had to paint this, right? Like, you haven't seen the person who painted this, but you know that someone painted it. So that's like what the world is like. And
oh God, the watchmaker's fallacy.
Yeah, but here's the best bit. The Singaporean guy says, how do you know it's Allah? How do you know it isn't Jesus or Apollo or Buddha or something? And he's like, don't be childish. Don't ask stupid questions. It's like, that's not childish. That's him owning you. That's him. That's him owning you. What do you mean?
No, the only fallacy worse than that is the history fallacy, where you have Ken Ham and other Islamists use this too. Is that saying you can't prove that evolution happened because all of history could have been made yesterday by God, and we were implanted with those memories, and therefore all of like natural science and history and stuff is actually a lie, and it's actually God just implanting like false memories in order to give us like a nicer like life or something.
Dude,
or the one that there would be no morality if you didn't accept, their version of events or whatever. And the only thing that actually exists is even secular morality in the first place, because they pick and choose all the time what they're going to, like they wear clothes with 2 different seeds, or they eat pork, or they have sex out of wedlock, or whatever. So they pick and choose all the time. That's all there is secular morality.
What they don't realize is that freaking humanity is older than all these organized religions today. And there's not a funny thing. Like the religions we have today, they're not there because they're the most righteous ones or anyway. They're the ones because they have been the most violent and the most successful at enforcing their religion, right?
They propagated the fastest.
And so there is an interesting story in China during the Civil War in 1912, around the beginning of the 20th century. There was a cult around the Chinese dude who claimed that he was Jesus' brother, right? And 1 million people, he had an army of 1 million Chinese people who believed that he is this, divine creature that is Jesus' brother, and he came back to Earth, he came on Earth and things like that. And they were defeated by the Chinese government, right? But just think of it, if these people would have, claimed power in China, we would have a different world religion with some random dude that has claimed to be Jesus' brother, and that's how religions come into existence and spread themselves.
One thing that's funny is like when they're like, oh, without God there's no morality, so you've got to worry about atheists. Like they're presupposing that the law doesn't discourage people from committing crimes and that people don't have shame and empathy and guilt. Like, for what they're saying to be true, they'd have to get atheists. The government's getting atheists, and they have to like damage their brain like with a wire or something to make it so that they can't feel empathy or guilt or shame or self-control. And then they put a big A for atheist, they tattoo it on their forehead, and anyone with an A for atheist is above the law and can't get arrested. Then maybe like you would have to worry about atheists. Then if you saw someone with an A on their face, you'd be like, oh fucking shit, it's an atheist, run.
But the funniest thing about that though is like, if that were to actually be the case, it would require that Africa, North Africa, and fucking the whole Middle East, they would be the best places on Earth if that were the case.
They don't let the women be seen. If women entice men, that's them giving consent to sex. If anyone who speaks out against Muhammad, he's shot. That's their morality. That's the most moral places to them. That argument doesn't work because they think those are great.
But I mean, that's the thing is like those societies.
They value different things than you. This is why you just kill them when they show up.
Well, the problem is that they may value different things, but that's what makes Western civilization and Western values superior, because
Yes,
we have
which
a
is
better
why
society.
you shoot them when they show up on your borders.
I mean,
I wouldn't go that far.
No, I wouldn't go that far, but
Goddamn Germans, stop accepting fucking refugees.
Well, we already are. Look at the statistics, dude. Not even like this year, only 30,000 people came in. Like it's like we're already turning it down.
No,
drastically.
within the next year, isn't it supposed to be like 2 million? It's expected
So,
2
I'm
million.
gonna look up. It's gone dramatically down this year. I'm gonna look it up.
But still, that's like millions that shouldn't be in here in the first place.
Well, it happened what it happened, right?
And now you fix it by deportation.
Deportation?
It's like abortion, but with deporting people.
Abort this post.
I do think that they should start sending people back who refuse to like have any common decency or egalitarian values. Like I think they should they should go into Muslim communities and like run surveys and run tests and survey the mosques, and like anyone who's like being gay should be illegal, women should never have any independence, and you know, we should outlaw porn and prostitution and drugs, and no one should be allowed to drink. People who believe that, they should be like, well, good news, you can fuck off to Saudi Arabia. Buy and actually deport them.
Yeah,
like,
they literally just have the stupid police just go around getting rid of people.
Yeah, we should just get rid of radical Muslims. Radical Muslims have no place in the West.
That's like 80% of them.
Get rid of the economic migrants.
However many we need to deport, and maybe if we start deporting them, maybe it'll like encourage the others to sort of smarten up a bit. No, I'm serious. Like right now they're like, oh, well, I think that's a bit much, but I want to support my religion. Maybe if we start deporting them, they'll be like, no, that is a bit much. I'm not like that guy. That guy's.
You know,
I agree.
That's a good plan.
Sargon made that argument, but I'm not sure if that would really work, though.
For doing what?
Just try. We've got to try something.
Well, I'm not saying don't try, but what I'm saying is, like, I think there might even be more to it than that, just, you know, to make this problem go away. I think you'd have to do even more than just deporting.
Oh, click that link in the sidebar that I send, and if you want to see more of this person, type in...
What the fuck? He does look like a penis.
Jakob created white people. You type that into Google. That's how you find him.
Jakob.
What is it? What is this supposed to be? I don't get it. What's the point?
What?
This Jakob thing.
It's supposed to be like where white people came from.
Okay then.
Wait, did you hear my whole story?
Yeah, I'm listening, but that's
when like, because the whole thing with this is what I think they ripped off Assassin's Creed, because the whole thing with Assassin's Creed is that there was like a race of people that were like sort of like superior to humans. They had like they were slightly psychic. They were like taller. They lived for like a couple thousand years on average. Yeah, and then they created like a worker class, which was made of like normal humans, and they controlled them with like the apple of Eden, which was like an orb that would control their minds. And then one of them escaped, came back with like immunity to the orb, and then like overthrew everyone, and they basically zerged.
Guys, I'm trolling some racists. I'm trolling some racists so hard. I'm trolling some of those, you know, those black people who are like, oh, we invented everything and we come up with all the good ideas.
Yeah. Oh, this is another thing. They think
it says, if you kill us, where will you get all your ideas from? And I'm literally just posting a video of me looking at myself in the mirror, being like, yeah, being like, I love being white. I'm just gonna see.
No, this is another thing. They think that they think that all like discoveries throughout history have either been completely stolen, like have been black people who have been like captured and had their idea taken from them,
Guys,
or the other thing is that white people still control like all of the ancient city, and that all white discoveries like Isaac Newton and stuff is just them decoding the we was Kang's hieroglyphs, and so all white discoveries throughout history have either been actively stolen from blacks or them read or white people discovering and translating more of the hieroglyphs.
Well,
I didn't realize that like the first languages weren't even hieroglyphics. Like the Sumerians or whatever were the first people writing, and there's a good chance that those people were brown, not even white or black.
I'm pretty. Wasn't their language based on like almost like scratchings?
Cuneiform.
It was like
Yeah.
it was like
Actually, my fiance is studying to be a Sumerologist, and yeah, it's kind of like I don't know if you guys have played Skyrim or whatever. You know the dragon language.
I have an artifact from the.
Okay.
I have an artifact from them. It's like a looks like a little cylinder with cracks all over it, and it's covered in their writing. So it looks like the
It's not necessarily
guys,
hieroglyphs.
go to the link.
It's like line sketches.
I posted a link there to the thing with.
Redirecting.
Tell us where will you get your ideas. Thumbs my comment up so it appears at the top, and they're gonna be like, "What is this retarded faggot shit? Why are all these white people liking it? No!" It'll be so great.
Oh yes.
Get some. Yes.
I was trolling.
It's like the most illogical response ever. It's just a video of me being like, it's like it makes no sense.
Dude,
like I'm not even arguing.
I was fucking trolling Onision last night. Oh, he just put out something so retarded. I was like, you know what? No, I'm gonna fucking troll you. You're being retarded. He came up with this dumb he used this hashtag white privilege means, and I just started fucking destroying him with retarded fucking tweets. It was amazing.
Do you guys hear that Putin is declaring Black Lives Matter a terrorist group, and he said they'll be treated like any other terrorist group if I see them in my country.
Good.
Yes.
They're probably not going to be in his internet.
Good on him, shot-based Putin.
Yeah,
he's done that with like all of the others.
Yeah, I'd love to see him fucking block a highway in Russia. Yeah,
he's
doing
shit!
that.
Yeah, the fucking tanks are gonna purposely line you up on the ground and then drive over you.
Yeah, the Russians fucking go in and bomb Chechnyan schools. I don't think they give a fuck about Black Lives
They fuck Chechnya over. But that's a funny thing though, right? Like SJWs will never talk about the imperialism of other countries. You know, like they only know Western imperialism. Like if Russia bombs Chechnya to shit, and they did 3 times, no one fucking cares in the West. You know.
Wait, is
justice warriors?
Chechnya, is that like sort of island off of Ukraine that they sort of taken?
That's Crimea.
What's the
Chechnya is the southern border of Russia, which is
What's that like sort of whole area in the Black Sea that they've taken? It's like a big chunk of land. Okay, yeah. I have a funny story about that. A group of Ukrainian nationalist terrorists tried to take out the power station in the Crimea. What they didn't know is that Russia had already previously, within the month, had actually redirected the power that all of their electricity was coming from Russia. So when they blew up the power lines, it sent like a massive power surge through the lines, and it took out all the power where they were, like where their own base was, and all the whole like province of where they were. So but they didn't even affect Russia or Chechnya. So they just fucked over their own people.
Chechnya is like way up in the fucking like the mountainous area of what is formerly the Soviet Union. It's a really poor.
Well, it's still in Russia. It's in Russia, like it's not.
It's a semi quasi kind of independent state.
Yeah. And they're Muslims too. They're white Muslims.
Oh yeah, and they're fucking insane, dude. They will kill you. They don't give
Yeah.
a fuck.
Have you ever heard of the Black Widows?
Yeah, dude. Like they fucking didn't a few years back they planted a bomb in Moscow's airport.
They planted a bomb in Moscow's airport, and they killed like 100 people in a Russian school, like in Beslan in Russia. The Czechs, the Chechenians, you know, they took all the children as hostages, and the Russian troops stormed in, and everyone got fucking killed. It was a massacre. So they don't play around. I mean, they have their own Muslim extremist problem there, which is it's intermixed with nationalism. It's not just
But they actually deal with it, unlike the U.S.
Well, but I mean, are they dealing with it because they're just bombing the shit out of them, and it's still a problem, you know?
Well, they're doing more than what we're doing, so.
That's why I agree with what Donald Trump wants to do. Shut off immigration. You don't know how to deal with these people at the time being, and you know, a solution needs to be come up with. So making sure that they stay in their country while we deal with the people that we already have internally, and cutting off any connection that you have to Saudi Arabia, because, like I said, you know, they're most of the problem to start with.
Kick every fucking Saudi royal in the U.S. out of the fucking country. Kick them the fuck
No, just
all
kill them.
Oh, no, don't. That's not far enough. We need to kill the Saudi royal family. I think we should actually bomb the Saudi royal palace, just murder them and take all their money. Fuck them. They're shit cunts.
I know.
I like Trisha's idea, what you talked about earlier. I think that will actually cripple Saudi Arabia and all the Gulf states. If we become autark, like if we create our own energy, they will have nothing. Like the only reason why they're able to oppress their own people too and enforce all their crazy laws is because they have all this oil, and they're rich as fuck, and they can buy off the support of the elites, and they don't need to hear the voices of their people because they just can buy everyone off. And it's actually it's part of some political science research that people have done. Like a country with a lot of natural resources doesn't have to rely on the participation of its citizens. So it's much easier for a country with natural resources. It's called the oil curse. A country with natural resources is much more likely to be a dictatorship because you can rule it with just the elite without relying on the people. So
well, yeah, that's exactly.
Interesting. That makes sense.
Yeah,
that's exactly
there's solid
Russia
research
is.
that supports that. So if we cut down, like if we don't give them this support, like if we have our own energy and don't have to rely on them, they're gonna fall apart. Like they can't buy off their people like that anymore. Then.
I agree. Did you guys see the one of the Saudi princes was actually arrested on his way back to Saudi Arabia, and his private jet had more than I think it was a ton or 2 tons of ISIS drugs on his jet. Just going back to Saudi Arabia.
I think I saw that, yeah.
They're clearly all connected, you know, so why the fuck are we still doing business with them in the 21st century? Why don't we just cut ties with them? We drill and frack at home and just forget the whole thing, you know? We've got more than enough oil to deal with.
We should invade Saudi Arabia and kill hundreds of thousands of them just because they're shit.
That's only going to make it worse, and it's going to cost us a lot of money, right?
Yes. It will. No, we just have to end our economic dependency on them. They will implode. They have nothing on them. The only thing that keeps them alive is the oil. That's the only thing.
Yeah, what you do is you literally, you try and you starve them out, because Saudi Arabia has like fuck all except oil. They don't have any, like, can they even support themselves agriculturally?
No.
Probably not. Let's literally barricade them in economically to the point where they cannot buy anything and let them starve.
Yeah,
they
like
literally have hundreds of thousands of slaves in the Gulf states. Like, it's fucking insane.
Part of the problem too is that the Saudis have like a $30 trillion nest egg that they can sit on when the oil market's
Don't they have slavery in Saudi Arabia? Don't they have mass slaves?
They have slaves. They use them.
That's not really what I'm talking about here. Like, if you look at what happened a few months ago, right? The Saudis flooded the oil market and they brought oil down really low to like $40 a barrel. every country in the world pretty much depends on about $70 a barrel. So they are able to fuck people over at will just because they feel like it, and now they're starting to raise the oil back up, like restrict the supply and drive up the price of oil again. And, you know, that's just too much power for some backwards country to have. We need to just get rid of them and, you know.
Yeah, I think we need to get rid of, you know, stop economically sanctioning and embargoing fucking Cuba and put that shit on the Saudis. The Cubans aren't doing shit to us. They're not a threat.
Still think that's not enough. I still think we should occupy Mecca and threaten to blow up their most sacred holy sites.
What's that black box again? What's that called? The black box?
Kaaba.
There's a
We should
meteor in there,
blow up the Kaaba. Like, what are you going to pray to now, dickhead?
They've threatened to do that themselves, though. Even ISIS and all these groups have threatened to blow up, you know, Mecca and blow up mosques and stuff because they think that people are worshiping idols instead of actually worshiping Muhammad. So I don't know if that would actually do anything because depending on what sect of Islam you're talking about, they have, you know, different opinions.
We really shouldn't blow up the Kaaba because every fucking Muslim.
Triggered in Fabio's voice. Holy shit.
What? No, I don't. I'm not triggered, but just imagine what will happen.
You have this worry. You have like this. Guys, don't do it. This is scaring me.
No, it's not. It's not
like, yeah.
I mean, it's kind of like I have a lofty thing in my background. I'm just thinking of the chaos that will erupt if you blow up the most holiest place. You know, just imagine that.
Yeah.
It'd be fun.
The holiest of holy will be a giant burnt hole.
Oh shit! I forgot. I have some really crazy shit I think you guys will enjoy. It's from Vox. Everyone knows Vox, right?
Yeah.
Oh God! Can you know what? Can we have another Charlie Hebdo? Can we hijack Vox and Gawker and BuzzFeed servers and spam them with Muhammad cartoons, and then some dumb Muslims who don't know any better are like, oh, Muhammad cartoons, Allahu Akbar, kill all the SJWs.
Oh my god.
What do you guys have against Fox, though? I mean, they have some regressive shit, but it's not all.
Well,
they have lots of statistical articles and shit. Like
against who, Fabio?
Vox.
Yeah.
Fox? Fox News?
No, Vox with we.
Vox.
Margin Nawaz writes for the Daily Beacon.
I have the argument against Vox. Fabio, Vox openly supports equality of outcome and openly wants to end equality of opportunity.
I'm not shitting you. I have that article right now. I'm gonna read it for you.
They openly support it as like a campaign.
Let me read it for you. Everyone wants equality of opportunity. It is not a subject of political debate, but the precondition of political debate. Promises to achieve equality of opportunity, like promises to create jobs and protect America abroad, are the white noise of campaign season, drawing neither notice nor challenge. Respected think tanks like the Brookings Institute establish entire projects devoted to figure out how to advance equality of opportunity. The only problem? No one really wants equality of opportunity, nor anything close to it, nor should they. They are literally saying, fuck all to do with equal opportunity.
I'm just trolling this guy's thread with pictures of porn. That's something I like to do. Sometimes on Facebook.
I sometimes wonder if Kester's like 12.
It gets worse.
No, don't insult 12-year-olds. I'm way less mature than most 12-year-olds.
Yeah, like you get into an argument and like Fabio's like, I'm sure if we just argue better, the Muslims will accept liberalism, and then Fabio's like spamming goat porn at them.
Moreover,
Kester is spamming goat porn.
Yeah, the Muslims. That's his way of combating them.
Moreover,
I do that. I love, like, lately, I love just, like, spamming selfies during an argument. Like, it's the funniest way of wrong. Like, if someone's just like, nah, man, fuck you, and you just post a picture of yourself being like, or something, and it's just, like, nothing to do with what you're saying.
It always has something, like, written on it, too, like,
have you ever been like so white that you're perfect or something, like something triggering, and you always post it in like the SJW threads, and I just see hundreds of people like spam you.
So it gets even better, folks. Moreover, equality of opportunity is simply a bad goal. It assumes that life is a zero-sum competition for wealth and status, that the most important thing is ensuring that only the smartest, hardest working among us end up the victors. We shouldn't want a better underclass, we should want no underclass. Well, that's not gonna fucking happen. It's not gonna fucking happen. There will always be an underclass. There is nothing you can do about that. Ever.
Like, unless
I
you were
agree.
genetically engineering people to have equal IQ, equal looks, equal athletic ability, and then you had communism, then
No,
you could have
I-
inequality.
No, I disagree. I mean, if we would live in a society that creates energy in abundance, you could actually abolish you always have different classes. You wouldn't have a class of society, but you would have a certain threshold that wouldn't,
Oh
Yeah.
no!
No, man.
Me and Trisha have the actual rebuttal to this. Is that
No, but wait, let me, yeah, let me just finish real quick.
you have an environment that allows, if you have an environment that allows someone to be a parasite, the number of parasites will explode because they will outcompete you because the environment favors parasitic behavior. And parasitic behavior cannot be sustained, so it will just outpace the host eventually and destroy it.
But what if there's just enough energy? There's no human. There's just like the only thing humans have to do is keep the machine running. And like let's say nuclear fusion or whatever, right? Like you have
Okay,
so
well
much
then
energy.
you'd have to like kill off the people who didn't fix the machine in like under a certain number of time.
Here's the
You
problem,
literally
though.
have to do that. You have to have some kind of natural selection factor, or parasitic behavior will exponentially explode.
Well, here's the thing, though.
Like, I think there's you can say, oh, people will never be equal. I don't think people have to be equal, but I am pretty fucking left wing, and I think, yeah, people don't have to be equal, but we should be able to eradicate poverty.
Yeah.
Like, no one. Okay, sure, people shouldn't be equal, but I don't think there should be multi-billionaires and homeless people. I think there should be multi-millionaires and middle-class people. Like,
it should be possible to fuck up your life to the point where you'd starve. Because if there is no death penalty for being a complete moron in a natural sense, then you will have an exponential number of morons every generation.
No, but like most people don't choose to be morons. The thing is, most homeless people are mentally ill. Most homeless people are mentally ill.
No. I mean, if you get rid of wealth, like think about the number of people who are on. In America, you have 49% of people living off welfare. That's an astronomical number.
49% of the population.
Yeah.
See,
are you serious?
Yeah. 49%. 49% lives off the other 51%.
Okay, like,
how does
that's
that
what
happen?
That's what happens when that's what I meant. If you have an environment where being a parasite is advantaged, you will have an explosion of people who are parasitic.
And if we're gonna live,
surely if they raise the minimum wage to the point where I think the problem is
they're not even working. It's literally like 49% like welfare.
If the minimum wage is too low, then like they need to raise it to where working full-time minimum wage is significantly better than being on the benefit. Because right now it's like, oh, you could get a little bit more money and have way less free time. And I think a lot of beneficiaries are like, right, my job is to trick the system to stay on the benefit. Whereas if the minimum wage
currently, if you don't work, you get, I believe, something like $40,000 after you've factored in like your sales tax and everything. You have like $5,000 of pure buying power. If you work a job which after income tax, let me pull up the chart. If you, I have it here. Um,
Because you're talking about so I found percentage of U.S. population living in a household receiving government benefit. So and that's
Oh, that's
I'm
not
49%.
not
the
talking
same.
about.
So it's not 49% of the people. It's 49% live in a household where at least
How
one
does that make
person
a
receives government
difference?
benefit. Well, the difference is it's not 150 million people having
And benefits,
welfare.
adding to Fabio's point, okay, I agree with Youssef that there's huge problems with people taking advantage of welfare and so on, even though that's a safety net for people who need it. Benefits, though, in terms of economics, usually includes things like, sending your kids to school or, anything like that, or using roads or whatever. Like, all of that
Yeah,
is
okay, here
considered
it is.
a social benefit,
If
not just
you
welfare.
if you make like say $10,000 a year or something, and that's after all your taxes, and that's after your sales tax, that's $10,000 of pure buying power. You have the same amount of money at the end of the day as, let's see, someone who after taxes makes about 65,000.
Well, see, here's the point, right?
That's
We're
astronomically huge, though, because that's after taxes. Because someone who makes 65,000 after taxes would probably be in a much higher tax bracket. So this is someone like a low-class doctor or something.
right, and here's the biggest point with regards to the underclass is we live in a capitalist society, and part of living in a capitalist society with equal opportunity is that people will succeed and people will fail, and that is the way that has always been, and that's the way that it should be. People should be allowed to succeed. People should be allowed to fail,
And we're
and
not allowing people to fail.
and as
I'm saying,
John Locke said himself, we should, I'm paraphrasing, but we should basically, as he, said, we should not be try to make rich people poor. We should try to make poor people richer, bring them up.
well, I agree with that. I think that's what I'm saying. I'm not
I
saying
agree
that.
with that too. Yeah.
I'm saying that there shouldn't be poverty. I'm not saying that there shouldn't be, like, I think if you're more talented, or you're just luckier, or you work harder, you should have a lot more money than some fuckwit who isn't able to do those things. But the fuckwit shouldn't be homeless or have no
No, the fuckwit
disposable
literally
income.
needs to die because they will outbreed you. That's what you're forgetting. They will literally outbreed you. You need to understand that evolution will happen in the society, and that people who are stupid and have parasitic behavior will advance those traits to the point where most of your society is really fucking stupid and living off a few.
People who get gender studies degrees need to go.
Yeah, well, they should die. They should die.
You
No, but
you
honestly,
literally
I mean,
need to be
they
able
can
to
have
die.
that.
If you didn't if you don't have some kind of, like, when you have fish that live under the light limit, they have eyes, but their eyes are blind because there's no need to waste energy on having eyes. When you have people who can live on other people's wealth, they become stupid, and they don't just become stupid like sociologically, they become biologically dumber every generation because there's no need to waste calories on being able to do math when you can just collect a check.
Yeah. Well,
There's some
there's
truth to
definitely.
that. But don't you think you can create incentives? Like even if there's
Yes,
no
and that incentive literally has to be death.
why
There's
does it
no
have to be
getting
death?
around that.
Like, I
It
don't get it
either
why
is
it has to be death.
sterilization or death. You cannot allow. You have to have some method which stops breeding.
Okay, so in Germany, for example, we have an extensive social security net, and we still manage. Like we don't have as many people as you. Like as I just saw, we don't have as many people in welfare as you do, and there seems to be something that's different in the U.S. Then I don't think it's impossible to have a social security net and a society that wants to succeed. I think it is a cultural thing. It's not just saying people
Yeah,
will
and the
behave
culture,
that
the
way.
people who have the culture of being a parasite, the people who are biologically parasitic will outcompete you
if they do not need to work as hard.
I don't want to call people parasites. I mean, I don't think that people that are poor are. I don't know. Anyways, I just think that we need to address the system. There needs to be consequences, like Youssef is saying, to not working and not providing. And you've provided an incentive for people just not to basically do anything. And they can still survive and thrive. You're using gasoline to put out the fire. Of course, you're going to have people exploit benefits and whatever.
It reminds me of this happened really recently. A guy was arrested for trying to buy bomb parts using his EBT card.
Trying to buy what?
Do you know what EBT is?
Yeah, I know what an EBT card is, but what was he trying to buy?
Bomb parts.
Yeah, he was making bombs using EBT money.
Yeah, but how many people actually do that, though? Like, how many people actually buy bombs?
No, but this is just an example of like stupidity without consequence.
Mm-hmm.
So it goes even further. It says if we take equality of opportunity seriously, that's a problem. The musicians' children are being wronged, and either they deserve compensation from the government to make up for this wrong, or the programmer parents have to be barred from teaching their children to code. No. The fucking government should not be paying musicians.
Oh, I've heard that white people need to be barred from reading stories to their kids because it is giving is giving them a language boost over black kids who don't have a father to read stories to them at night.
Well, fucking bad.
Yeah, they literally wanted a law to ban white people from reading stories to their kids.
Sorry, my fucking vocabulary is better than your shitty kids.
I mean, even if you go into all the different, because there's all these different groups that are advantaged. Like gay people have less domestic violence. Gay men, lesbians have more. Gay men have less domestic violence, right? So
lesbians have more of like everything bad.
Should gay men be taxed a little bit more, and should that more tax on gay men go towards domestic violence shelters for men who have no... You know what I mean? It's just stupid. Like,
I've heard lesbians make that argument. That
gays should be taxed more.
No, gays and straight men should be taxed more.
Well, if they're going to make that argument, then fucking...
They already are taxed more. Men pay the majority of taxes in Western countries. In every single way.
Men pay the majority of taxes.
And
which is
support, alimony, and everything
alimony, child support, basically all benefits should be abolished. And all the lefties are going to get triggered, but the only thing that should be like paid for is gutters for people to die in.
No, I think that's stupid. I think we're smarter than that. I think we're better than that as a species.
I agree.
Yeah. You're like, all the lefties will get triggered, and I'm like, oh, I don't think that's a good idea. I think that's shit, like, straight up.
And it ends by saying, if you think that conclusion is absurd, you are correct. There are important values other than equality, like the freedom of parents to raise children how they like, and the importance of goals other than money or social standing, that tell us it would be disastrous to micromanage the skills parents teach their children. Well, some fucking skills are necessary for you to go out in society. Some just fucking are. That's the way that it fucking
No, we need to ban white people from reading to their kids, obviously.
But it's just like, this fucking author doesn't understand that unless you have society ran that way, you are going to have a very fucked up society.
I don't understand how they think this actually, any of their bullshit solves any problems when they still exist in a society with socialism for everything. Your school is socialized. Here in Canada, your healthcare is socialized. You've got public libraries. You've got roads. You've got all of this stuff that's built by public taxpayer money. But you still have, for some reason, single motherhood and poverty and all this stuff is still going up. Why? I thought this was the solution. If you throw a bunch of money at the problem, it's supposed to go away. Hey, why is it just getting worse?
Yeah, like they don't understand that when you try to force economic parity, you are making more poor people. That is what you are doing when you do that. You are making more people poor. That is why the Soviet Union failed. That is why fucking all these awful communist regimes throughout Eastern Europe fell. because it made people poor and people got fucking tired of dealing with it and they wanted to actually change shit.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the extreme, right? Like, but for example, like in Germany, tuition is free, right? Tuition is paid by the government, and I feel like, so here's my observation why I feel that that is a good thing to do, is because here in the U.S., okay, the university I go to, they have so much shit on their campus. They have a training center. They have doctors. They have a huge campus with trees that and all kinds of like things that parks and everything. They have laptops you can borrow. They have everything. They have so many services here. Okay, and according to that, like the tuition is pretty high for that too, right? And in Germany, it's tuition free. I pay $100 basically per semester, and all you get is just the education, nothing else. That we have two towers. That's how we call them, the two towers, where everything is at, and everyone just goes to university to study. It's not a place where you feel home. It's not a place where you get all the services like having a fitness center.
Yeah,
or
that's
doctors or
one
anything.
thing that students are really. I have arguments with with local student parties, and we have actually one of the a politician, a legit politician who comes in from the Green Party, and I always get into arguments with him. And last time he came here last year, I got him to openly say that he was going to be a National Socialist form a National Socialist Workers Party, and that's what represents the Greens. But that's another story.
What?
Yeah. I convinced. I was going through his thing. I was like, and basically it was like a really long speech in this big debate, and I basically over the course of the speech I had him go through and oh, does the Greens support this? Do the Greens support that? And I at the end of it, I was like, okay, so let's go over it. So you're a National Socialist, so you would call the Greens National Socialist Workers Party? And he's like, yes, all of those things are completely true. And everyone was just looking at us in the fucking debate.
It's like, I vote Green, so I'm a Nazi now apparently, according to this dude.
Yeah, we had.
I'm a National Socialist, guys. I vote Green.
Yeah, I was like, are you guys basically I was like, are you guys socialists? And he's like, yeah. And he and I went through and I was like, oh, do you know that well, do you think we need nationalism? Because what if people from other countries try and come into our country and export our money? And he's like, well, now that you say that, yeah, we would need a highly nationalist country. So I was like, oh, so you're National Socialist? And he's like, yeah, I'm a National Socialist. I'm like, well, what about who are the main groups that you fight for? And he's like, oh, we fight for workers. So I'm like, are you a National Socialist worker? And he's like, yeah, we're the National Socialist Workers Party. And he says that with his fist in the air and he's shouting it, and everyone in the fucking hall is looking at him.
That shit right there is what makes liberals like myself look bad. I'm just like, no, get the fuck away from me.
This is the local Green Party, the actual politician for the local Greens.
So this guy has a seat in government, right?
Yeah. He's
the Greens are the most libertarian party. The Greens.
They're like Bernie Sanders, I think.
They always want to legalize prostitution and they always want to legalize drugs. So they're the most libertarian party. They're always trying to push for socially liberal policies. The one thing they really need to get behind as well is they need to we need your First Amendment. We need America's First Amendment needs to apply to the whole planet. Europe and Oceania, Australia and here, NZ, we need the First Amendment, because there are some laws on the book saying, don't say that, you can't say that about Muslims, and it's like, shut the fuck up. Yes, we can.
It's like in the UK, I saw there was a guy arrested for quoting Winston Churchill at a rally.
Oh,
and
shit,
meanwhile, they let
yes.
that Anjem Chowdhury fuckface go on the air all the time and say, we're going to fly the flag of Islam over the White House. And
yeah.
blah, blah,
Britain
blah.
has
Anjem
banned.
Chowdhury should be killed. They should just kidnap Anjem Chowdhury, beat him to death, and leave his corpse in the public for all the Muslims to see. And then if any Muslim comes to try and mourn Anjem Chowdhury, just beat them as well. Like,
It's like a big trap. There's just bear traps like hidden under leaves everywhere.
yeah,
around
like
the body.
beat Anjem Chowdhury to death and then put a bomb in his body. And when a crowd of his Muslim friends gather to mourn Anjem Chowdhury's body, just be like, detonate. It's like, boom! And then the best
would probably be highly immoral, but
yeah, then the best part is you could blame the Muslims for it, because I mean, it'd be like the boy who blew up the wolf, you know, like.
The boy
No,
who
even
caught the
better.
wolf.
Even better. You put a bomb in a Quran and you put it in a bear trap.
Yo, I have a really hard time finding like lefties who are uncucked enough to agree with me about these things as well.
Because those are all like
most
anti-leftist things.
Like
Who
most
would
other
agree
people
with
who
that,
vote
though?
green are busy on Facebook now being like, terrorism has no religion. Oh, religion.
Yes,
is
it does.
Oh,
Yes, it
refugees
does.
welcome. And I'm just like, no, they're not. Fuck off.
Terrorism is uniquely Islam, and anyone who is a terrorist who's not Islamic is just imitating them.
Like,
That's
you know,
basically it.
I disagree.
I disagree
with
with
that.
that. I mean, technically, terrorism has no religion. I mean, that's a statement you can defend. But if you say
Currently,
that
most-
has nothing to do with Islam, that's fucking retarded.
Most of the
Yeah, it's like-
terrorism.
Is pretty much an Islamic thing, like that's
Yeah,
specific
it's
to
like
them. But
all
terrorism
religions
is not
combined is
specific
like
to Islam.
is like all religions combined. I think is like 3 bombings, and then it's like per year, and then it's like Islam is like 250 per year or something.
Yeah, most of the terrorism going on in the world today is Islamic. It just is.
The best bit of the Quran, there's actually a passage in the Quran, and it basically says, if you're doubting that Allah exists, look at the birds. Look at the way the birds are flying in the air. They're not falling out of the sky. It's because Allah wills it. Yeah, proof that Allah is real.
Yeah.
Birds are able to fly. It's like, you think that because it's 2016 is a shit argument. And then you see that. It's like, what? You
No,
don't
the
it's
one
actually
I've
birds,
seen.
bro. Look at the birds, bro. The birds.
I've
Allah-
seen the
I just need
reason.
to correct real quick that it's not actually Islam who has the most terrorist attacks. It is actually political motives that are the biggest terrorist.
Yeah, but it's
attacks.
to advance. Islam is a political ideology as well as a religion.
Yeah, but
It literally is. The difference between Judaism, Christianity, and Islam is that Judaism is a way of life. Judaism explains to you that how you're supposed to cook your eggs in the morning, how you're supposed to shave your beard, how you're supposed to clean your teeth, what time you're supposed to get up in the morning, how the hell you make your bed. It's literally a complete encyclopedia to it micromanages your entire life.
Christianity and Judaism are religions that are ruled over. Islam rules over other religions.
Yeah, on top of that, so Christianity is a philosophical religion. So Christianity says, don't do this because it's bad. Don't do this because God says it's bad. Don't do this because it's bad. You should turn the other cheek when you get hit. It's a philosophical religion. It's like you should whip bankers because bankers are bad. Like it's a philosophy. Islam is literally like, here are a list of laws that you should implement in your country. These are the punishments for those laws. Is literally a government system. Most of like the holy books are literally just instructions on how to have a country.
yeah. I mean, I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree that Islam is an inherently political religion in a way.
It's literally a religion of how to lead your country.
If you look at statistics, who has the most death kills is still globally. It's still political and nationalist reasons.
Yeah, but the same as saying Islam. That's literally the same. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying
if like the Chinese government and shit, the Chinese government and Pol Pot and that, they're not religious, but they managed to kill fuckloads of people.
Yeah, I was just trying to correct it because in those statistics, Islam is under religious terrorism. That's what I was trying to correct. I mean, we can argue whether Islam is if that's political terrorism or not, but
I mean, if these guys...
I was just trying to put that into context, you know?
I would say it is because they're trying to establish an Islamic caliphate. So,
Yeah, they're. I said this before Kester came on. They're at war with the Buddhists in China. They're at war with the Hindus in India. They're at
Huntington
war.
says, he
They're at
says,
war.
yeah,
Yeah,
Islam has
war
bloody
with,
borders. That's what he says. Sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, who says that?
Huntington says, Islam
Why the
has bloody
fuck
borders.
is everything I come up with taken by someone else?
Because that's how it always is. Yeah.
Everything I
You're
come up
probably
with that's
right.
like that's smart is like, oh, are you quoting this person? I was like, no, I've never heard of this person before. Oh
You've
yeah, it
probably
turns.
heard of Huntington though. He
You're
wrote
just-
the Clash of Civilizations.
You're just thinking along the same lines as those people, right? So you're gonna.
It pisses me off that if I was born like 150 years before, you'd all be learning my fucking name in like throughout school.
I already have you as my title page, so you know.
Yeah. it triggers me that every time I post something, someone's like, are you quoting this guy's book? It's really obscure, but I can't believe you read it. I'm like, what? I've never heard of this person before. And I look at the like summary, and it's literally my post word for word. What is that weird guitar like banjo you have?
Guitar banjo.
Ibanez RG.
Oh.
Ibanez RG is the best kind of guitar. This is non-negotiable, okay? Gibson, faggot guitar. Fender, marginally better, still a faggot guitar. Acoustic, get out. Ibanez RG, the best.
Where does is it electric?
Yeah, it's just not plugged in.
What kind of music do you listen to?
Metal. I like metal and have you guys seen my my tree
Nightcore, metal and nightcore, which is like the two opposite genres.
And I like
What kind of metal though?
I like classical music as well. Classical music's good. So
You like all the exact like the three opposites. He likes like heavy metal, like Japanese nightcore, like like and then he's got like violin symphonies. Yeah.
Have you guys seen my videos? Like the music on my videos. What do you guys think of the music I put on my videos?
I think it's good.
I only watched the one video of like climbing the tree or whatever.
Improvable.
How about you guys? Like Tristan, Fabio.
Yeah, Tristan has literally been a still image for me.
I know.
He hasn't moved or spoken.
Hi, Tristan. What's up?
Hello.
Hello.
Tristan, were you here for the transhumanist talk?
No.
Oh, okay, so which of these three groups do you like best? You evolve humans to like demigods using genetics. You evolve humans to be like superheroes using like cyborgs, or you upload all of humans to like a big supercomputer and we live in like a utopia matrix and everyone becomes like a singularity. Of the three.
I'll take door number 2, cyborg humans.
Okay.
Because
welcome
I
to
don't
the
think
Cyber Human Alliance.
Yeah, so me, Kester, and Trisha want demigods, and Fabio and Fabio want.
No, I don't want. I want
Fabio, stop being gay. Come over to the side of the demigods.
I want to have Google in my head, dude. That's what I'm thinking of.
Bruh.
Yeah, but like you could have Google in your head, or you could just look into your third eye and see into the past and the future at once and be a total god.
That seems weird to me. I want something technological. I don't want something.
Gotta download the iOS update for my dick. Sorry, babe.
Like, why wouldn't you want human beings to be like this super species, you know, that can do anything, impervious to disease, beautiful?
Because they play too many internet games, them kids these days.
I feel like it's kind of like magic, and I don't like that.
You don't like magic?
He thinks it's heresy. He's a tech priest.
Heresy.
Burn the heretic.
Well, you know, when I play role-playing games, like online role-playing, I always go with the Wario class because I don't like magic shit, so I just want something legit, something.
Oh, I think that says there was a. What doesn't that say something about the person who you're like of the three archetypes? There's like the thief that sneaks around and like critically hits everyone, like an assassin. There's the warrior who's got like a sword the size of him and he chops everyone in half. Or there's a wizard who like freezes people in place and then like shatters them like ice. It's like the three archetypes, and it says a lot about you.
I guess it could say something about you.
Like,
I don't know what it would say about me.
Why would you choose, a musket as opposed to an AK-47 though? Like, why would you want humans to stay imperfect?
No, that's not the difference. I wouldn't wanna turn our hands into weapons or something like that. I would want to create something, enhance ourselves with technology.
Yeah, instead of having a hand that can lift like a 50-story building with like one hand, you just have a rocket launcher in your hand that shoots us down a 50-story building.
No, I think that sounds more awesome to me actually. Or like an exoskeleton. Like imagine you have an exoskeleton. How awesome would that be?
Just everyone's living inside a big Iron Man suit.
That'd be fucking awesome.
The problem that I would see with living in a digital world, though, or as a cyborg, is that data is corruptible. That's a problem.
Yeah, that was the whole thing of Ghost. This was literally Ghost in the Shell. The problem with Ghost in the Shell is that everyone became like 100% cyborg to the point where humans didn't really exist and everyone was just getting reprogrammed and all of everyone's memories were fake. No one had these families that they thought they had. Physical appearance was like non-existent. They what was like they didn't understand. They lost the ability to tell what was alive and what wasn't. It was like that's the whole.
Really fucking scary.
Yeah, it's the whole philosophy. Seriously, watch the original Ghost in the.
Oh my god!
Watch the original Ghost in the Shell. It's honestly like fucking. It really needs to be a whole philosophy.
Hey guys, I just saw a news site. Some cop, right? He fatally shot a Black Lives Matter guy who was trying to steal from him. Like, this guy's trying to enter his house, and the cop's like, boom, shoots him. Good on the cop. And then it turns out that they'd had an argument about Black Lives Matter on Facebook a few days earlier. You're wrong, cunt. Black Lives Matter is good. Islam is a religion of peace, too, while we're at it. Feminism is about equality. Or Black Lives Matter. Goes to the cop's house. Gets shot. That's
wait, the guy who...
There should be like a laughter track. Like, imagine if it had a canned laughter track, like one of those 70s comedies, like the Black Lives Matter guy sneaking into the house, and it's like, and then he gets shot, and the audience is just like, ha ha ha, woo! Like,
you hear the sound of a fucking 12 gauge.
Man, they should do that. They should film it like that. Imagine if I was editing a newspaper, the story would be like, Black Lives Matter faggot shot after being a shit cunt on Facebook. Like,
isn't that like basically the Daily Mail though?
Why does everyone diss the Daily Mail?
Yeah.
It's not a diss at the Daily Mail, it's just like they make some really clickbaity headlines for their shit.
Is that why? Do they like clickbait the anti-SJWs?
Kinda. They kinda do that.
I've had people say Daily Mail is garbage.
No, I think, they actually can do some pretty good shit sometimes, but I think it's just a lot of the time they do clickbait shit and it's kind of annoying.
Where do you guys get your news from?
Mostly, I actually get my news from basically YouTubers and Poll, which are surprisingly fucking accurate.
I get my news from YouTubers. I don't really trust.
No. I knew immediately when like those Black Lives Matter riots. I knew immediately when they happened within like 20 minutes of them occurring.
because
Well,
people in the city will post about the riot happening and will post videos, and I will immediately know, like, because I'll follow it. I'll immediately know. Oh, the coons are at it again.
but
I
don't you
knew.
think? But wait, but don't you think that getting your news from poll and specific YouTubers that will skew your perception of whatever happened? Like it will frame stuff in that way, whatever you're gonna watch.
Well,
Like,
that's literally true for everything. So you have to account for you have to look at you have to account that the person saying the news is trying to put a message to you inherently. So you have to counterweigh the message also.
I like to watch all of what the mainstream says, so I'll like check out CNN, and usually you'll hear like their bullshit one-sided version of the story, and then I'll hit like Stefan Molyneux's channel or something where he's got a bunch of sources, and usually he's like on top of everything that's going on. Like he'll have a video out within the hour, with tons
I don't
of
know how
sources
he
telling
does
you
it,
what's going
Trish.
on.
That's what I do.
He is fantastic.
Stefan Molyneux. I don't know how he does
That's what I do. Like, I hear what the mainstream media says about something. I'm like, all right, they're the fucking mainstream media, so they're guaranteed to be lying. But these are the facts, and then I'll sort of interpret them myself, and then I'll see my YouTubers that I follow, like Sargon and McCad and those types of mundane matter they're covering, and then I'll be like, yup, that's about what I thought. Like, even journalists that I agree with say some fucking retarded shit. Like, even Milo Yiannopoulos and Margid Nawaz say some dumb shit occasionally.
What did he
Milo
say?
said a lot of dumb shit, to be honest. Majid is mostly spot on.
Margid's, he's right more often than Milo, but he does do a few exaggerations. He's like, oh, watch out for the far right. He sort of implies that the far right is this massive threat, when really it's like, this is Islam. And
No, I don't know. I agree.
right,
I agree with that. Him. I mean,
Wait. What is? No, I want to hear because I have a really big problem with Milo Yiannopoulos, which is like unrelated to other things. What do you guys hate about Milo yourselves?
Well, I think for starters, I don't like when he's a dick to trans people. I think that's totally not egalitarian and not necessary in any way. I mean, like, I'm not an easily offended SJW faggot, but when he goes, oh, trannies are all mentally ill, like, and they shouldn't get operations and that, I think that's kind of pretty authoritarian and just, like, scientifically illiterate. Because there is decent science showing that trannies aren't faking it, that they really are, like, feeling the opposite gender. And, like, I think, like, here's my massive problem with it. Like, you wouldn't think it's that big a deal because there's barely any trannies, but, like, if someone's going to a tranny, oh, you just think you're trans, that's just, like, your opinion, man. How is that any different from when feminists go, oh, you think you like skinny hot chicks, but that's just your socially constructed oppressive beauty. It's the same kind of argument. Basically, like, oh, I know what you're feeling better than you do, and it's all made up. And, like, so that pisses me off a bit. Like, do you guys see where I'm coming from there? Like, I'm not being an easily offended SJW fag, but I'm just like, I mean, I hate being demonized for my gender by feminists, so I think the last thing we need is for trannies to be demonized for their gender as well. We want less gender-based demonizing, not more.
Okay, and what's the other ones?
I think Milo is right about a lot of stuff, but the way, like I think it's funny when he does his triggering stuff and things.
Oh,
like
yeah, he does it on purpose to win arguments.
Obviously he does, right? But
he explained it before in like part of like a post he made. He purposely he says it's his natural personality, but he says his natural personality is perfect, and he doesn't want to change his behavior because it purposely it triggers people, so he always wins the debate.
Yeah. But look, so I went to see him right in LA, and when he was on stage, like, at least at that event, he was just basically being really entitled all the time, and was like, oh, I'm just the smartest, and making all these like I didn't feel like he did actually like progress the conversation. He was just bashing liberals all the time, and Dave Rubin was trying to say, hey, look, so I'm a liberal, right, and there's a regressive left, and let me try to clarify this a bit, that that there's also someone on the left trying to speak against it. And he's like, no, you're all the same. And he was obviously just trying to trigger Dave Rubin.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I felt like,
Why would you
but
want to
you're not
trigger
helping
Dave
the
Rubin?
conversation.
Dave Rubin's the man.
No,
Yeah,
because it would be fucking
yeah.
funny if Dave Rubin got triggered, and it would make Milo even more famous. Milo. So my two problems with Milo is that not only is he has literal psychological narcissism in like the true medical sense of the word.
I agree.
Yeah, he even admits that he has a genuine problem with being a narcissist. And the second thing is that he's probably from the snippets I've seen of like sort of private conversations and recorded with his like others, it seems that he's actually like, I think he's really immoral behind the scenes to a point of like, well, Fabio disappeared. Huh?
You mean like
No. Like he was defending like a guy. He didn't want to name his. He was defending someone who he said was a friend of his, but from Hollywood, and he didn't want to drop his name because his friend was a pedophile who would actively have like young guys come to his place and like drug them and stuff. And he's like, yeah, but the young guys, like, they enjoy it, so it's like, it's the age of consent is like really immoral anyway. So it's and he kept making excuses for it. Because Hollywood has this whole has a very large child prostitution scene for all the rich people. So he was defending that whole scene in like a radio interview that was supposed to be private.
Yeah. As far as what I do, getting my shit, I do an aggregate. I go around. One fucking source that has really pissed me off lately, the fucking BBC. Get your fucking shit together, BBC. What the fuck is wrong with you?
BBC is whoever is in control.
Shit. BBC are fucking horrible.
Oh, fucking! You want to tell me about regressive? Okay, so this was right after. This is like the day of the attack in Orlando, right? I fucking turn on the television, turn on fucking BBC. These motherfuckers come up here and start saying, "Oh, well, there were reports that he made a phone call that he was doing this for ISIS, but we don't know if his religion had anything to do with it." It's just like, fuck off. Just fuck off.
Yeah, seriously, they can get fucked. And I mean, I hope if there's ever an act of terror by a National Socialist or an extreme far-right person, I hope they're going to be just as consistent and be like, yeah, I'm sure his Mein Kampf readings had absolutely nothing to do with the attack on the Jews. Some guy shoots up a synagogue. Oh, yeah, he read Mein Kampf, but you can't judge all far-right skinheads just by this guy. It probably had nothing to do with National Socialism at all.
Yeah, and nobody ever makes that argument, you'll notice, like, especially when it comes to the Confederate flag and those issues. I've seen the logic totally flip. So when you're talking about Islam, no, you can't judge this guy who went and blew up, 100 Muslims because of his religion or whatever, but you can do the same thing when you're talking about religious Christians or whatever.
It's a double standard.
Like, even if you look at the Westboro Baptist Church or whatever and how much hate those people get, and all they do is like carry around signs and picket and whatever, and those people are apparently the epitome of evil, yet you have people like going into a gay nightclub and killing, 50 plus people, and it has nothing to do with their ideology, nothing to do with their religion,
Yeah, and it's like, they want these liberal Christians, but then they bitch about real Christians like the Westboro Baptist Church. Like, those are Calvinists. Mm-hmm. Those are real fucking Christians, man. They're living by the fucking text of their religious book. So it's either you want them or you don't. You can't have it both ways. And, I really like listening to other YouTubers like Sargon. I find he's a pretty good barometer if I'm looking for shit. Sometimes I'll listen to The Amazing Atheist.
You guys know who's a real good one? This is my favorite YouTuber now. My favorite YouTuber is Atheism is Unstoppable. That
Oh, I've
guy's
seen that guy very rarely though. I've seen a
So
couple.
fucking crazy though.
I've seen.
He's like he just goes like what I love about Atheism is Unstoppable is he clutters his screen with pointless shit. Like he likes hip hop dancing and weird pop music, so he just puts
I
it
like
in the
that too,
background and clutters it, and then like he's not like Sargon. He's like, oh, I'm just gonna be calm and reasonable. He gets angry at people like Francesca Ramsey or Onision or whatever, and he just starts calling them faggots and saying they're fucking stupid and attacking their appearance. Like he throws ad hominems all the time, but it gets really funny. Like he'll just like some regressive will say something dumb, and he'll just be like, look at this guy's forehead. This guy's forehead is fucking... Like, he calls Jenk from the Young Turks a fat brown buffalo, and he's just like, oh, this fucking fat brown buffalo is talking shit again. It's just like...
Oh my god, I really started hating Chank after he invited Karen Strawn on his show, and he did nothing but interrupt her and talk down to her.
Yeah, he shouted at her.
He always does that though. He's the same with Sam Harris, the fuck.
Hank is...
Jenk
No, do you remember when he shouted at her, "Go make me a sandwich, woman"? Like he just started raging at her.
And he demanded that she say thank you to feminists. He kept doing it over and over and over again. I got so angry I couldn't watch the video.
What a
but like 10
twat.
times in a row, he was like, "Say thank you for the vote. Say thank you to feminists or whatever." And
what the
I'm gonna go see this
like
video.
10 times in a row.
I'm
What a
guessing
fucking twat, man.
the dislike bar is huge. I'm guessing that this video has 1 million dislikes.
No,
and
they
1
have
million people
they
in
have
the
an army of
comments
I
like,
don't
zombies.
remember. This was a long time ago, but anyway, if you haven't seen it, go check it out. If you can actually stomach to watch the whole thing, I hate that fat fuck guy
okay,
watching that video.
coming up in the search bar. Let's see.
I guarantee you. How bad's the dislike?
All right. 10,000 dislikes roughly, about 1,500 likes. Good job.
Oh, ouch.
Fucking buffalo faggot.
You guys should really watch some more Crowd and Tea. I love this guy, and
I just discovered him from that video, and it's all gold.
he's really amazing.
I saw him in a live stream with Sargon.
Yeah. He had some like. He's just a very like articulate person too, you know. I like that, and he's left libertarian. He's,
it's the best
very much
square.
for free
Left
speech.
libertarians.
And that's a thing, you know. In Germany, like there is no movement for free speech. Like it's not even a debate whatsoever. Like no one talks about, oh, maybe we shouldn't ban hate speech, or maybe we should be more careful. So it's not even a thing at all.
Yeah, don't you guys have like laws against speaking, like denying the Holocaust?
Yeah. So there's it's called it's illegal to incite hatred. That's how the law is called.
That is so vague.
Part of that is denying the Holocaust, and inciting hatred is, and it's been it's been fine for a long time, but now it's being abused. It's being they're abusing the shit out of it. The leader of a new like a right-wing populist movement that formed after the whole immigration stuff happened. They called Pegida. The leader of that group called someone in a private Facebook group. He talked. I hear myself repeating myself. Someone has boxes on or something. That irritates me. But so he called the refugees scum and parasites, maybe something along those lines. Not harder than that. And someone screenshotted that, and he was fined for 10,000 euros or something for hate speech because he called refugees scum.
So that's
it's
$11,000.
It's obviously politically motivated to shut this person down. You know, I don't agree with this person, but it's obviously politically motivated.
So he got
fuck
charged.
them. Whoever's behind him being arrested should honestly be shot. I think we should just start killing authoritarians. Like, I think anyone who, like, I'm not actually a pacifist. I don't believe in the non-aggression principle. I think if someone attacks you, you're allowed to beat them up. If someone tries to shoot you, you're allowed to shoot them. if somebody tries to take your rights away in a real tangible way, like someone tries to, I think people who try to outlaw homosexuality or try to outlaw drugs and prostitution or people who try to outlaw free speech, I think violence against them is acceptable. I think it is acceptable to throw bricks at them and to hit them with baseball bats and to stomp on their heads. Like, I actually think we need to start beating the living shit out of SJWs.
No,
it might be the only way to get through to them.
You can do many things with a bayonet, but you can't sit on it.
And also, we should start running over Black Lives Matter. Next time Black Lives Matter block the freeways, we should be like, oh, look, speed bumps.
Oh, I've already said I'll do that. If they get in my fucking way, I have someone that stops.
As long as you ask them to move and they refuse, you have to floor it.
Yeah. And put spikes on the car as well. Put anti-Black Lives Matter spikes on the car. Just be like, it's like, these are my freedom spikes. They're good for deterring authoritarian SJW.
I mean, like
this is the free speech mobile, and it's coming to a Black Lives Matter rally near
in the free market. Can I own a tank and then go to war with the people who try to do this shit? So if there's people blocking my freedom of movement in the highway, can I shoot them with my tank car?
Yeah, I think that's justified.
Yeah. I had this argument because
incendiary rounds into populations.
I had this argument with my sister because, like, Black Lives Matter blocking the freeway, and she says it's a peaceful protest, and I'm like, it might not be, like, violent because they're not attacking anyone, but I think if you physically restrict someone's movement by force, that isn't peaceful. And that's what they're doing when they block the freeway.
They're restricting access to infrastructure.
Not only that, those fuckers were blocking off like ambulances and stuff from getting by.
Yeah, they were
exactly
stopping ambulances.
Fuck those people.
And especially, what did they actually do? Like, what did they do except for pissing people? Like, they didn't get more support.
Okay, the fact that
this is the main thing I'm thinking about. You know, they're doing that to piss people off. It's like, oh, look at us. Okay, well, but you can do other stuff. Like, you don't need to piss people off like that. You know, people will be much more likely to support you if you do something like artsy. You know, something like, oh, you know, wow, they did this amazing thing and this is amazing. But what the fuck are you doing if you're just pissing people off? You know?
Yeah, I actually got into an argument with one of those types. You know, they were saying, oh, well, you know, it's a peaceful protest. I'm like, no, it's not. Get the fuck out of the street. And then they were like, and I was like, I said the exact same thing about ambulances. I was like, you know, what if someone needs emergency services and you're blocking city services from doing their fucking job? And they're like, well, if one person dies, you know, that's only one person. So, I basically said, so you're basically telling me that the ends do justify the means.
And isn't this protest over, like, one person getting murdered by the police? So,
yeah.
Nah, the person saying that should be killed. Black Lives Matter should be killed. They're terrorists.
I basically said, you're a fucking fascist.
Yeah, like, if they're blocking the road when an ambulance can't get through, I think it would be fully justified for the ambulance driver to get out with an AR-15 and shoot like 10 or 15 of them dead and then drive over their corpses.
Yeah, especially driving their corpses. That's the important part of it.
Yeah, you have to drive over them. They've got that good Black Lives Matter crunch. Black Lives Matter is the crunchiest civil rights movement. You know, it's
So, Chester, since you said you would be in favor of people taking away the rights of people who want to take away your rights, what do you think of the German system of like in Germany,
that's
you can
literally
ban
what
parties
Antifa's
if they're
philosophy
anti-democratic.
is.
Like the Communist Party in Germany is banned from taking part in elections. So is the Nazi Party. So
I think that's good. Fuck them. They want to take away people's rights, so they shouldn't.
Yeah, but
like, I don't think we should have. I think democracy needs to have limits. Like, okay, if one person wants to smoke weed and 9 people want them to not smoke weed, fuck those 9 people. There is no moral right to like take away someone else's freedom. And the same, it goes for drugs, but it goes for offensive speech. It goes for porn and prostitutes. It goes for religion. If one person has...
But here's a counter-argument, maybe. Here's a counter-argument. You could say, well, I agree with that, but what if you have, like, if smoking weed has a lot of like if you make it legal, and has consequences like, I don't know, all people need. I don't know. The society becomes fucked up. Everything becomes slow and doesn't work anymore, and it's a consequence of that freedom. Would it make sense to restrict that freedom then again? So it doesn't.
Imagine.
It might make sense to moderate the way, like, it's legal to drink, but it's not legal to drive drunk. Like, moderate it a bit.
Yeah. So wait. Here's the thing though. What if Okay. So if you say you can't infringe on someone's rights, at what point do you decide something's a right or not? What if eventually, like, you can't really do anything because everything is someone's right?
I think it should be like, I think the standard should be like, just like, if it's something that someone would really want to do, like all the things I mentioned. People really want to say shit. Some people really want to pay for sex. Some people really want to have drugs. Some people really want to have a gun. This is the gun thing as well. We don't have guns in New Zealand, right? We don't have a gun culture, but America does have a gun culture. And saying that you want to take away their guns, to me it is fucked up. Because, like, we don't have guns, but we have fireworks over here. And every year on Guy Fawkes, we let off fireworks. And there's always some pissy little faggot, safety paranoid faggot being like, stop it, it's going to start fires, ban fireworks. And I'm always like, someone beat the shit out of this guy, like, please. So I fully get how the Americans feel towards the people who want to take their guns away. Because that's how I feel towards the people who want to take my fireworks away.
To you, Yusuf, I would respond. It should always be up to debate. Like it shouldn't be like, okay, this is the limit. It's
your mic is cutting out. I'm not hearing it.
What do you say?
You have there's an echo and it's overlaying your voice.
Who is doing the echo thing though? Like.
It's not me. I mute my mic and I have headphones in.
I have them too. So.
It's pretty funny how I got kicked out of that Facebook group that Fatty Taco was running. It's just pretty funny how, like, I thought that I'd had the perfect system for a while. It's like, you go to the Facebook page and then you block the admins and you can say whatever you want. And I didn't realize that the admins could still see me being like, fucking feminism is cancer and I hate Fatty Taco and, like, daddy issues and stuff. Fatty Taco is Amanda Johnson because she disguises herself as a hot Korean girl, but really she's like a chubby Mexican chick. So, or maybe not Mexican, just some description of Latin American. So I started calling her Fatty Taco because she said that all men are trash.
Why does she have all these Korean pictures though? Like, isn't there like cultural appropriation, something?
Catfishing is more like it.
I don't think she's, there's like an SJW orthodoxy, right? But there are some people who aren't SJWs, and even people who hate SJWs who believe in the same shit they do. Like, I don't think Amanda Johnson is like someone who went to gender studies and did all the SJW courses.
Talks about rape culture and all these talking points. Like, somewhere she must have gotten it somewhere, like maybe Tumblr, I guess, but.
Yeah, maybe she looked it up on the internet, but she also says shit like, I've seen her say, like, retard once before and shit like that. Like,
how do you get that indoctrinated by some shit? Like, I don't get that. Like, how do you get
she's a spastic. We should share a Fendathon and anti-SJW and get everyone to spam with Fatty Taco memes.
Fabio, have you seen that older Sargon of Akkad video where well, not that old. He goes into the life history of the people who attacked Milo Yiannopoulos at the university on stage.
Yeah.
The way the black guy was homeless.
That was really interesting, actually. And
yeah,
I liked that one.
This is exactly what's happening. You have actual people forming cults. These are not academic societies anymore. The universities are literally full of religious cultists, and they
Yeah.
are fundamentally religious.
Yeah,
Universities are basically like mosques now.
Yeah,
I
they
look at
literally
universities the way I look at mosques.
for white people.
It's just a big, impressive building with a lot of people who think they're smart and a lot of people agreeing with them, spouting retarded shit, whether it's the Quran or the Judith Butler book. It's all equally shit and equally retarded, and I think it should be destroyed. Like, not forcefully, but it should be ridiculed to the point where you can't even say.
The problem is that currently things like sociology, for example, need to literally be violently purged because no, and I do mean this literally because I believe it was someone who went there's like a think tank or something, and they just do their whole job is to just replicate experiments, and they found that for like American sociology, I think it was only like less than 40% of experiments gave the results that the experiment said they would give, and it like they found that almost all of it was just made up, and that all the research was just them like pretending to have results, and they were just writing whatever they wanted to be true.
Well, that's the downfall of peer review, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So it needs to be violently purged of these people who are purposely writing academic lies.
Oh yeah, I think that
they literally need a violent purge. Like, I'm not joking.
In academia, need to be arrested for lying. Like, I think that should count as some perjury.
You should be violently punished for lying on a research paper.
Yeah, no, I agree there.
You should be like tarnished, like your reputation should be like you shouldn't be able.
These people, at that point,
I think all these SJW professors, the SJW professors. Okay, here's what should happen. First, there should be mobs of people beating the shit out of these professors. The ones who don't get beaten, they should get a massive fine that they'll never pay off as long as they live, and they should be made unemployable. Like, they should be shamed in public to such a degree that they're hated to the degree we hate Nazis in current society. Like they'll be like, oh, you used to teach it at UC Berkeley. Oh, you taught gender studies. Yeah, we're not giving you a job. You know, you can go and work at McDonald's to pay off your $100,000 debt from being fined. You know, like, that's what should happen. That's what we should do. I think SJWs need to be, like, violently punished. It's not enough to just laugh at them on the internet. They need to actually be severely fucked over in every way.
One of the largest problems here in the United States is the fact that we pretty much have, like, social liberals have pretty much won the culture war. Like, the conservatives are in full retreat. They lost. There's nothing that they can do. They've lost the future generations. They're done. So now, what are we doing? Well, social fucking justice, gender fucking studies, all that bullshit. It's just insane.
Yeah, so it should be purged. Like, the social justice professors should lose all of their money, and a lot of them should be physically beaten. I think a few of them should be killed. I think anyone who falsely accuses someone of rape should be killed. And anyone who deliberately destroys someone's career, like the writer who did that thing on the guy who landed the comet, like, I'm not saying to murder him, but, like, I think if some guys were beating him really hard and he accidentally died, that wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing.
Yeah, no, I disagree with that. But look at it honestly. If you look at the YouTube sphere today, right, and you look at the public discourse, it's not going their way. Like, it's been going their way for a few years now. But if you look at the public discourse that is happening right now, like even Obama mentioned in his speech, like, you know, he said that when he was talking at the university, that if you disagree with someone, you have to have him speak. That's the point of being at a university. You know, like, this has already permeated society. Like, it's not like that we're losing this war against social justice warrior. I think people are pretty much aware of what's happening. You can see that with, like, at universities where Milo got attacked, how their ratings went down and things like that. Like, I don't believe that we are about to dismantle, uh, uh, um, the scientific peer review and all these things like that. We're gonna lose this stuff. I'm thinking we're going full blown counterattack in this moment right now. That's the way I see it.
But careful,
Yeah,
or
I think the SJWs started losing around 2015. I think 2015 is the year. Like 2014 is when all the Gamergate shit happened, and everyone was real pissed at them. 2015 is when it started turning, and I think now, I mean, it's impossible to notice. It's impossible to ignore that if you type feminism or social justice into YouTube, you get 1 million people like Sargon and Bearing and Atheism is Unstoppable who are all like mocking the shit out of them, getting all the thumbs ups on the videos, and you see some bitch in her bedroom being like, rape culture and misogyny, and like, oh, ratings disabled. I wonder why. Oh, comments disabled.
You only see people responding to the SJWs. They have no arguments. You never see someone trying to debunk Sargon or all these people. They all suck at it. Yeah, I saw libertarian socialist.
There's male feminists who do that.
But they don't they have no fellowship. They have no argument.
Yeah, their arguments are shit, but they still try.
Sometimes Sargon of Akkad is not the greatest. He's not always right either.
No,
I've seen him make some pretty stupid arguments before, like
He's definitely always
people
right.
shouldn't be allowed to say this or that in universities, and even if it is bullshit, I kind of feel like, freedom of speech is across the board, or it's for no one at all. You have to be able to even say stupid shit.
I don't support his He had this thing, right? This,
petition.
Petition. That's what
I don't support it, to be honest. I think it's a stupid, not well thought out petition. Stop all gender study things. I mean, I agree it should be reevaluated, but just stopping it.
You just stop it. There's look at what Japan did in order to fix their problem. They just fired all these fucking teachers and closed down those useless degrees.
Well, and Sargon's also a bleeding heart liberal, so I mean, as far as he might be right about.
Oh yeah, Sargon. Someone asked in a live stream what Sargon's ideal economy was, and he said a welfare state.
Mm-hmm.
Who had the boxes on? It's really annoying. Had someone attack?
I think that's Kester playing music.
Yeah, but
sorry.
Someone has the echo on. That's.
I think because Kester.
It's just feedback.
I think it's feedback through Kester's head speakers to his mic.
Sorry, I'll stop playing.
I mean,
just when you're not talking, just put it on mute.
With the downfall of social justice, I do videos against these fucks, and they never respond to my shit. I know I'm not big, but fuck, I respond to them all. I fucking respond to their bullshit all the time, and they never fucking come back at me because I fucking destroy every little bullshit thing they say, and there's nothing they can do to change the argument. They know that they lost.
Because their strategy is, if you disagree with me, you're a racist or you're a sexist. That's the strategy. It's the death of intellectual honesty. It's everything that discussions should not be. It's oh, well, if you disagree with me, then you must be A, epsilon, Z, whatever, right? And that when they only can lose, as soon as we overtake the narrative, they have nothing at all. It's all what they're talking about. So I'm not worried, to be honest. I'm not worried that this can continue in this shape and form.
I'm just telling Jenk to kill himself. I found that video. I found that video where he debates Karen Strawn, and I'm like, I think you should kill yourself, Jenk. Did I tell you guys someone at work told me to kill myself when I was calling to get donations? When I was telemarketing, this customer's like, oh, are you getting donations? And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, oh, I think you should shoot yourself. And I'm like, nah, you should shoot yourself, mate.
Oh.
And it's achievement unlocked, telling a customer to kill themselves. That's not very customer servicey.
Don't you get recorded and stuff?
Oh man, it happened a week and a half ago. I don't want my boss to, like, my boss kind of likes me because I bring in pretty good numbers. I don't want to tarnish my reputation by being like, hey, there's that call where I told the guy to kill himself because he told me to kill myself. Can I share it on the internet, please?
It's amazing.
By the way, check out my channel. It's obnoxious, happy, hardcore music and tree climbing, and I'm gonna branch out into anti-feminism and controversial race topics. So you'd like it. Like, I think I'd get fired instantly if they saw some of the shit I say on Facebook.
And tune in next week when I start combating a Marxist.
It's race realism, anti-feminist, weed smoking, tree climbing, heavy metal, Japanese music. Oh, I'm sure you'll love it.
Sad though that like people go out of their way to destroy people who have different political opinions from them. Like will go to their work and write petitions and stuff to get somebody fired because they said a bad word or something.
Yeah. We should. I'm still. My goal at the moment is still my internet goal right now. Okay, outside of YouTube and shit. My goal is to bombard every group Amanda Johnson's in with fatty taco memes and daddy issues memes.
I don't know, man. I don't approve of harassing a single person that way. Like,
but she's a man-hating bitch.
Well, yeah, she's someone who has very shady beliefs, but I don't think it's necessary to hunt her down everywhere. I feel like that's.
I just blocked her and that was it. You never have to hear from her again.
I mean, if you really want, you could use your own words in a video to discredit. Actually, not even that. Just use her own words to discredit herself. That's what I do. I fucking use their words to discredit them every time, and it's brilliant.
What's your YouTube channel, by the way?
What's your channel? Yeah, I was gonna ask. I'll subscribe to it.
It's Blue Planet. My latest video, there was this dumb Marxist, this dumb bitch who was a Marxist, and I was just like. She was saying, "Oh, I'm a Marxist and I'm a humanitarian." I'm like, "No, you're not. You're a collectivist. Humanitarianism involves individualism. Those are incompatible. Choose one."
Right, I'm your 30th subscriber.
Awesome.
How is it written? Together or?
Hey guys, subscribe to my channel as well. Let's all whore out our channels.
Yeah.
Just type it. Put it in the chat.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm putting it in the chat. Here's my latest one. My latest one has feminism as cancer at the start of it. I used Milo's catchphrase.
There's my channel in the chat right there.
Like, guys, just watch the first like 6 seconds of this video. Like, my latest video is just so like, it has nothing to do with feminism or anything, but I just had to say feminism is cancer at the start of it because I'm Milo now.
Yeah, I was thinking of doing my own channel for a while now.
Do it.
Yeah.
Do it.
I want to do some actual social science research stuff. Like, I want to go for like studies that I like and studies that I think are just shitty made, and debunk stuff and things like that. Like that's
Today,
basically
class, Fabio will be proving that the Jews need to go. Here are some science.
No, I just want to talk like Sargon, for example. Like he will cite some statistics sometimes, but he's basically a pundit, right? Like he just talks about stuff and gives his opinion.
Sargon's disagreement with things are philosophical disagreements. He doesn't disagree with things like, he doesn't go like Islam is bad because Islam does like 99.99999% of all terrorism. He goes like Islam is bad because it's not classical liberalism.
Because it's not classical liberalism. Well, it's similar, I guess.
Yeah.
Part of Sargon's success is like he's got a lot of charisma, which is part of the reason I like watching his videos or whatever. Like when he gets going on a tangent, he's hilarious to watch. But yeah, I don't know.
I'm very
I love when he gets angry.
Watching him get mad.
He's when he gets I think he gets upset is really bad.
I accidentally muted you, Kester. I'm sorry. Yeah. I was just looking on if it's you who causes the thing. I don't know how to remove it. Shit, what the fuck?
What happened to free speech?
Kester, you're.
I have a
Put up a
Polish
like
Kester
peace
tweet.
sign if you can hear that you're blocked.
So, Trish, what's your
Sorry,
video
Kester.
style?
In terms of
Like, when you do commentary, what's your style of doing things?
I don't really do commentary because I just
Nazi
don't have
saluting.
the I don't have the personality to sort of like I don't know, start a channel or whatever. Like I have a lot of opinions and I'm good at articulating them on, Facebook or some other like social media or whatever, but not so much, to actually just sit there by myself and go off talking about something.
Fair enough.
Like some people, like Sargon of Akkad or Stefan Molyneux, those people can grab onto a topic and just go on about it at length for hours and hours, and I can't really do that. So
that's more or less why I got into making content, is just because, like, I know I can fucking do it, and I'm usually pretty concise, and whenever I'm, doing shit and analyzing it, I'm usually very analytical, and I'm very calculating, so...
And being funny, keeping your viewers interested in that type of thing, like, a little bit of humor or whatever breaks stuff up. And
my problem is my upload speed for my internet is like absolute garbage, so it would take about 6 hours to upload like a 30-minute. It takes 2 hours to upload an hour of just pure sound.
Jesus.
So I've done SoundCloud interviews with people, so. To do like an actual 720 video would probably take like 6 hours.
See, I'm lucky in that regard. I actually can get my shit up real quick. Like it only takes me 15 minutes to produce it in my video editor, and then 40 minutes to put up and upload.
Yeah, that's why all Canadian YouTubers live in Vancouver, Montreal, or Ottawa. There's no one outside of that, because there's the only cities that have actual internet. It's not just like copper wire in the ground or something. That would be like an interesting way to censor people, is to just go to Sargon's, the government goes to Sargon's house and just lowers his upload speed by a little bit, just so it takes an extra couple hours.
When he was first starting off, he had a really shit connection for live streams.
When did he start, actually?
Late 2013.
Interesting.
I think that's about.
Was he talking about social justice warrior from the beginning, or?
Yeah,
all right.
He pretty much was,
Guys, check out. These are the comments. I don't think there's a single pro-Jenk comment on this video where he's dissing Karen Strawn. If I read out the top comments, okay, the top comments. Die, you fat brown buffalo faggot. Just kill yourself. Okay, that's mine. The fat brown genocide denying buffalo strikes again. Jenk is an Islam apologist. Jenk is a douche. Jenk, your small dick is showing. I like how all of Jenk's rebuttals were well researched and cited. He clearly oh my god, it's a pro-Jenk comment. Let's massacre it. Oh my god, how could anyone Jenk is an wreck in this video.
How could anyone defend him in that video? How could you defend him for that video?
If you're a fucking ideologue, then you can.
Yeah.
It was
so
terrible.
Shit. Jenk is so shit. You know what the funny thing is, though? I don't know if you guys have this way of looking at it, but whenever society does something retarded, or whenever someone really shit and mediocre, like Jenk or Onision, is held up as being awesome, that just further shows that society's kind of fucked. So then you get to feel a little bit more confident, because a lot of not feeling confident comes from being oh, people might not like me. But then you're wait a minute, people like Onision and voted for Hitler. You can't trust people. So then you just stop caring, and then you get to have more fun.
True.
Jenk used to be somewhat okay. He was decent. He was bearable.
I never watched him.
He was at one point, but then he went into this fucking rabbit hole, and it just, I don't fucking know what happened.
I mean, he's not social justice, but he is just an apologist for everything, right? He's just like not seeing the other side. He's just being super tribal about everything.
Oh yeah, like he'll say shit like, oh, well, Islam and Christianity are both equally bad. It's like,
Yeah.
no, one is worse than the other.
Yeah.
One is way worse than the other.
How do you guys feel about Bill O'Reilly? I have mixed feelings about him.
I think he's a fucking idiot ever since I saw, okay, here are my reasons. I'm not an SJW, so I'll provide reasons. Number one, Tide goes in, Tide comes back. You can't explain that.
Yeah,
That's almost as bad as the Muslims and their birds. That's almost as bad as the Muslims and their birds. Then the next thing, some lesbian couple won a high school prom and he was getting pissy about it. Like, I'm not politically correct and shit, but it's like, oh no, a lesbian couple won the high school prom. This is a national emergency. And then third, I can't remember, but he was saying some shit. He said, okay, there was a third thing, but those two I remember. And just he seems very authoritarian. He seems to want. Like, I remember, he reminds me a bit of Ann Coulter. Like, Ann Coulter got destroyed by John Stossel in a room full of libertarians. Like, she's like, you want to legalize weed? That's bad. And the libertarians are like, boo. And then someone's like, do you believe in gay marriage? And she's like, yes, I believe in gay marriage. I think a gay man should be free to marry a woman whenever he wants.
Wow.
You're going to give her maximum troll points, that's for sure. But I think Bill O'Reilly sometimes, like, I've seen a few videos where he's actually onto something. Like, I've watched him, like, dismantle the whole white privilege myth and
he
whatever.
does
Like, sometimes I'm just like, I know that I hate this guy or whatever, but sometimes he says, like, the right thing or whatever. I don't know.
I think occasionally he'll say some actually pretty poignant shit, but then for the most of the time, he's an arrogant twat.
I saw him on The Daily Show when he was talking to Jon Stewart. And Jon Stewart was saying to Bill O'Reilly, so I just want you to admit that white privilege exists. And he's like, yeah, let's try. He's like, and then he's like, how does white privilege exist if Asians have more income than white people do, right? Is there Asian privilege? It's like, and he had no rebuttal. Like Jon Stewart, who is normally this guy who's like super smug about everything, didn't really know what to say about that. I was like, oh, Bill O'Reilly actually had a point there.
Okay. Bill O'Reilly's been redeemed somewhat in my eyes. Okay, Bill O'Reilly, good on you, Bill. Shot Bill.
Yeah.
Bill, that was
funny how no one they will
once in a while.
They will include Asian people in this people of color narrative, right? How they're all oppressed. But Asian people in the U.S., they're like one of the most privileged classes here. Like they're doing better than whites in a lot of statistics.
They're doing
almost every way, every positive way that they could be outperforming whites, and also every other race they are.
They're wealthier, and they're graduating colleges at higher rates.
Yeah. Better degrees, more money.
So, what the fuck? Like, how can they just ignore this? I go, oh yeah, well they're oppressed somehow for some reason because they're not white. So that's the only reason is because they're not white. Like it's not based in statistics.
Actually, sorry, go ahead.
Then they'll talk about how Asian women, they're like sexualized too much. Like do you find Asian? But it's like it's a good thing. Like Asian women are wanted by men. Like it's.
Fabio loves his chinks.
Yeah,
not
like
me, but a lot of men love Asian chicks for very good reasons.
To be honest, so I'll admit it.
Very feminine. They're mostly in good shape. They're mostly intelligent. I mean, what's not to like about some?
It's literally like all of the things that like the stereotypical average white girl nowadays doesn't do.
Like, this is a common refrain that I hear from feminists is like, oh, you're sexualizing women. It's like, yeah, it's fucking human. Get the fuck over it.
Yeah, that's what I say as well. I go further, though. I say, if you complain about me sexualizing women, you're basically shaming me for my innate sexuality. At that point, you're no better than a homophobe. You're a bigoted piece of shit. I'm not going to listen to anything you have to say. You're a piece of shit. shut the fuck up, get the fuck away from me. That's what I say. If a feminist says objectification to me, I will literally just insult her appearance and
What I love
to make her feel shit.
What I love so much is when you critique them and then they make all these base assumptions like, oh, you're just a white cis straight male. It's like, well, yes, I'm white, yes, I'm cis, but I'm also gay. So how about you not make assumptions about me, dickweed?
Look at what they do to, like, people like Milo Yiannopoulos or even Caitlyn Jenner. As soon as they found out that Caitlyn Jenner was a conservative trans woman, they
turned on her.
Yeah, they dropped her like a hot potato.
Yeah.
So, or any conservative, is considered like a turncoat. If you're homosexual or if you're black and you're a conservative, then you're an Uncle Tom or you're this or that. So.
Uncle Tom is another word for intelligent black person.
But isn't that funny though?
That's kind of like the way they just shut them down, So like somebody like Larry Elder or whatever, like he gets called, Uncle Tom, house nigger, all of this, really degrading kind of stuff, and it's just used as a tactic to shut them down instead of actually deal with what they have to say.
Or
right?
fucking Najit, he gets fucking called a porch monkey by the fucking progressives, and it's like, well, what the fuck?
He was called a fascist by this other chick in the group.
Oh, did I tell you what I did in the Bernie Sanders dank meme stash?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Was I in on that conversation? Is that one?
I'll be back.
Because I can't remember.
So I did two things. The first one was I commented on it was like, I can't remember what it was, but it was some garbage.
White privilege, I think.
White privilege, that's it. White privilege. And I commented on that, and the first reply to me is, you're a fascist, neo-Nazi,
oh yeah, you told me.
White male, cis, hetero, like patriarchy support, and I literally just said, white privilege exists in white countries. If you don't like white privilege, go to a black country where you will have black privilege. If you don't like Asian privilege, don't go to an Asian country with Asian privilege. And that was my post. And I got the first reply was like literally a list of buzzwords for like a whole paragraph worth of them.
Yeah, and that I can't remember what was that fucker's name who posted that shit.
Brett Sterling or whatever.
Brett Sterling talking about white privilege?
Fuck Brett Sterling.
Not the other Brett, not the admin Brett, but the like the communist one.
God, admin Brett is such a shit cunt. He
yeah, he
this pickup as well.
Admin of a group we have that was like disbanded, and he was being a coon.
Well, like I responded to him. I said, like I'm a left-leaning liberal, and this whole bullshit about white privilege, I think is divisive rhetoric, and you need to shut the fuck up. Stop putting this rhetoric out. You are dividing people.
Actually, Jonathan Haidt shows how this kind of rhetoric, focusing on our differences rather on what unites us, is toxic. Like, it's the worst thing for race relations to say, like, oh, this is, you have white privilege, you're different than me. Like, people start resenting and hating each other when they talk about it. It's the worst thing that can happen. It's not being, oh, I'll dismantle my privilege, and then all race relationships are going to be nice. It's just not how it works. Like, you can't prove that people hate each other after doing that, because you emphasize people being white and you emphasize people being black.
That's why reparations is a bad idea.
Yeah.
It's a terrible fucking idea. It's just...
Would you guys have sex with Peyton Smith?
Who's that?
That chick who posted she's friends with me on Facebook. She's posting these really funny anti-SJW things. Like, she posted a picture of herself in a Native American costume and was like, hey, Native Americans, and now she's posted herself in a hijab. I just linked it. Yes or no? You bang. Trisha has to answer as well, even though she's straight. She has to answer.
Is she though?
I don't even know who it is.
Hayton.
Yeah,
Just a man as
Wow.
someone will like him.
She's very
Who's
pretty.
that?
Very pretty.
Wait, do you know her actually?
Not in real life, no, just
Okay.
on Facebook.
Because I've seen that picture posting with someone. What I wanted to say earlier, when we were talking about like how people get called porch monkeys, like black people who disagree with the common narrative of the SJWs, doesn't that evidently prove that they don't actually care about black people,
Oh yeah,
homosexuals?
I posted this
proves
on
they
my
care about the narrative.
United
They care about
United
the
Right
ideology.
page where a policeman asked the Black Lives Matter what they were doing about the child murders, and the woman said, "What do you mean the child murders?" And he answered her going, "Well, you see, just today and yesterday there were 3 kids caught in a drive-by shooting on the wrong house, and it like shot a living room full of black kids. What do you guys think of those? Do those lives matter?" And she's like, "Well, that's not the point. That's not what this is about." And he told her to basically go fuck herself.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
it's
that's shitty, right? Like it shows that those people they don't care. They care about blaming people. They care about externalizing the shit. And if you don't are of the same ideology as you are an enemy as well. So they don't care about, like, I feel, and I posted that in the group before. I feel like if women have different narratives than what women should have, like, for
Holy
example,
fuck!
feminism.
Okay, you guys,
If
I'm being
homosexuals are
triggered by John Hillstorm.
you just
He's
said
comment.
triggered?
Yeah, there's a photo of like the stages of red pilling. So it's like when you red pill a conservative, you first teach him to be like a libertarian, then you teach him about like the radical right, and then you teach him about like traditionalism and stuff, and that's like the 4 stages of being red, like of the true red pill. And John Hillstorm is commenting about how, oh, this sounds anti-enlightenment and stuff. So I posted like a bunch of picture of Aristotle, and I was like, how what can you claim when literally all of these like philosophers and stuff like that would completely agree with these points? And he literally replied with, "I'm not even pro-enlightenment per se. The whole we were philosopher thing is garbage and is not substantial to criticism."
get out.
What? What?
His argument is that we're wrong. Traditionalism is wrong because it's anti-enlightenment for some reason. And then I responded with like, "What about traditional philosophers?" And he said, "Well, I'm not pro-enlightenment either. So they don't count. But they don't count."
How can you not be pro-enlightenment? Anyone who isn't pro-enlightenment...
Like, just the like phrase, he's literally like, just the phrase, "I'm anti-enlightenment," sounds retarded.
The American Constitution
Enlightenment is the best thing on the planet. Like, the Enlightenment is like
because the
best
whole
point
is
in history.
yeah. You can't be like these fucking commie religious people. I can't stand the religious communists.
Yeah, like the fucking
Yeah.
Enlightenment is what gave us the U.S. fucking Constitution. That thing is a
It
fucking
was
Enlightenment
what
document.
created fucking Western civilization, to be honest. I mean,
Yes.
it's based on those principles.
Yes, we were the the world's first fucking, actual constitutional fucking republic, And this fucker wants to say that he's against the Enlightenment. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, because but there's actually like criticism of like the Marxist thought criticizes Enlightenment.
Yeah, he's saying that we're wrong on the basis that traditionalism is anti-enlightenment. That's what he said at the beginning. It's ironic you reactionaries call yourselves red-pilled about things like Marxism and how you oppose it, when the whole point of the red pill is deconstructing society and ideology. Then he goes on to say, the awkward moment when you claim to be enlightened, but you also claim to be a traditionalist. And then later on, he's talking about how he doesn't support enlightenment of people.
Wow,
Yeah.
wow, Onision looks shit when he doesn't have his makeup on.
He has
Like-
makeup.
Onision, okay, Onision must be wearing makeup in 90% of his videos, or have some video filter, because I just saw a video where he's got no makeup on, and he literally looks like an angry strawberry child. Look at the angry strawberry child. Wait, let me...
Why hasn't he killed himself yet? No, this is a serious question. Because not only is he like, he's really fucking weird in like thousands of ways. There's like 1,000 things wrong with this guy mentally. He seems like the type who would try and kill himself.
I've heard stories that he's abused past girlfriends and shit.
He filmed his girlfriend, he filmed his wife at the time having a mental breakdown, and she's
He
like,
has a
why are you filming?
That's fucked up.
He has a wife now.
Oh,
but
he
the wife
has
before that one.
he started I think it was like 2009 or something. He started a cult and tried to abduct people into it.
Check it out. Check out the angry strawberry boy. Look, he looks like... Oh, whoops, it's mixing with the other link. Wait, let me go. Meh. Okay, there's that to separate the link, and then, yeah, look at angry strawberry boy. Look, he must be wearing makeup usually, because, yeah, he looks so shit in this video.
He looks pretty decent for his age. I didn't even know that he was like 30 plus years old or whatever.
What the fuck? He's 30 plus years old? He
Yeah,
looks
he's like 35 years old or something.
Yeah, he makes himself look like he's 20 in his his videos with shit ton, like he pounds on makeup.
Wait until he turns
He has
40.
a lot of views, actually, right?
Yeah, he's really big in like the SJW like cuckold community, I think. But in like every other community, you type in his name on anything, and you'll be his like YouTube channel, and then like 30 articles about like video evidence of him being a cuck or something. It's fucking hilarious.
The thing is, I don't think he's an SJW because like he disses fat chicks and stuff like that. As well.
I think there's something mentally wrong with him or something. Like genuinely, he's got like some kind of like not like stupid, but like personality disorder.
You did see like his pro-feminism video though, right? Like he was basically saying, "Hey guys, have you heard the dictionary definition of feminism says it's about equality?" So
and he's in a stupid mask as well. He's like, "You're gonna get fucking decimated."
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. Do you guys know Jack Films? He makes funny videos. He makes Your Grammar Sucks videos. He's pretty popular. And I saw him at VidCon, and someone asked, "Hey, when are you going to make videos with Onisun, right?" And he was like basically saying, I'm not making videos with some... He didn't say SJW, right? But it's like, oh, he has his political opinions, and I don't want to affiliate with that and things like that. Because Jack Films always makes videos where he says, I identify as horse, and you shouldn't talk about horse shit because that's actually offensive to me. And, yeah. I don't know. Just want to mention that.
Oh, here's a tweet that I sent to fucking Onision yesterday because he was being a fucking retard. When he used that white privilege means hashtag, I said, hashtag white privilege means being blamed for slavery and other barbaric acts my ancestors may or may not have committed.
Yeah.
Fucking
literally
idiot. Oh, this guy's a fucking retard.
I honestly think it would be really funny if he got like hit by a bus or something really bad happened to him. like the funniest thing would be if he fell off a cliff. I can imagine Onision doing some douchey video about feminism in the Grand Canyon or something, being like, "Look at all
Onision's been banned from Onision is banned from VidCon, you guys.
Why?
I'll pull up the reason.
Probably harass somebody.
He seems like a pedo as well. He's giving me a like.
He kind of is.
Michael Jackson.
Hank Green is actually like on the board, which has the ability to a YouTuber himself.
Hank Green started this, so.
Yeah, Hank Green is kind of like a lefty cuck. But he has the ability, like Odison is too much of a lefty cuck even for him, and he actually banned him from VidCon for some
That's-
like horrible video he made or something.
Good.
So let me go through the thing. He's got let's see. I'll read you the table of contents. So he's got like the beginning of Odison average fans, getting banned from VidCon forever in 2012. Some kind of drama with Shay, Carl, and Circumcision. He started an actual cult called it. Oh, okay. It's like S. I don't know how the fuck you pronounce it. It's like SICESCA.
Sakista?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll put the link.
That's odd.
Yeah, he actually has like a whole website and stuff about it.
I'm in some cult. What the fuck?
Yeah, he's got an actual cult, man.
Sikaska. When reason ends, so does life. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's really fucked.
What is this even about? Like,
It's some weird
outside worlds?
Odison, the cult leader. I'll read you the Encyclopedia Dramatica version. Odison made a website when he was 17 to decide to be a cult leader and guide his members to the Enlightenment. Information about this, it will, so stop all animal abuse, force everyone through violent action to be a vegetarian. Let's see. There's some weird things about, like, really weird things about sexuality in there. He goes on, like, weird tangents in his posts.
Just for the vegetarianism, I'm gonna cook up some fucking bacon in the morning.
Yeah, he's, so let's see. He's got, so he divorced his wife.
Shocker.
And then in 2010, okay, and then he has to pay alimony, which he gets from his YouTube money. Then he's got like this person called Taylor E. Anderson, which is actually like a really young fangirl, and I think it was like he was making jokes or something. He's like, "Oh, guys, she's finally 18," but the thing was like he was literally being a pedo.
What the fuck?
And then let's see. Yeah, there's a Taylor's. Oh, and Taylor herself is like fucked up. So she's like one of those like upset, like the stereotypical like obsessive girlfriend. She's got like pictures of him all over her walls and shit.
Why is Amanda Johnson so fat and taco-y?
Oh, then Mr. In 2012, then in November, Mr. Repsion made a video about Odison because he was really concerned about Odison's new wife. So let's see. Keep listening, shit gets creepier. Okay, Greg then went back to sore on the blog. He decided to running through the mud the best way. So I think there was like he cheated on her, and then he got like a new girlfriend, and then she was literally cucking him. Oh, and he sacrificed a turtle or something. Like
what?
This is weird. He's fucking mental in the head. He's like, I'll kill anyone who have a disdain for animals, and he sacrificed his pet turtle or something to the gods. He's fucked up, man.
This guy is probably crazy enough to be indoctrinated into being an Islamist. Like, I'm not even kidding. He probably could.
Yeah, I can picture him joining ISIS.
Going on a jihad.
Although I think the ISIS people would be pretty, like, they'd be like, wait a minute, Don't we throw people like you off buildings?
What are you doing, faggot? We don't want you.
Nah, seriously, for every gay person
He was
murder
as his
100,000
teenage years, he joined he joined the Air Force. That was his thing in the teenage years before he started like being in the YouTubes, and that's when he like started up his cult online. And there's a lot of really fucked up quotes from like when he was in the Air Force. He got dishonorably discharged, and there's no record of what he did to get dishonorably discharged. No, but to get dishonorably discharged is fucked up because you must have done something really bad.
I'm gonna get a Freedom of Information Act request and get that information. I want to know.
Yeah, he had like a blog and stuff, and like on his blog it's just like I am a tool for death over and over again.
This guy needs like antidepressants or some shit, like for real.
He needs.
No, it's really fucked up. I'm reading just these like the records of him, and it's fucked up.
Someone should kill Onision and film it and put a laugh track on it. like just be like.
But then again, that would be granting his wish. I don't want to give that fucker anything.
Oh, the whole reason Onision like took off was because Tosh.0 did a video on one of Onision dancing in a banana suit, and he's like, "Oh, look at this guy! It's really funny." And then people like went to his YouTube channel to check out the funny banana thing, the banana dance, and then they like started clicking on all his cult videos because like beforehand his cult was like it had like no members, but then Daniel Tosh basically sent like thousands and thousands of people over to his YouTube channel. And he just had, like, he literally formed, like, a giant cult.
Isn't that what his audience is in the first place? A giant cult?
Well, no, like, they literally have it's literally a religion created by him.
I mean, just in general, though, like, for his channel, I would assume that it's a cult because he says some really stupid shit.
So who do you guys think is going to win coming up?
I can't hear shit.
Oh, fuck, I'm gonna read this to you guys. It's fucking weird.
Go, guys, I'm gonna go to bed now. I'll see you guys later.
Okay.
Good night.
I've been on since 10 o'clock, and it's 5 o'clock right now.
4 a.m. here.
So I'm gonna kill myself when I wake up in the morning and better get that bleach. But I'm gonna read you this post. It's weird. The foreskin serves as an anti-rape mechanic. It can cause pain to men when trying to force their penis inside a non-lubricated vagina. That is a fact. The circumcision was invented to prevent people from masturbating, but it also was invented to increase rape. Horny men plus no anti-rape mechanic equals obvious bad situation. Luckily, circumcision did not stop people from masturbating with their now mutilated penises. The foreskin serves a number of benefits, and he lists a bunch of stuff. You can all argue what you like. A man is a one-track mind with only one hole in mind. A man who is not intact is literally less of a man, and should he's arguing that that anyone who's circumcised was circumcised for the reason of raping people, and that they need to be killed.
Wow. That's
I don't want to.
it's really fucking stupid. He's lagging.
He messaged me his laptop is fucking up.
Oh.
Actually, we should probably end now because it's like 5 a.m. where I am, and we started at like 9 or something.
Damn.
So, yeah, we've been going for like almost 7.5 hours now. Oh, and then Otison found some girl who let her dog bang her, and he found the video of her, and he's like, "Wow, that's really hot." So he sent her plane tickets to go to come visit him. Is that and he talked about it.
So he paid. So he paid for plane tickets for some chick to come to his place to fuck him, or
Yes,
wait,
and he paid plane tickets for her because she was in another state.
okay.
He drove to a state where the age of consent was low because I think she was like 16 or something, and he was like 30,
Oh my god.
and she like openly banged her dog. So he's like, I love that you're 16, and I love that you're open with your dog. So here's I'm gonna buy you plane tickets to run away from your parents for a weekend to come and hang with me at this motel.
What a fucking pedo. It's just.
So like he's got that under his belt. He's got like multiple ex-wives. He's got like he does like Skype chats with some girl with like his face all over his wall or something like that.
That's creepy.
He has a legitimate cult, like an actual religion registered under him.
Tax exempt?
I have no idea, probably.
I hope not.
He's legitly being cucked by. He's cheating on his girlfriend with a woman who is cucking him.
Wow.
So he's legit cuckold in that relationship. Like he doesn't touch her and stuff like that, and he watches her and stuff like that. So like a full-on cuckold, and he's cheating on his girlfriend with this other girl. It's fucking weird.